From the very beginning of the story, we are introduced to the knightly order of the Red Lions of the Roxas Empire. This order is known for its dedication, regardless of gender. Protecting the imperial family from invasions, they kept all nearby states at bay. And the main culprit behind this brutal reputation is the commander of the Order of the Red Lions, Kalia Taxikat. Despite her background, she became the commander-in-chief at such a young age and was considered the best swordsman in history. She is a great hero who stopped the 7-Year War. However, there is one small thing that happened in her life quite recently. The actions are transferred to her room. After she took the pregnancy test, she went to look for the information on the package. Seeing the information about what the 2 stripes meant, the girl was speechless, and soon after that the instructions fell out of her hands. At the same moment, she screamed, perplexed that she would have a child. Putting her hand to her stomach, she could not believe that her baby would grow there. Due to daily training, most of the women in the knighthood were infertile. Kalia was sure that exactly the same fate awaited her, but what went wrong? From birth, she was an orphan. She was abandoned in a deserted alley, but she fought for life. Without a penny for food, the girl had to grow up eating garbage. Thanks to her rapid development, she saved the Duke's only son at the age of 6. It was only thanks to this that her fencing training began in the ducal family. Balancing between death and life, she achieved the title of Commander-in-Chief of the Empire. This is exactly what an ordinary, dirty, insignificant orphan abandoned on the street could do. Become a hero of the Empire, receiving respect and praise from a bunch of people. But what she wanted besides this was an unaffordable luxury for her. Returning to reality, the girl thought only about one thing, hoping that all this was not a dream. A moment later, Kalia screamed with joy and began jumping on the spot. The girl was incredibly happy about this news. After a couple of minutes, she stopped, thinking that she needed to calm down because she now has a baby. Exhaling heavily, she suddenly decided to think about who could be the father of the child. Nevertheless, the circle of suspects was narrowed down to one because there was nothing more. The father of her child was Shimon Turlo. Despite his young age, he is the chief archmage and duke of the Roxas Empire, and he is also a war hero who fights side by side with it. He is the same son of the duke whom she saved at the age of 6, and most importantly, he is her closest friend. It was all so, no matter how sad it may sound, but she got pregnant from her best friend. The stupidest thing, that all this happened because of one night spent together by mistake. A moment later, bad words came out of Kalia's mouth. The girl immediately began to apologize to her baby for expressing herself so poorly, because she was simply used to swearing on the battlefield. She promised to be careful from now on, because she wants to surround this creature with valuable things and the kindest words. Kalia couldn't understand why her chest felt so hot just from the phrase, "my baby." She could only vaguely dream about it. It seemed to her that she just wanted to survive and therefore continued to persevere. As an orphan, she often dreamed of the family she never had. She wished, even if it was unlikely, that she would someday have a family. Kalia thought that even if it was only for a day, as if by magic, but the connection sent to her, like a miracle, she will protect. No matter what happens, no one can stand in her way. In any case, she understood that Shimon was still the father of the child. Should I tell him about this? She suddenly decided that it would be stupid, because would the ducal family allow the birth of an illegitimate child? According to our heroine, all family members, with the exception of Shimon, were extremely unpleasant. Only a pseudo-good-natured smile flashed on their faces. However, us and they have always been separated by a glass wall of indifference. The girl definitely decided for herself that she would never allow this to happen, because no one would dare take her child. It's best not to mess with the ducal family, but what if Shimon forces her to get rid of the child? Kalia couldn't find a place for herself. Although the guy hates people, she does not expect from him the same delight as hers. In any case, the unborn child is not to blame for anything, because for her, he is a blessing. She wants to protect him from negative feelings like hatred. She also understood that she would do this because she had enough strength and money to protect the child. In this case, she decided that there was no need to force the guy to marry her and play the role of a father. In the end, she could not imagine a wedding between them, because since childhood they had been like brothers. Her best friend and drinking buddy with whom she could chat all night long. This was the limit of all their communication. In addition, in their last meeting, he mentioned something about the appropriate age for marriage and let slip about wedding plans. But even this was not all, because apparently, from Shyman's words, his heart was already occupied. After thinking about all this, our heroine once again decided that not talking about her pregnancy was the best thing she could do. But if someone demands to get rid of the child, or she notices hostility, then even Shyman himself she will tear into pieces with her own hands. He is smart and has extraordinary magical powers, so it will be difficult to kill him, but if you make a plan and follow it. Kalia suddenly came to her senses. Obviously, she had no intention of getting rid of him now. However, she felt the situation would worsen if things were left as they were. There was only one way that would protect the child and peacefully resolve all matters with Shyman. After examining her suit, Kalia definitely decided for herself that it was time for her to leave her post in any case. A moment later, she came up to him and began to examine him and touch him, as if seeing him off on his last journey. That same evening, she was fully equipped and ready to go to the last conversation. At that moment, Kalia drew attention to the golden buttons, and within a moment she fell into memories. Having asked what gold buttons are for, Shyman answered her, not for the first time, that high-grade gold easily preserves magic. The guy asked in surprise why she couldn't remember this, because he certainly repeated it to her 30 times already. These reproaches really infuriated the girl. Smiling, she only thought that she was almost always treated like a fool, but how could she spend the night with Shyman? She finally looked out the window, thinking about how peaceful and beautiful it was outside right now. The 7 years' war was over, and now that there was peace, it was time for the war hero to disappear from view. The action moves to the room in which the girl was standing, and at the same moment she heard footsteps. A moment later, she ran out into the main hall. At this time, Kalia was coming down the stairs. This admiring girl was Hummingalis, who was our heroine's squire. The girl couldn't stop looking at Kalia because she was wearing the uniform of the commander-in-chief of the Knightly Order, even though Humming had only seen her in it once. In any case, the girl couldn't help but admit that Kalia looked even better when she changed, drawing her sword. Goddess of battles and a beautiful monster, eclipsing the sky with her radiance. That's exactly how one could describe her. At the age of 6, she saved the Duke, who was kidnapped by a gang of robbers. At the age of 15, she passed the official exam for the Order of Knighthood, gaining the maximum score. At the age of 17, she reached the initial level of Swordmaster, and at the 19th level of a recognized master, after which she was entrusted with the protection of the prince. But usually, such recognition is received by the age of 40. Humming couldn't find any other words to say except that Kalia Taxicade is a true genius among geniuses that no one can compete with. The girl immediately approached the general and greeted her. Our heroine looked at her in surprise. Our village patted her on the head and said that she wanted to go somewhere alone, and she might be here and not worry about her. Humming was very pleased to hear such sweet words from the master, so she blushed in the blink of an eye. A couple of seconds later, she said that in this case, she would immediately bring White from the stable. Instantly, she took off and ran to the stable to bring a horse for the general. Kalia laughed, thinking that Humming, although strange and simple-minded, was nevertheless a strong and smart child. After some time, the girl brought White. He always looked elegant, matching the horse personally betrayed by His Majesty the Emperor. Although our heroine was glad to see him, she apologized and asked the assistant to take White back and bring the carriage. Humming, of course, agreed, but could not understand what happened because Kalia had never used a carriage to get around. Our heroine was now thinking that although she is not smart about pregnancy, she needs to understand that riding a horse is dangerous, and in future she needs to be a little more careful. After some time, Kalia got into the carriage, and after some more time she finally arrived at the place. This only meant that it was time for a meeting. Our heroine entered the imperial palace and began to walk along it, thinking about her own things. At that moment in front of her, she noticed a whole bunch of people whispering strangely to each other. The two girls flattered each other, talking to each other about their jewelry and engravings on it. As it turned out, the magical engraving was done by Shyman. Everyone had heard about the value of his engravings. There are some young ladies who collected them, so one can only imagine how jealous they will be when they learn the truth. While one of the princesses was saying that this was just a gift in honor of the journey, before the meeting they came across Kalia, who was walking towards them. Our heroine, meanwhile, was thinking about what she should say to His Highness the Crown Prince. She's pregnant, and that's why she's resigning? Or it could simply be that it was her time to go. Suddenly, the girl was pulled out of her thoughts by voices that came from a girl in a blue dress. Helena Turlone smiled and asked Kalia where she was in such a hurry that she didn't even say hello because she was almost upset. Our heroine asked for forgiveness, saying that she was lost in thought and did not notice Helena. She asked the girl how she was doing. Continuing to smile, the girl said that Kalia has not been seen at all lately, and they are waiting for her to visit her at least once. Is everything good with her health? From the lady's touch, our heroine felt only coldness. Helena had emerald eyes, which she got from half-elves. Even at 40, she looked 20 years old and was considered the queen of high society. At that moment, behind the woman came the admiring voice of one of the princesses, who told Helena that she was very caring for Kalia. Helena smiled and said that she replaced her mother, and moreover, now the general and Shyman are the pride of their family. The woman said that Kalia grew up to be a wonderful person, but as a child, she was a real tomboy. The girl suddenly mentioned that many people were talking about the friendship between Kalia and Shyman. The lady smiled sheepishly, saying that she seemed to talk too much about her children. Our heroine just stared at the woman who was Shyman's mother, as well as the future grandmother of the child in her belly. Although Kalia grew up in the Duke's family, she lived in the back room of the outbuilding, where even a ray of light penetrated. She ate at the same table with the servants, and in order to meet Shyman, she had to ask permission from Madame. In what other family do you need to ask your mother for permission to meet your brother? All this really infuriated the girl. Nevertheless, even though everything was so, to this day she absolutely did not care about the woman's attitude towards her. Now it makes no difference which house she belongs to. Although she achieved everything only with the support of the ducal family, Helena's care for her was only in front of the crowd. All this is a cute trick of a noble lady, which, as a result, can only be ignored. Our heroine suddenly took Helena's hand and thanked her for her concern, and she also promised to visit her when she has time. The woman once again smiled sweetly and asked the girl to come to her whenever she wanted. Helena suddenly said that she was chatting with Princess Michelle, so now she is late and she should go. Our heroine smiled, saying that she hoped they had a good time together. The woman smiled back and told her that they had had quite a good time, which meant she would take her leave now. At this very moment, Kalia's head began to ache and tremble in an incredibly strange way. A moment later, everything returned to normal, but now there was no one around. Any lady could sew beautiful lace to highlight the elegance of her outfit, but there was always an important rule. All decorations remained discreet, only because it was impossible to be more beautiful than Helena Turlone. Even the rebels of secular society turned into short sheep in front of her. If she smiled, the whole secular society smiled, and if she cried, then the rest also shed tears. In any case, the actions are transferred to a room in which, due to a strong wind, all the documents flew up. The guy sitting at the table was Royman Roxas, the crown prince of the empire. Looking at Shyman, the guy reminded him that he shouldn't suddenly open the window. Seeing no reaction, Roymond asked the guy to immediately collect the scattered documents. At the same moment, the guy waved his hand, and a moment later all the documents began to rise into the air. Roymond looked in surprise at the folding resources and asked whether it was stupid to spend such incredible magic on collecting ordinary documents. Anyway, the guy asked why he was sitting there. Is Kalia coming here? Shyman, who looked out into the street, was glad that the future emperor had such a keen eye, but this does not negate the fact that he is a tyrant, because he forces him to work. Exhaling heavily, the crown prince of the empire only hoped to give the guy a good slap on the head. However, he asked when Kalia would come here. Without thinking twice, Shyman told him that she would come right away. Roymond was surprised. Why would the commander of the order come here on his non-working day? Exhaling heavily, Shyman told him that he himself didn't know. Although who knows, maybe she was just coming here to see Roymond. Then, after thinking a little, the guy assumed that she was coming here in order to meet him. Roymond? I was angry because I didn't understand where such self-confidence came from someone who doesn't admit his feelings even on pain of death. The prince assumed that something happened between them a couple of months ago, or more precisely, somewhere after the party in honor of Kalia's victory. Since then, Shyman periodically experienced strange excitement, or he completely lost touch with reality. In addition, as soon as he scored Kalia, he immediately began to worry and sometimes even get angry for no reason. In contrast to him was Kalia, who looked the same outwardly for all 2 months. Shyman suddenly he said that he saw the uniform, which means she is going to see His Highness. In that case, he will talk to her tomorrow before the business trip. The Crown Prince said that he wished they would not use his office as a meeting place, to which Shimon told him that he was already leaving. Roymond started shouting at him, saying that he didn't mean that he had to leave. Shimon smiled and said that everything is in order. He does not want to get involved in government affairs. Looking at how Shimon climbed onto the railing, the prince asked in surprise why he was doing this if he was going to leave. To this, the guy told him that he was going to disappear from here for the sake of worrying Roymond. He explained this by saying that he wanted to avoid their meeting with Kalia, but nevertheless he was waiting for a story about what they talked about. A moment later, the guy turned to his second cousin, the great crown prince, saying that he was leaving him with love and respect. Roymond understood that for the prosperity of the empire, he needed the power of Shimon, just like the power of Kalia. Just as he bet his life on the empire, Shimon devoted himself entirely to Kalia. Just at that moment, the girl came into the room. No matter how much he hated it, being next to Shimon, all he could do was acknowledge the strength of the feelings he had for Kalia. No one can surpass them. Our heroine, as soon as she entered the office, greeted His Highness the Crown Prince. Roymond smiled and asked her to go quickly. He also said that he knew that she had a day off today. As soon as the prince asked her what made her come here, she briefly answered him that she came here to ask for her resignation. Hearing these words from the prince's hands, even the pen fell out. Soon after, an awkward silence fell in the office. The guy laughed and straightened a lock of hair with a trembling hand, after which he assumed that he had heard her wrong. Nevertheless, the girl lowered her head down and told His Highness that he had heard everything correctly. She looked at him again and said that she wanted to resign and as soon as possible. "Roymond!" he shouted in bewilderment, asking what all this meant and what kind of resignation he was talking about. Grabbing her hand, he began to ask why she suddenly decided to leave for no reason at all. Kalia looked at him sadly and said that she wanted to rest. Roymond sighed and told her that he could give her leave, to which the girl demanded her resignation. Roymond continued to persuade her to stay, because he could even pay all the expenses for the trip. Then, judging by the expression on her face, he assumed that it was all because of Shimon. Our heroine generally understood that this was how it was, but it wasn't that Shimon was the problem. She knew what future awaited her, and she also couldn't say that she was pregnant. Looking at the crown prince, she said that she needed time to live in peace. However, even though she used such a strong word as retirement, if your highness needs her, she will return at any time. In any case, she was going to leave for a long time, but she does not betray the country and the imperial family. Roymond looked at her and said that he had never even thought that she might commit betrayal. Kalia suddenly smiled and answered him that although she could not give all the details, she could soon have a family. After some time, she left the office. The hardest part was over. Looking out the window, she thought that the days were getting shorter, which meant that the rainy season would soon begin. This season is quite short, but very destructive. Within about 2 to 3 weeks, the entire sky becomes black, and the rain begins to pour incessantly. The Ministry of Magic provides support throughout the country. Of course, all this meant that she needed to leave before the start of the rainy season, and if she didn't have time, she wouldn't be able to leave, and after that, it would be too late. One way or another, there was still a lot to prepare. First, she needed to see Shimon at least once. At that moment, she noticed something familiar in her peripheral vision, so she decided to turn her head. As it turned out, this acquaintance was Shimon, who was walking through the imperial garden at night. Looking at him, the girl sighed heavily. She still couldn't wrap her head around how this could have happened. Was it really because of the alcohol they drank that day? But it was still stupid, because they drank a lot together. Then all this could have happened because of a strange scroll. One way or another, she laughed, thinking that now there was no point in looking for someone to blame. On that day, a small party was held to celebrate the victory. Everyone celebrated the victory in the naval battle of Mahatari. People were perplexed by the impudence of the pirates who thought of trying to plunder the island of the empire itself, and all this under General Kalia. Nevertheless, looking at her, they were delighted, because Kalia was able to declare the end of the war after just a year of fighting. This is to be expected from a man who has brought countless victories. While our heroine was drinking and talking with people, she noticed someone's gaze from the side. Of course, no matter how hard it was to guess, it was Shimon who called the girl to talk. After some time, the guys moved away from all the fuss and were left alone. Shyman looked at the girl and asked why she drinks so much today. Despite the victory, he believed that it should be kept in moderation. Our heroine smiled at him and said that she just wanted this, because now she was in a good mood. Shyman. He muttered something to himself, but nevertheless held out a glass of water and asked him to drink. And when did he manage to carry it? Kalia felt that he seemed caring, but his words only emanated coldness. Taking a sip of water, she told him that he was strange. The guy sighed and, starting to cast a spell, answered her that if he was strange, then she was a thorn in one place. As soon as he made the glass of water disappear, the girl decided that it was time for her to go, but Shyman stopped her. Looking into her eyes, he told her that he had something for her, so she needed to follow him. Our heroine asked in surprise what he wanted to show her, to which Shyman reminded her that today was her birthday. The girl smiled and told him that it was not even a real birthday, and besides, only he was celebrating it. The guy rolled his eyes and replied that if he said it was her birthday, then it was. Kalia laughed and resigned herself, saying that he is always right. The action moves to the top floor of the magic tower, right into Shyman's laboratory. The guy at that time showed our heroine a strange suitcase in which there were strange scrolls. He gave them to her on every birthday. Laughing, Kalia told him that this was what she expected, and at least he was constant in this. Shyman sighed heavily, sarcastically saying that you still need to try to be so stupid. As he began to show each one, he explained their essence. This scroll erased the traces of its owner. It will be impossible to track her with magic or bloodhounds within a radius of 20 kilometers. This is a scroll of instant teleportation. If you had the coordinates, it made it possible to move 100 kilometers, and the green scroll was healing, and it was the most expensive. It also neutralizes poison and cures disease within a 10 kilometers radius, and it can even heal moderate wounds. Kalia was shocked by such cool things, but nevertheless, only one question was spinning in her head. Did Shyman steal them from the Imperial Vault? Shyman, at that moment, he proudly said that all these potions were of his own making, made through the efforts of the Archmage himself. Our heroine suddenly noticed one of the scrolls that was familiar to her. If she was not mistaken, then this scroll could call Shyman to her. The guy, smiling, told her that she was absolutely right. At the same time, a super bright aura emanated from him. Our heroine, looking at him, admitted that he was so handsome that she wanted to curse. She understood why all the ladies made such a fuss when they saw him. Shyman, at this time, he reminded that the summoning scroll has no limitation in its range of action. All she has to do is break it and call him. Placing his hand on her face, he told her that even if she were on the other side of the continent, he could find her. Our heroine sheepishly began to rub her face with her hand, saying that if there was something stuck to her, he could just tell. Looking at the blushing Kalia, Shyman was in a stupor and didn't even know how to react. Sighing heavily, he said she was stupid. Our heroine's face instantly changed. And what is he thinking? Thinking that he could just as easily talk to a brick, he asked the girl to forget about what had just happened, because he was the fool who expected something different. For more than 5 years, he diligently dropped hints, but she never guessed. Stupid General Kalia, for whom nothing exists except the sword and war. Kalia was shocked by this monologue, but decided that she shouldn't touch him while he was going crazy on his own. She decided that she should quietly leave here while he said something to himself. Just before leaving, she noticed the scrolls, and of course her attention was drawn to the most beautiful scarlet scroll. Taking it in her hands, she began to read it. If there are feelings, the body will become excited. If the body becomes excited, then the feelings will stir. This scroll was made by Derek's hands. This guy stood out from the rest of the magicians. At that moment, Shyman noticed what the girl was doing. He immediately rushed to her to take the scroll from her hands, but she abruptly withdrew her hand. Looking at her, he asked the girl to hand over the scroll in an amicable way, because it was a very dangerous thing. The girl smiled and said that she did not want to do this. Soon after, she started running around the room, telling him to try and stop her. Nevertheless, Shyman did not even try to take it away, but only looked intently and silently at the girl. Looking at her, he asked if she was interested in what kind of scroll he could call dangerous. The girl asked what kind of scroll this was, to which the guy told her that it showed whether two people were in love with each other or not. It was quite strange. The guy explained that if he breaks up with someone who has even a little sympathy, something irreparable can happen. Our heroine asked what this meant, to which the guy replied that something like lust could happen. He continued to describe it. The feeling was as if you wanted to kiss someone so much that you were going crazy or longing to touch, leaving red marks on the skin. Then, looking closely at Kalia, he said that after you wear your lips, you want to merge into one with this person. Our heroine was completely bewildered. She immediately covered her mouth with her hand in embarrassment, not understanding what was happening to her larynx. Placing the scroll on the table and instead picking up a bottle of champagne, she told him that this was not a battlefield where everything was allowed, which meant he should behave more restrained. As soon as she poured the champagne, Kalia added through gritted teeth that his expressions were too harsh. The guy smiled and said that he only tried to explain everything as politely as possible. Raising her glass, Kalia tried to understand why Shyman's lips could not close. He really annoyed her. Approaching her, the guy laughed and asked why she was blushing so much. Did his words sound vulgar? Or maybe she blushed from her vulgar thoughts. Already seriously angry, Kalia ordered him to close his mouth, telling him that everything was wrong. At that moment, the scroll fell at Shyman's feet, and the guy, without thinking twice, began to bend down to pick it up. Taking it in his hands, he said that all of the above is possible only if both experience feelings. If not, then it was just a piece of paper, but he was sure that all this did not add up with Kalia. Looking into her eyes, he asked her if he was speaking correctly. Or perhaps he was mistaken. The guy, holding the scroll in his hands, said that if General Stoneblock kindly agrees to check the scroll, they won't have anything to worry about. Kalia was angry at this asshole because he literally tried to provoke her by testing the scroll. Since childhood, he always played with people this way. But she's also good because she fell for it every time. Now she decided to say that she did not want this. Shyman asked why in surprise. The girl told him that there was no specific reason for this. Shyman smiled and lowered his gaze downwards. Soon after that, he asked if she liked him by chance. Saying that because of this she was afraid that something might happen, the girl was beside herself with rage. Looking at her reaction, he decided that he was right. Kalia was shocked that it had come to this. Now he has managed to come up with new nonsense. An angry Kalia grabbed the scroll and asked if she remembered correctly that all she had to do was tear it. Without thinking twice, that's exactly what she did. Looking at the dust that was rising into the air, our heroine thought in bewilderment about why she became so sensitive next to Shyman. The girl could not understand what she had done, because everything turned out so stupid due to the fact that she once again fell for the guy's tricks. Nevertheless, she looked at Shyman and asked if he was happy. She assumed that he was happy that he mocked her so cheerfully. However, her words were interrupted because she noticed something very strange. Looking at Shyman, she only saw how handsome he was and literally shone in her eyes. Not understanding what was happening, the girl began to quickly rub her eyes, thinking that she was imagining all this. Shyman. I approached her and hugged her a little and asked my friend what was the matter. Why are her eyes moving like that? As soon as he took her hand, the girl instinctively pulled it out and stared at Shyman. She immediately remembered the words from the scroll, which said how much you want to kiss a person, that you go crazy. She remembered the words about the thirst to touch your partner until red marks remain on the skin, or, tormented by someone else's lips, you want to merge into a single whole. Feeling a thunderstorm in the clear sky, our heroine decided that something had gone wrong, so she immediately said that she had to go. The girl literally ran out of the laboratory and headed towards the exit, while Shyman was calling her. Nevertheless, he was not going to let her go, so he ran up to her and once again grabbed her hand. After an awkward silence, Kalia said that she should come back no matter what. Shyman immediately reminded of the scroll and its consequences, but the girl was not going to listen to it and jumped onto her horse. Soon after this, she began to distance herself, not even trying to listen to Shyman. Nevertheless, moving away from the laboratory, the girl felt that something was wrong, so she could not just leave. Within a few minutes, the girl returned back to Shyman, who asked in bewilderment what had happened. Grabbing him by the shirt, she ordered him to quickly neutralize the effect of the scroll. The guy didn't understand what she wanted and why. Kalia again told him to cancel the effect of the scroll. As soon as the guy said that it was impossible, our heroine kissed him on the lips. Thus, their tongues intertwined together and they began to kiss. Damn Shyman, he should have provoked her. Our heroine continues to kiss, only thinking that it was all on his conscience. But what happened after that is not difficult to guess. The new life in Kalia's belly will be much clearer than any words. Closing her eyes, our heroine only thought about what trash she was. She couldn't understand how it was possible to conceive a child in just one night, and, moreover, from a friend who was like a brother from her childhood. In any case, after some time they finally met on the street. 2 weeks have passed since their last meeting. The guy sighed and told her that she was a master at avoiding him. Kalia was, of course, surprised by these words. Once again, actions are transferred to memories. The girl apologized to Shimon, saying that he was right and she had treated him badly. She started screaming and assuring him that this would not happen again and she could swear to it. Nevertheless, Shimon didn't really want to listen to her, so he shouted and told her to get out of his room. She was sad that she came to apologize, but as a result, they were even more angry with her. But of course, that was not all. The action moves to the Imperial Garden. The guy said that the elders of the clan have been annoying with weddings lately. Looking at Kalia, he thoughtfully said that he didn't even know if he had an engagement girl. Our heroine told him that he must get married because they are just at that age. If he gets married, she will congratulate him with all her heart. She also assured him not to worry, because she would take what happened that day with her to the grave. Soon after, she extended her hand for a conciliatory handshake. Obviously, Shimon didn't want to hear these words, so he was incredibly angry, and the girl didn't understand why he started a sea of fire when she congratulated him. No matter how much Kalia thinks, she doesn't remember intentionally avoiding Shimon. The guy suddenly said that since the war ended, it has been very difficult to see the girl. Looking into Kalia's eyes, he added that sometimes he thinks about starting a war again. Laughing at the expression on the girl's face, he said that it was just a joke. Our heroine breathed a sigh of relief, but Shimon assured her that this did not mean that he could not do it. Looking at her again, he said that with his current mood, he wanted to beat and destroy something. Kalia smiled and realized that she did not expect anything else from a magician with a vile character. Nevertheless, she decided to talk about what she wanted. Recalling that day, she said that this was the first time this had happened to her, so she thought it was hard for him. The guy didn't understand what she was talking about, when suddenly the girl said that she thought that Shimon couldn't even get out of bed after everything. Shimon, in bewilderment, he began to shout at her to stop, and the girl screamed, saying that she was stupid and only had more than enough strength in her. Covering his face with his hand, the guy said in bewilderment that he couldn't get up and didn't want to. Looking at the girl, he asked her not to ignore such an obvious difference. Our heroine sighed and decided to imagine that this was so. In this case, the girl decided to apologize and skip these words, but Shimon was already incredibly golden. The guy reminded her that he asked her not to apologize to him. Our heroine thought to herself that in this case, it would be better for him to stop being angry with her. Shimon sighed and asked the girl if she really thought that he received the title of Archmage just like that. The guy explained that some spell from the scroll was not so easy to defeat him. Our heroine suddenly reminded him that that night, they were both not themselves. In any case, she was glad that it was not as difficult for him as she thought. In addition, she again reminded that they are old friends like brother and sister. The guy again began to say that that day it was not about the spell, but our heroine screamed, saying that their friendship had turned to passion. Once again, Kalia did not understand what the guy wanted to say, and therefore he was incredibly angry. He was so angry that he again managed to burn down the Imperial Garden without even blinking an eye. Sighing heavily, he told her to forget about it. Immediately after this, he notified her that he would be leaving for 2 weeks to install protective magic circles. He promised her that as soon as he returned, he would explain everything in detail, so they would return to this conversation later. Looking at the perplexed Kalia, he told her that I would try to return as soon as possible, and until then, he asked her not to go anywhere. Unexpectedly, our heroine called out to him and asked a question that interested her. She wanted to know if he still hated children as before or if something had changed. The guy asked in surprise why such questions suddenly. Kalia reminded him that he himself spoke about marriage, and when he gets married, of course he will think about children. She wondered if he still hated them as much as before. The guy paused for a long time. After some time, he finally answered her. He still hated them, and also, looking into her eyes, he told her that he was unlikely to be able to love them in the future. Kalia was shocked by this answer. Fortunately, he continued his words by saying that this does not mean that he does not want children. Our heroine was able to breathe out a sigh of relief at that moment. Nevertheless, the guy asked in surprise why she asked this question. The girl angrily said to herself that it was because she was carrying his child. Of course, she didn't say this, so a moment later they were already saying goodbye, and the guy was moving away more and more. Thanks to this conversation, our heroine was able to make sure that she should not talk about the child. At this time, Shyman, who was still going about his business, looked at his hand, in which there was a box with a ring, and thought about Kalia. In his eyes, she was simple-minded and ambitious. He thought about her lemon-colored hair, her proud gait, and her chin always held high. But nevertheless, she also had traces of barely healed wounds on her arms. In contrast to her soft hair, her hands were rough and scarred. Scars that will remain for the rest of her life are a source of pride for her, because these are traces of her efforts and evidence of the path that made her who she is now. Nevertheless, the stupid aristocrats always pointed their fingers at her, mockingly calling her the Iron Maiden. They did not understand that her face did not change. But in any case, Shyman admired her, because even in such situations, she confidently walked forward despite their words. He was also glad that she was so quick-witted. Thanks to this, unlike her body, which is covered with wounds, she can protect her soul. At that moment, the guy remembered a recent conversation about marriage that Kalia started. The guy decided that even if Kalia was a dumbass, but started talking about it, then that woman definitely told her something. Just thinking about Luina, the guy's face changed instantly. For him, this woman was unpleasant. The action is transferred to memories, immediately in the morning, after what was done at night. Kalia ran away from Shyman's room, and he was not surprised by this, because she cannot sleep for a long time. Thinking that he should look at her tomorrow, the guy went down to the lobby of the Magic Tower, when suddenly someone called out to him. A certain girl said that she almost finished reading the entire book while she was waiting here, but she only took one with her. In any case, she closed it and stood up, saying that she was glad to see them. The girl asked Shyman if he got enough sleep. The guy immediately remembered that at the party in honor of Royman's victory, this girl was introduced as the third princess of Ains. The girl said that General Kalia had just come out, so she thought that the guy would also come down soon and decided to wait for him here. The girl approached Shyman and asked him if he could guess why she was waiting for him. The guy said that he had no idea why she was waiting for him, when suddenly the girl introduced herself, saying that she was Luina, the Princess of Ains. Looking at Shyman Turlowan, she said that she had come to him with a marriage proposal. Luina wanted to know if he would marry her. It was simply unthinkable to hear this on such a good morning. The guy bowed, saying that he was grateful for such words, but nevertheless he could not accept her offer. He told her that he would pretend that he did not hear her proposal, for the sake of preserving her reputation. Luina screamed in bewilderment, asking if it was all because of General Kalia. She immediately said that she saw Kalia leave his room early in the morning, and it was too early an hour for a meeting of simple friends. Either way, she said she didn't care because she wasn't going to blame him for who he dated in the past. Shyman, he looked at her in bewilderment, saying that he did not understand why he in general should hear such a word as reproach. Is there something connecting them? Luina immediately embarrassedly said that he saved her during the last battle. And besides, they saw him yesterday. After the girl told him that this was a pretty good offer for him too, the guy told her that he didn't feel the need to continue the conversation. Turning around, he added that she had shown immodesty by coming here, so he would not accompany her. Nervously squeezing her hand, Luina asked in bewilderment if the young master wasn't even interested in why she proposed getting married. The guy smiled and said that he was still interested in something. He recalled that Luina had seen Kalia, so he wondered if she noticed her back. Luina was slowly losing her control, saying that this was simply unheard of. She couldn't believe that this was all he was interested in. Continuing to smile, Shyman said that this is so because in this world he is most interested in only her. The guy literally couldn't admit it for 7 years because of the damn war. While he wanted to confess his feelings, Kalia was always at the forefront. At least he was glad that thanks to the two of them, they were able to end the war. But so what? He is a man who was given an apology the next day. As soon as Shyman came to His Highness to notify him of his return, Roymond happily invited him inside. In any case, he advised Luina to ask her personally if she was so interested. After that, he was very angry because of the stupid and unthinkable note, and therefore could not even ask Kalia if she had seen the princess. One way or another, he was incredibly angry, because saying "I'm sorry" to the man with whom I spent the night was too cruel. It was as if she had done something she shouldn't have done, And in this case, Shyman decided to admit that all this time, he had acted like a fool. It's been at least 7 years since he realized that he was in love with the so-called Iron Lady. Once again, the actions are transferred to reality. Shyman just approached Roymond, who was calling him for a glass. Anyway, the guy asked if something important happened, or maybe the conversation with Kalia didn't go well. Sighing heavily, the Crown Prince said that all proposals were passed. In fact, he received an engagement proposal from Nathan. In payment for help in the war, they asked for the position of the future empress. Shyman recalled that the prince himself assumed that they were aiming for the empty seat of the prince's wife. Roymond said that he understood all this, but still could not do anything about his anxiety. Shyman approached him and said that he could refuse if he was not eager, and in turn he would create for the prince as many reasons as he wanted to refuse. Moreover, the guy smiled and said that if he wanted, he could make Nathan lose his mind. After the Crown Prince laughed heartily, he told his friend that he should not do this, because he did not want to disgrace the good name of his second cousin. Shyman sighed and told him that if he didn't want to, then fine. After a short pause, the guy immediately asked what he was talking about with Kalia. Roymond smiled shyly and said that there were some minor problems with controlling the soldiers. The prince didn't want to say the wrong thing because he knew no matter how sympathetic Shyman was, his personality changed radically when it came to Kalia. Roymond suddenly told his friend that if he was so interested in every step of Kalia, then he could already shrink her with the help of magic and carry her with him everywhere. Shyman. I immediately imagined small and cute Kalia and immediately blushed from such cuteness. Roymond thanks to this view, he was only once again convinced that he really should be more careful with his words. Unexpectedly, the embarrassed Shyman said that if there was nothing important, then he would go, because he still had urgent research. Roymond suddenly decided to say something about Shyman's business trip. He thought to himself that he shouldn't go. However, for some reason he was unable to say these words out loud, and all because of Kalia's gaze in his head. Throwing away his thoughts, he wished his friend a good trip, and also said that it would be sad here without him. Shyman smiled and told the prince that he certainly wouldn't get bored here. As soon as the guy left the office, Roymond fell face down, not understanding why God was sending him these tests. Meanwhile, the actions are transferred to one of the rooms, in which the guy asked the general to think about everything again. Looking at Kalia, he told her that there was no way he could become her successor, so he was not going to let her go. Brick Ukrainia, or the vice captain of the Imperial Guard, told the girl that first she must make him a worthy replacement before leaving. Our heroine is already tired of the fact that Brick has been acting like this for the 3rd day, and she didn't have time for this. The girl told Brick Ukrainia to get up. The guy nevertheless continued to shout, saying that if the knights found out about this, then chaos would arise, and, more importantly, a hostile state could force an attack. Kalia, in any case, tried to explain that because of her departure, the empire would not lose all its military power at once. It was also known that the defeated country did not have the strength left to immediately enter the battle. Our heroine wanted to add something else, but the already blushing Brick said that in this case, other countries would simply attack them. Kalia denied his words, saying that war needs time and a reason. The guy still continued to get angry and say that she couldn't leave like that anyway. Suddenly, the guy shouted, saying that if she was going to resign, then in that case she should at least tell the reason for it. The general recalled that she said that these were just personal circumstances. Brick did not understand how one could oppose the personal affairs of the country. The guy began to say that because of this excuse he couldn't just leave, when suddenly the girl squeezed the edge of the chair with incredible force that she literally broke it. Of course, after this, Brick could not help but remain silent, so he closed his mouth and looked at the girl. Our heroine at that moment waved her hand and apologized, and then asked what Brick was talking about. The guy embarrassedly said that it would be better for her not to leave her post. Kalia suddenly said that he temporarily needed to take over the duties of commander-in-chief. In that case, he assumed that she would return in a year. The girl thoughtfully answered him that they would look at the circumstances. Immediately after this, the girl waved her hand and told the guy that he could go, and soon, Sad Brick headed towards the exit. Our heroine suddenly turned to him and said that if he spilled the beans, he would suffer the same fate as that oak chair. As soon as the door slammed, the girl stood up, thinking that she did not have time to sit still. Looking out the window, she realized that she only had a week before Shyman returned, and therefore she needed to move. The action moves back a few hours. Kalia looked at the dresses in bewilderment and tried to understand how these clothes were put on. With half-hearted grief, the girl finally pulled on this dress and began to spin around the mirror. Suddenly, Humming came into the room and addressed the lady, saying that she had secretly driven the carriage into the backyard as requested. However, she suddenly stopped, because she saw Kalia with her own eyes and almost fainted. And indeed, Kalia was irresistible. After her knightly robes, this image looked beautiful and very feminine on her. Humming began to circle around the mistress and say that even the dress did not fit like a glove. Our heroine embarrassedly thanked the girl, but still couldn't understand how people wear these uncomfortable things. But the only advantage she found was that the skirt was quite cool. In any case, Kalia thanked the assistant for her help, because without her, she would have spent a couple of hours getting dressed. The girl smiled, saying that her job was to help her mistress. Looking at such a bright and sweet girl, our heroine was surprised that, even after experiencing the loss of her family due to the plague, Humming remained just as cheerful. However, the girl turned to Humming and told her that she should not talk about what she saw today, even if His Majesty the Emperor arrived. The girl said admiringly that she understood, because she served not His Majesty, but Mrs. Kalia. The girl also asked if they could take her with them on a business trip. She smiled and told her that she would obviously need her help. Humming was incredibly happy about this, but first of all, she asked her to put her clothes in order. After some time, the action is transferred to the carriage that was taking our heroine away from the imperial palace. Looking out the window, the girl noticed only slums, but 8 years had already passed. Everything was also sad. And where are the administration looking? Although just think, blaming the administration is not its style at all. Our heroine suddenly turned to Humming and asked her to drop her off somewhere here for a while. As soon as the girl got out of the carriage, she looked towards her familiar alley. She didn't want to come back here herself. Our heroine clearly remembered how she saved Shyman as if it was yesterday, but all the memories up to that moment were vague, as if in a fog. In any case, she was in shock and could not understand how she could survive in this gloomy alley. Humming at that moment approached the lady and told her that if they delayed a little longer, then they would not have time to arrive at the agreed time. Our heroine, having finally said goodbye to her memories, told her assistant that this could not be allowed, and therefore headed to the carriage. The action moves to the diner. Humming, looking around, assumed that the people they needed had not yet arrived. Our heroine asked in surprise if she knew who they were meeting with. Humming laughed and said it was just something she thought she should do. Suddenly, a surprised child's voice was heard from the neighbor's table, saying that the hat seemed quite expensive to him. Looking at the boy, our heroine assumed that he was the son of a worker. Quite a cute baby. She wondered what the baby would be like in her belly. At that moment, a diner worker came up with a menu and said that her son was sitting at that table, who was completely out of control. Kalia smiled and told the woman that everything was fine and the boy was not bothering them. Soon after that, she asked for 2 fruit smoothies and also 1 type of each cake. After some time, Humming was drinking a delicious smoothie and was incredibly happy about it. Looking at the table full of various goodies, she said that it was all very tasty, but still she was interested in who the lady was going to meet with. Our heroine wanted to say something, but at that moment she noticed the gaze of a boy who wanted to try lemon pie. Kalia turned to the baby and invited him to take a piece of the pie. The guy immediately became very tense. Soon after that, he shook his head, saying that his mother would scold him because she told him not to pester the guests. In this case, the girl invited him to draw a picture for her. The guy asked again in surprise. Our heroine told him that she was a collector and collected paintings, and so she was lucky enough to meet one promising child artist from whom she wanted to get a painting. Handing him a plate of lemon pie, she said that this piece of pie would be as payment for his work. Looking at this culinary masterpiece, the guy couldn't refuse. So after a couple of seconds, he grabbed a pencil and started drawing. After some time, he said that he had finished, and holding out the picture, he showed what he had done. Kalia admiringly told the guy that he has real talent and it's very beautiful. As they had agreed, the girl handed him a lemon pie for his efforts and also thanked him. The boy wanted to thank the kind woman for the treats, but at that moment, the waitress's screams began to be heard. The girl asked the guest to let her go, saying that they were not a drinking establishment and they did not have tequila. Our heroine immediately tensed. The man continued to shout, saying that if they didn't have tequila, then she could already go and buy it. The waitress told me to stop, otherwise she would call the garrison. Grabbing the mother of that sweet boy by the hand, the knight began to shout, asking what she was allowing herself to do. Does she know who they are? The boy, looking at how badly his mother was being treated, was very frightened. And because of this, the fork with which he was going to eat fell out of his hand. The knight at this time told the waitress that she could call the garrison. Only he wanted to know what would happen faster, their arrival, or how they would turn everything here upside down. He also added that he could force this establishment to close for at least 3 months. Some concerned person shouted at that moment, asking what they allowed. One of the freaks of this gang attacked the guy, asking what he was muttering and why he was minding his own business. The knight continued to chat with the waitress, telling her that they were a guild of mercenaries, and rank 1 mercenaries at that, so she should stop talking and get them drinks. Soon after this, he was going to hit the girl, but our heroine, who grabbed the scoundrel's hand, did not allow this to happen. The mercenary guild looked at this patient in bewilderment and assumed that she was a girl from a rich house who thought she was cool. The guys began to burst into laughter, saying that they could take her to their side. Humming, meanwhile, understood that things were bad, but definitely not for the mistress. At that moment, she grabbed a fork, and after that, with all her might, she stuck it into the mercenary's hand. The guy started screaming in horror, saying that the mercenaries should kill this girl as soon as possible. All 6 immediately attacked Kalia at the command of their leader, but did not even understand what awaited them. Our heroine, meanwhile, was thinking that she did not know that public safety was at such a low level. Already before the collision itself, she suggested that she should again visit the garrison to check. She soon hit one of the freaks in the head and then kicked the asses of the rest of the mercenaries. Standing over the unconscious mercenaries, Kalia told them that they were painfully weak for those who open their mouths without thinking. At that moment, the remaining guy began to run towards her. Having said that, if you hit others, you must be prepared to get hit in return, so Kalia hit him on the head. Soon after this, she decided to show how to behave to the other mercenaries who came. Humming, in turn, decided to close the boy's eyes from such horror. The head of the mercenary guild asked the girl in bewilderment who she was. He assumed that she was sent by the mercenary guild Wind in the Head. Our heroine approached him and asked what would be faster. Will he call the garrison with his face, or will she beat him right here? After the offer to run away from here, the guy immediately turned around and tried to escape, but of course, Kalia still won't let them get off so easily, so she grabbed the bottle and threw it at the mercenary. Finally, she said that she avoided bloodshed only because there was a child here, and they should be grateful that he was here. As soon as the danger was over, the guy rushed to his mother and started asking her if she was okay. The woman, looking at her son, said that everything was fine with her and also suggested that he was very scared. After these words, the boy began to cry even more, and the woman continued to calm him down, saying that everything was over. Our heroine, meanwhile, was thinking that she should have killed these creatures. Understanding the mistress's emotions, Humming took her hand. The girl immediately exhaled, thinking that she still couldn't make a fuss, and it was better to trample them into the ground again. At this moment, a waitress approached our heroines and thanked them for their help. Looking around, Kalia said that it was worth nothing, but she should apologize for causing such a mess in the establishment. The woman asked not to worry about it because it was the fault of those guests. She will simply request a ban on approach from the garrison. After all, this is a common occurrence. The woman suddenly said that what worried her the most was the doctor whom the mercenaries hit. Our heroine asked again in surprise. The waitress replied that the guy told her that he was a doctor and had an appointment with a patient. The saddest thing was that he was unconscious. Kalia exhaled heavily, wondering why this was for her. After that, she asked the woman if she knew his name. Without thinking twice, she said that this guy introduced himself as Dr. Alan Macker. After some time, our heroine placed the doctor in the carriage along with his suitcase. After that, she remembered that she had bought the painting from the boy, so something else needed to be done. The heroine approached the boy and asked him his name. The guy told her his name was Clark. Approaching Clark, our heroine told him that in order to protect the people dear to him, you need to become either very smart or very strong. She didn't know how to become smarter, but she could tell you how to become stronger so as not to get hit on the head by bullies. The girl asked the guy if he wanted to learn this, and he, without thinking twice, nodded his head. Kalia advised him to go to the Knightly Academy and give the name Josiah Taravan. Then a suitable curriculum will be selected for him. Clark's mother looked at the guest in bewilderment and could not understand who she was. Just anyone could not go where the girl said. In any case, our heroine told the boy that the lessons there are very long, and he cannot just wait for his mother like now. Will he cope? The guy approached his mother and, with eyes full of hope, asked her if he could go there. The woman, looking at her son's eyes, which were full of motivation, told him that if he wants, then he can go. As soon as she's done with her work, they'll head there. Our heroine at that moment said that she would specially put in a good word for Clark, but if he does not study, then he will immediately— Kalia didn't even have time to finish, because the child's mother hugged our heroine, saying how grateful she was to her. The woman asked to at least tell the name of their savior, so that later she would send a letter of gratitude. Kalia embarrassedly said that this should not be done. She again said that if Clark did not attend the academy, he would be expelled without delay, so the most important thing was to monitor his attendance. Soon after this, our heroine went to the carriage in which Dr. Allen was. It was time to go. Clark, meanwhile, waved to his sister, saying that they would definitely see each other again. Actions are postponed until evening. Dr. Alan Macker, who had already woken up, asked if all the preparations were ready. Our heroine said that everything was almost ready, and all that was left was to move his suitcase. As soon as she took it in her hands, the man, perplexed, snatched it away, saying that she should not carry heavy things, because in the early stages of pregnancy, she needs to be careful. Addressing the lady, he said that she was not even allowed to load her body as before. The most important thing is to bring it to a stable state. Our heroine, with a heavy sigh, decided that Alan was as he was described to her. It doesn't look like it, but he grumbles a lot. The doctor, meanwhile, looked at the remaining suitcase and assumed that this was all Kalia's luggage, so he decided to carry it himself. Alan was very responsible. Kalia told him that she was light and could do it herself. The doctor immediately interrupted her, saying that he should worry that she might fall while she was rolling the cart. Since she has become a mother, for the sake of the child, she always needs to try to be careful. Just hearing the words "mom," our heroine could not believe that they were talking about her. At that moment, the man extended his hand to her and invited her to hit the road. Our heroine suddenly asked what if she was not pregnant, but terminally ill. He smiled and told her that this is not so, because a pregnant woman is as fragile as a newborn. At least he thinks so. As soon as the guys went outside, they noticed humming. Our heroine immediately turned to her. Looking at her, she said that if you stay in the capital, you will be able to submit to a better mentor. Humming said that this is nonsense, because her only mentor is her. Even after saying that they would go to a boring village, Humming said that she didn't care. She just needed permission to accompany Kalia. Having patted the assistant on the head, our heroine still measured herself and decided to allow her to go with them. In this case, the girl turned to Jacob and told him that she was leaving, and she asked him to give the letter to the man as soon as he arrived. The butler bowed and said not to worry about it. In turn, he will happily await the day of her return. Finally, before leaving, our heroine turned back to look at the palace for the last time in the near future. Soon after this, the prince was told that Kalia had departed. Roymond was happy, but as soon as Shyman finds out about this, he will definitely come for his soul. In any case, he managed to convince her to take a vacation instead of resigning, and he hoped that this condition would go well. Lowering his head down, he asked the girl not to leave them for long and to return safe and sound as soon as possible. Having reached our forest, the heroine said that she was starting from here. They would cover their tracks and use instant movement. The girl tore the scroll, and soon after that, the space outside the carriage began to distort. For Humming, this was all the first time, so she was quite scared, and she closed her eyes. As soon as she opened them, the girl, perplexed, asked if it was all over. Our heroine said that the movement was already over, and immediately after that, Humming looked out the window. She was shocked because they were in a place from which the gorgeous sea was perfectly visible. She was delighted that they actually moved instantly, and besides, she saw the seas for the first time. People around were touched by this girl, suggesting that her delight was caused by the scroll of instantaneous movement. A crowd of people began to talk among themselves and talk about their first experience using a scroll of movement. Our heroine, meanwhile, approached Humming and told her that it was time for them to go, because they were running out of time. After some time, Dr. Allen, sitting on the carriage, asked Mrs. Kalia if she was sure that everything was in order. He told her that this was already the 5th scroll, and an ordinary person would have collapsed from overwork long ago. Our heroine told him that she was completely fine because she had used it in the past. The doctor, in bewilderment, assumed that the lady's endurance simply had no limit. The action is postponed until the evening. By that time, Humming could no longer sit still normally because all these transitions made her feel nauseous. The doctor took out some medicine from his backpack and told the girl that due to frequent moving, she was getting seasick, so she should take some medicine. Our heroine at this time looked around, saying that somewhere in the vicinity there should be a city. Alan, looking at the map, said that it was true. The city is not far from here. The place is called Antique. There is nothing special about it. It is a quiet old town. The man said that if they hurried, they could reach him today. They asked Humming if it could handle a couple more moves. The girl just nodded. After some time, the guys finally moved and ended up in a place where there was a huge, tall tree. The doctor said that it was a paparico and that it was very old. In summer, it offers a wonderful view when the entire tree is covered with white flowers. Humming looked at her surroundings in admiration, and our heroine noticed something. She saw strange children crawling up the tree so late. Who is this? Humming suddenly turned to the lady and asked what she was looking at so intently. Kalia told her that children were playing there, and it looked very dangerous. Humming looked at everything in surprise and asked what kind of children they were. Suddenly, the carriage ran over a pebble, causing the girl to lurch forward and hit herself painfully. She immediately started talking about how much pain she was in, and our heroine told her that her lip was a little cracked on the inside. The doctor said that he had a good ointment in his suitcase and would apply it later, but at that moment, Mrs. Kalia approached the girl and asked if she was okay. The girl was shocked. She immediately forgot about the pain because in an instant she forgot how to breathe due to the fact that the mistress was so close. At that moment, the doctor approached them and told the lady that they had reached the hotel where they would spend the night today. After some time, Alan told the girl that they had spent a lot of energy on the road until such a late hour, so they should get a good rest. Soon after these words, he closed the door, and our heroine was left alone in the room. Looking around the room, she noticed that, unlike the entrance, the inside was very clean. Also looking at the blanket, she noticed that it was well fluffed, so she should be able to fall asleep right away. Of course, things couldn't be that simple. As a result, our heroine could not sleep for a very long time. The girl thought about everything. For example, if you think about it, Shimon should have returned tomorrow. She thought that Shimon promised to talk to her as soon as he arrived, because he had a conversation with her. In any case, although she didn't know for sure, she was sure that she had to go to that place. Of course, she understood that she would have to tell Shimon about everything later. But she was haunted by the thought of why the guy hates children so much. She imagined what would happen if she honestly said that this was his child. In her thoughts, Shimon would simply order her to get rid of him in this case. Our heroine immediately jumped up, saying that she would never allow him to do this and damn him for saying such words. Suddenly, she began to lightly hit herself in the face to bring her to her senses. What is she thinking? Shimon hasn't said anything yet. In any case, due to insomnia, only all sorts of stupid things come into her head, so she decided that it was worth taking a breath of the night air. Our heroine got up to go to the window and get some fresh air, and in this way she can admire the local view. As soon as she opened her eyes, she noticed the same children on that big tree. Why are they still here? Without thinking twice, the girl decided that she should go on reconnaissance. As soon as she stared at the children, they screamed in bewilderment, talking about a person who seemed to have seen them. Our heroine continued to look at them, and the children told her that she had a very beautiful hair color. Kalia suddenly asked them if they were fairies. The guys shouted in bewilderment, saying that they had not met people who could see them for a very long time. They asked the girl where she was from and if she was really a person. Our heroine heard about fairies a couple of times from Shimon, but he said that they were not so easy to meet. 20% of this world is occupied by the fairies' empire. Almost no human has ever set foot on their lands. These creatures carefully concealed the entrance with a barrier and a huge tree. Sometimes they live among people, hiding their appearance. Apparently, this is just one of those cases. Kalia told the guys that she is human and this is her first time meeting fairies. The guys were surprised by her words. Why then could she see them? Looking at her stomach, the guy seemed to have received the answer to his question. He immediately told the girl that it could be because of the baby in her belly. Our heroine, looking at them in bewilderment, asked how they knew that she was pregnant. The fairies smiled at each other and said that they could see children, and sometimes very small children could see them. Suddenly, the guys began to jump from the tree and go to the girl. Our heroine asked what was the matter. They began to say among themselves that this child was very unusual and rather special. Kalia asked what this meant, to which the fairies told her that a very beautiful light was coming from her belly. The guys said that it was the first time they had seen such a shining and beautiful light, and in general, it was the first time they had seen a child emitting light, which means that he will become very special. The girl, looking at them, understood that the words of the fairies were regarded as a prophecy. She just wanted the child not to repeat her fate and to live an ordinary life. One of the children asked the man what was wrong with her face because she had turned white. They immediately started asking if everything was okay. The guys assured her that if she felt bad, they could give due to the fairies, although they didn't know if they could, but considering that there were 3 of them, someone could do it. The girl understood that it was not even their fault, but she caused them inconvenience. Kalia replied that it was unnecessary and she was fine. Sitting down, she thanked them for their concern, but still asked them not to give her the fairies' dew. Their dew was very valuable and known as a panacea, but the dew was made from their tears. Looking at the boy, the girl said that she was much stronger than she looked, so there was no need to squeeze out tears because of her. As soon as she hugged the fairies tightly, the others also ran to her, saying that they wanted to hug. Of course, the girl could not refuse them, so she happily hugged them all. Soon after that, they had to say goodbye because Kalia was already time. But tomorrow, she promised to visit them again before leaving. They started jumping joyfully, saying to come quickly because they will be waiting for her. Finally, they said goodbye to her. As soon as the girl left, one of the fairies told his friends that the light was not only coming from the child. Another fairy said that the light was so bright that he simply didn't notice. The first one said that this man also emitted a subtle light around himself. The third, in bewilderment, recalled that people do not glow, but she called herself a human. One of them suddenly laughed, saying that she herself might not know that she was not a person. Soon after, they decided not to focus on this person and continue playing their favorite games. Actions are postponed to the next day. Our heroine, as promised, came to the fairies to say goodbye, so she started calling them. After some time, there was no answer, which was very strange. One of the assumptions was that they were sleeping. However, at that moment, she noticed something shiny under the tree, and so she picked it up. The girl assumed that someone had dropped it, and she decided that she needed to return it, but the tree moved strangely. Apparently, it said she was doing something wrong. Kalia decided that the children had left this thing before they left. The tree immediately said that this was true. However, she looked at the flask and assumed it was fairies' dew. If they were here, Kalia would like to thank them. Suddenly, she began to turn her head in different directions, thinking that if no one is around, then nothing should happen. She was in a hurry, so she had nothing to thank the fairies with, so she decided to leave at least the morning cookies. After petting the tree, she asked him to pass on treats and gratitude to the children when they woke up. She also promised to look at them on the way back. Soon after this, the girl said that it was time for her to go. Finally, she asked not to talk about her if anyone asks. Our heroine, having finally finished her conversation with the tree, went about her business. At this time, a man drinking wine was watching her. Looking at Kalia, he wanted to know who this woman was. In his opinion, it was strange that the girl was lovingly stroking the tree, as if it were special, while talking to it tenderly. Continuing to drink wine, the guy assumed that this stranger was simply crazy. Literally, a moment later, another unfamiliar girl fell into the room and was pushed into the apartment. She was reaching out, asking for help, when suddenly a guy with red hair leaned towards her and said that they would help. Lifting her to the balcony, she told the girl to stand here and look at the tree. He said that he chose this room specifically. After a couple of seconds, he asked the girl if she saw fairies, to which the girl said that she did not see anything. The guy grabbed her head and suggested that if Melina did not see them, then in that case they wasted their energy on treating her. In this case, he told Diamond not to restrain himself, and a moment later, dark energy hung over the tree, which instantly exploded. At that moment, to her horror, the girl discovered 3 children holding each other inside the tree. At that moment, our heroine looked out of the carriage in horror and looked beyond the fence. Humming asked the lady in surprise what was wrong. Did she really leave something behind? Kalia said that wasn't the case. She simply felt uneasy because she could not understand what the prince of the Akan kingdom had forgotten here. The Akan kingdom is a neutral state bordering Roxas that is not interested in wars or connections. It has never entered into relations with other countries. She only had the opportunity to visit there once to purchase goods for military medicine. One of the traders said that there was no better product for healing wounds than Akan cream, and they would not regret what they purchased. At that moment, their conversation was interrupted by the prince of the Akan kingdom, Borfadio, who, looking at the girl, suggested that she was the same famous general Kalia. Approaching her, he said that he had heard a lot about her. For example, it was she who raised the prestige of the imperial family. The guy started to reach out to her, but the girl told him to stop, because if he even touched her, she would cut his wrist. Borfadio. He waved his hands in surprise, saying how scared he was. She was much fiercer than rumors said about her. Looking at General Kalia, the guy asked in surprise whether there was a reason to react so sharply. He assumed that she was just as sensitive in real life, and now he was curious. If given the chance, he would like to undress her with his own hands. Although the guy said that he was talking about the cap, there was a huge explosion of lightning behind him, which instantly hit one of the horses. Looking at the remaining stain from the horse, Borf in disbelief shouted, telling his people to quickly find the one who did this. Our heroine remembered this handwriting. Lightning magic? Of course this is someone's special skill. Moreover, this magic did not even leave a trace, which means it was obvious that this was the work of Shyman. The action returns to reality. Meanwhile, Kalia was still thinking something to herself, while Humming tried to shout to her mistress. The girl asked in bewilderment what the lady was thinking about so deeply, because they had already arrived at the point of instantaneous movement. Our heroine told the girl that she would have a request. She asked to wait a little because she needed to convey something to Brick. The girl knew that she should warn about Prince Akan just in case, because this prince has a black soul. It was necessary to secretly convey information to His Highness. As soon as our heroine activated the device, a perplexed Brick came into contact. Kalia immediately said it was her. The guy, hearing a familiar voice, attacked the hologram. He started asking where she was now, and also said that Shyman had already raised everyone's ears to get her back. Yesterday, after a personal audience with His Highness the Crown Prince, he immediately rushed to her estate, but upon learning that she was not there, he turned it into ruins. According to recent information, Shyman has been there since last night and at the same time does not let anyone come close. During the day, he crushed the estate like cookies and came to find out where she was. Brick said he was so scared he thought he was going to die. What is the estate's fault? In any case, our heroine told her assistant that he had to investigate something, and it had to do with the Akan kingdom. The lady told him that at the moment, Prince Akan arrived in Antique. Brick also decided that this was quite suspicious. She also thought so, and ordered to report this to His Highness, and be sure to find out about the latest movements of the Akan kingdom. Also, finally, she asked me not to say under any circumstances that I contacted her. Brick said in horror that if Mr. Shyman uses mind control magic, he will split. Kalia assured the assistant that Shyman was not that crazy, so there was no need to worry. At least I wanted to hope so. One mistake, and this magic will literally erase your opponent's mind into dust. She hoped the guy wouldn't go that far. In any case, she sighed, thinking that they were not some kind of lovers, but just friends. Only you probably remember that this guy destroyed an entire estate because of the disappearance of the so-called just a friend. Nevertheless, having obtained the fairy's due, our heroine decided that if Shyman had already returned, then there was no longer time to hesitate. She also understood that if she thoughtlessly returned and this prince recognized her, then the situation would only become more complicated. In the end, she realized that she needed to leave here as soon as possible, so she turned to Brick again. The guy had something else to do for her, so Kalia's assistant immediately asked how he could help. The girl screamed, saying that he should go to Shyman now and tell him that she was in Antic. As soon as she finished speaking, Kalia looked out of the carriage and called Alan and Humming, saying that they were leaving now. Once again, the girl tore open the instant teleportation scroll and apologized to Humming. The girl, drinking an unknown amount of medicine, said that everything was fine. After some time, both Humming and Alan were in shock. Literally in a day, they covered 500 kilometers, and more was just too much. Our heroine apologized, saying that the situation was urgent. Handing over the medicine, she asked to drink it, saying that they should rest. How day gave way to night, then night to day, and so on over and over again. As a result, both Alan and Humming literally dropped dead. This was not surprising because they were very tired. They had already been on the road for 2 days without rest, and they covered 900 kilometers with the help of scrolls and a carriage. Assuming Shyman wouldn't discover her right away, she decided she should rest too. The action moves to the woman who opened the door and, in bewilderment, asked the guests who had come. Kalia said hello and said that her cousin was not well. They are looking for a place to rest and asked the woman if they have any free rooms. Without thinking twice, the woman opened the door completely, saying that they would have rooms for them. That same evening, Dr. Allen examined the child. He told the lady that fortunately the baby was growing well. Having shown the baby, the doctor asked Kalia if she could see him. In his opinion, he was quite nice. Our heroine, meanwhile, was shocked that nothing had passed and the child was already so big. The man suddenly said that he was glad that the girl did not suffer from toxicosis, but in any case he decided that she always needed to be careful. Looking at her, he said that from now on, everything she eats, sees, and hears can have an impact on the baby. Soon after, he said in a trembling voice that he would go and also ask Kalia to take proper rest. Without paying much attention to the doctor's condition, our heroine was interested in whether Shyman could find those children. She didn't know about the others, but she was sure that Shyman would be able to see these children, because the blood of elves allows one to see spirits. The girl suddenly assumed that it must be, and she was able to see the children because there is a baby in her, in whom the blood of Shyman flows. Kalia hoped that nothing would happen to Shyman, but she also noticed something strange. Although they are far from each other, Shyman, on the contrary, began to occupy her thoughts more. Kalia suggested that this is because the child is thinking about his dad. Our heroine apologized to the baby. She assured him that Mommy really loves Shyman, but only as a friend and brother. Brothers should value and protect each other, not hurt each other, which is why Mom left. But that day she attacked him herself. She started screaming in shock and then immediately apologized to the baby because that day had been a little chaotic and Mom wasn't bad at all. Then the girl thought about it. If you think about it like that, then she wasn't the one who forcibly attacked him. Apart from the kiss, Shyman was the initiator in everything else. If you think about it, how they burst in, grabbing the rope from the corridor, and what they were doing on the table in the office. She also had to think about which of the two did not give her a break for a minute, as if starved. Remembering that night and completely blushing, our heroine proudly told the baby that Mommy was not especially to blame for anything. Nevertheless, no matter how strange it was, she felt hot at night, so the girl decided to go outside to breathe in the night air. Meanwhile, the action moves to Antique. Shyman stood in front of a huge tree. The guy began to use his magic in the hope that he could save the tree. Having failed, he realized with sorrow that he could not be restored, and magic would not help. The tree now needs time and fertile soil, and also the dew of fairies, created from joy. However, Shyman could not understand why Kalia simply disappeared, leaving only one letter. The action moves to the girl's ruined estate, where Shyman was sitting with a letter in his hands. It was intended for the expensive Shyman. The girl said in it that this was the first time she had written a letter to him. It was surprising that during these 20 years they had never exchanged letters, but to tell the truth, if it had not been for that day, they would not have even exchanged glances. Still, this fate thing is interesting. The truth is that by saving him from being kidnapped that day, she also saved her own destiny. The girl said that she left him without saying a word, but still hoped that he could understand her. This departure, as on that very day, was promised by fate itself. However, she wanted to say that this decision was made for the sake of her, him, and everyone else. She asked not to spend too much effort searching for her, because when the time comes, she will return again soon in a truly amazing way. In the end, she once again sincerely apologized for that day. Although it was already too late to talk about it, Shyman was just super. Finishing this letter, the guy said in a trembling voice that he wanted to hear it from her personally and not read it in the letter. However, at that moment he was approached by Brick, who came with a message from Mrs. Kalia. As soon as he heard the words that the girl was now an Antique, the guy instantly jumped up. A moment later he activated his watch, and within a couple of seconds he was in the city. He immediately began to look for her with his eyes. At that moment, he noticed a huge tree in front of him, which was attacked by lightning magic. Moreover, Inside this tree, there were children who were shaking with fear and sitting in an embrace. The guy sighed heavily because he was already busy looking for Kalia. Still, he wondered who else it was. Opening his eye, he knew that he could not help but know a magician of such a high class. Among the magicians I know, there are no idiots who can split a fairy's tree with lightning. If you think about it like that, then Kalia definitely wouldn't leave traces in front of itself, which means there must be a good reason for it to light up. The guy instantly used the shield and reflection skills and began to confront the lightning. As soon as the magic dissipated, Shimon jumped onto the balcony from which the attack was launched. Unfortunately, inside the apartment, the guy only noticed traces of instantaneous movement. Of course, the guy was not going to leave everything just like that, so using the surveillance skill, he began searching for them. A couple of seconds later, Shimon moved after the impudent people trying to attack the fairy's tree. As soon as he landed on the ground, he noticed in front of him the body of a girl who was wounded in the chest area. The guy, having examined her body and dark energy, firstly, realized that these were fairies, and secondly, he assumed that this was the work of a demonic beast. Shimon immediately contacted Derek and asked him to follow the sent coordinates to pick up one corpse. At the same moment, the guy used his abilities and activated a security shield around the tree. At that moment, someone told him in his ear that exactly the same light was emanating from him. Shimon. Of course, he turned around in bewilderment and asked who had just spoken to him. These voices came from above, and they were the voices of fairies who thanked him for saving him. The guy started screaming, asking if they had seen Kalia, a very beautiful and strong woman with light green eyes. The fairies smiled at this time, saying that the cookies were delicious, and the same light emanated from the stranger. They could barely speak because they were half asleep, but one of the phrases was that the same light emanates from Shimon as from that beautiful man. The guy immediately started screaming, asking who they were talking about. Are they really talking about Kalia? However, at this moment, the fairies completely fell asleep and began to disappear before our eyes. Asking them to tell me something else, the children simply disappeared and Shimon was left alone. The action moves to our heroine, who saw Alan leaving the room on the horizon. The girl asked in bewilderment where he was going. Having heard no reaction, she stopped him and told him that there was a fence ahead and he should not go there. Nevertheless, the guy approached the girl and called her Nadia. Our heroine was surprised by this name, but somewhere she had already heard it. Alan suddenly started crying and asking for forgiveness for not being able to protect her. Kalia couldn't understand what was happening to him. The doctor continued to apologize for not saving her, and our heroine finally remembered that Nadia was the name of his late wife. She suddenly realized in bewilderment that the man had mistook her for his dead wife. In any case, she decided that it was not worth leaving him in his sleep, so the girl moved away and began to coward him so that Alan would come to his senses. Fortunately, it didn't take long to wake him up. As soon as the doctor came to his senses, he began to twist his head in bewilderment and ask in bewilderment where he was. The guy suddenly blushed incredibly, asking if it was possible that he had fallen asleep and went outside. Kalia told him that it was good that he knew about his symptoms. Alan blushed even more, saying that when he gets very tired or sick, he sometimes starts sleepwalking. As he said, he was almost cured, but over these few days only fatigue accumulated and the disease returned again. He apologized for appearing in the disgusting video. Our heroine told him that there was nothing disgusting about it, although he cried a little. Alan suddenly sat down on the ground, saying that he had never thought of behaving so inappropriately. Our heroine sat down next to her and asked which Nadia we were talking about. Was she correct in thinking that it was his late wife? The guy sighed heavily and said that it was so. Kalia assumed that he still loved her very much. Alan didn't know for sure, but even now, all the thoughts about her make his heart feel empty. But nevertheless, he is not sad. He said he certainly misses her, but now it's a little different from feeling sad. Besides, he doesn't want to remember her with sadness. Be that as it may, he wants her to give him happiness even if she is not with him. Our heroine smiled and told him that he still loved her very much. This time the guy smiled and said that it was still true. Then he suddenly asked her if her child was not from a loved one. Kalia couldn't say that she didn't love him, but their relationship was too vague to call him a favorite. Alan at this point suggested that in this case it was a friend. Kalia looked at him in bewilderment. The guy said that it is much easier to understand than it seems. He also asked not to be considered rude, but he wanted to know why she decided to give birth alone. The girl decided that if he was her attending physician, then she could tell him. For her, a child is a blessing and a miracle. However, the child blessed for her may be very different for his father. She just wants this child to be born in love. Alan, looking at Mrs. Kalia with a smile, assured her that she would definitely become a good mother. The girl smiled and thanked him for such pleasant words, which she herself hoped for. The action moves into the house. The lady of the house brought warm milk and a tender spinach frittata, as well as freshly baked cereal bread. She said that in her youth, her mother often fed her warm and light dishes, and sweet and sour yogurt would calm her stomach after meals. The man suddenly said in surprise that he was a pregnant woman and was traveling alone. Where did her husband go, since she is accompanied by her brother and sister? Realizing that things are getting more complicated, because now Shyman, if anything happens, can find out about her pregnancy, our heroine decided to say that she is on the run from her husband. She explained that he was always obsessed with drinking and gambling, rarely returned home and changed girls like gloves. At the moment when he, drunk, raised his hand against her, she decided that she could no longer stand it and ran away. Of course, she would be the winner in the Actress of the Year category. The woman screamed in horror, saying that Kalia's husband was a real scum. The girl sighed and said that it was her own fault that she married him without knowing what kind of person he was. The second Actress of the Year in the nomination also joined in. Humming tearfully said it was hard for her to imagine what her sister must have gone through. The mistress of the house looked at the guys with a sad look and told the girl that she had a wonderful brother and sister. Kalia, however, changed the subject, bringing this story to the point that if they were looked for, they would not tell anyone that they had seen them. The woman said that they don't have to worry about this because her mouth is shut and therefore she will pretend like she doesn't know anything. Our heroine thanked her and then said that her bread was very tasty. In this case, the hostess said that we would wrap some bread for them to eat on the road. Kalia smiled, saying that there is no need to bother yourself with this. But nevertheless, if they give it, they will happily eat it. At this time, Shyman returned back to the destroyed Kalia estate. The guy was haunted by the thought of where Kalia could be. Sitting on the bed, he couldn't understand whether their relationship really meant nothing to her, since she left without saying a word. One way or another, 3 days have already passed, and at this rate he may lose his mind. The action is postponed to the next day. Shyman came to the Crown Prince's room. Roymond. I asked the guy if he had found a girl, to which he just shook his head in disappointment. Sighing heavily, the prince said that he understood. Somehow, he couldn't help but notice how thin the guy had become since Kalia left. Continuing to dress, the prince decided that it would be bad even if he left the imperial family. We can't let him go crazy. Roymond suddenly reminded the guy that he had found a suspicious corpse. He heard that he looked like one of the fairies' race. Immediately after this, he decided to confess, saying that he had recently received a strange report. A foreign aristocrat bought the ancient fortress of the empire, which is located in the vicinity of the fairies' forest. The problem is that there are rumors about this aristocrat that he has a hobby of collecting fairies. Shyman and he himself knew about it, but there was a time when people were hostile to other races. However, this is a very old story. Now, thanks to the treaty, they can coexist together, both elves and fairies. Maybe these are just rumors, but for the sake of maintaining good relations, they could not turn a blind eye to it. Roymond smiled and decided to say where he was leading with all this. Shyman could personally go there and investigate everything. The guy suddenly turned to His Highness and said that he could understand that he had hidden Kalia's absence at her request. Her will is unshakable, and besides, Roymond has a special weakness for her. He could understand this perfectly with his mind, but his heart did not want to accept the truth. Therefore, for some time, he decided not to take on the affairs of the imperial family. Although they are considered an imperial order, their activities have long gone beyond borders. Shyman began to lead to the fact that they supplied them with magic, guided only by patriotism and devotion. Looking at the crown prince, the guy said that even though his words would sound rude now, there wasn't much patriotism left in him now. But as for his devotion, his object for this was not here now. Roymond sighed heavily, saying that he had already apologized a bunch of times. But if that was not enough, then he would give him the first Kalia sword, which he wanted so much. Shyman turned around and began to leave, saying that an apology is not a spell that will bring back the past. Soon after this, the prince was left alone in the room. Fate connected him with that offended person. Meanwhile, Shyman was incredibly angry. Not only did the prince hide the news about Kalia's resignation, but he also decided to send him on a business trip. This was unthinkable, because the search for Kalia simply could not tolerate delay. He knew that under no circumstances should he take on another matter now. The action moves to the underground laboratory of the Magic Tower. The guy asked the assistants the woman's identity. The guys said that they needed more time to research. In any case, he said that they found a lot of strange traces. For example, bloodstains are similar in composition to fairy's blood, but the structure of the organs is closer to human. Her external characteristics can even be compared with a banshee, but it is difficult to talk about the similarity, since the banshee has a rougher appearance. Also a little specific are the fluctuations in magical power left on the corpse. Considering the chaos in which her magical power was, it can be assumed that she simply did not know how to handle it. However, fairies control their innate magical powers as naturally as breathing. Shyman approached the girl and began to use a spell. The guy understood that Theon was right, because the girl's magical power was in complete disarray. It looked like someone had forcibly injected magical power into her. As a result, Shyman turned to the assistant asking what the conclusion was. The guys immediately began looking at each other in bewilderment, as if trying to decide who would speak. In the end, I still had to tell Theon. The guy said that this corpse was most likely a chimera. Remembering the words Roymond recently told him about a strange report with an aristocrat who collects a collection of fairies, Shyman sadly admitted that all he could do was accept the Crown Prince's offer and go on research. The action moves to the city of Lua. People discussed the deeds of a girl who had come a long way in search of the homeland of her deceased husband. It was Leah Raymond who brought them good luck. Meanwhile, our heroes were about to enter the building, and Humming told our heroine, or rather Miss Leah, that they were on a useful outing. Since Leah was in the city, they were no longer attacked by goblins and ogres. At that moment, a girl approached our heroine, bringing a messenger to the lady. The headline was about the flower and the archmage of the empire, Duke Shyman, and the reason for the controversy surrounding him. The Navy invaded the Duke's domain. As a result of all this, severe damage was caused to the magical barrier. The Duke claimed that the barrier was faulty, but couldn't this be called revenge? At the same time, the Duke came under severe criticism from Princess Luina, whom he rejected. The girl said that the Duke may be interested in men. Having finished reading all these nonsense of our heroine, I couldn't understand what Shyman was thinking about. She understood that nothing unusual would happen. The guy would not have gotten the messenger. It was as if he was deliberately flashing his face to be noticed, and this was the third time. Kalia suggested that the guy wants to earn the title of walking problem. The action moves back a few days. The bulletin said that Shyman destroyed the palace. With his vile character, it suited him. Then, the very next day, Humming flew into the lady's room and brought her a messenger. She said that this messenger said that Mr. Shyman had completely released his magical power. She also added that it says here that due to overload, the guy spent 3 days in a coma. The radius exceeded the record of 800 kilometers recorded in historical records. Kalia understood in horror that releasing the power for the magician was tantamount to squeezing out every drop of blood. Our heroine tried to understand what he was thinking about. The only thing she hoped for was that he was not doing this to find her. She understood that risking her life to find just a friend was tantamount to the behavior of a real psycho. It was only interesting how angry he was. Although one could understand that when a friend unexpectedly announces his resignation and disappears without a word, he certainly will not sit idly by. However, she didn't want him to look for her and put himself in danger. Our heroine turned to her baby and asked him to take a look at what her father was like. Not only is he strange, but he also has a nasty nature. Perhaps he will not stop using all means and methods until he finds them. But let him do what he wants. Mommy is very good at hiding anyway. However, Kalia forgot something. There is a saying, "You can steal anything but not the seeds." At that moment, Humming ran into the kitchen and immediately asked Mrs. McCanna if the baked turkey was ready. The woman said that she could already be picked up. The girl immediately took the cart and carried food for Mrs. Kalia so that she could finally eat. A couple of minutes later, she came to her room and told the lady that she had brought her food. Our heroine asked her to come in. When I brought the Humming cart in, I was sure that even if Kalia had eaten her fill, she would want to eat within 3 hours. The girl picked up the tray and said that she would cut the turkey to make it easier for the lady to eat. Kalia said that this was unnecessary because she could handle it much faster. Within a moment, she began shredding this turkey. After some time, the meat was cut, and Humming admiringly told the lady that she was even faster than a professional cook. Our heroine said with a crazy smile that cooked meat is much more tender, so it is much easier to cut than fresh meat. Meanwhile, Alan, who decided to greet them before the business trip, stood in bewilderment in front of the entrance, not understanding what the girls were talking about. Looking into the room, he noticed that the lady was leaning more and more on food, but he said that there were many things to be wary of, including diabetes and obesity. The saddest thing was that all this coincided with the moment when he needed to leave. The doctor shouted to himself for the lady to moderate her appetite, while our heroine finished her meal with tea and said that she was now a little full. The action moves forward some time. The girl went out for a walk. Humming told the lady that it felt like they were in the south. Winter is much warmer here. Also, at that moment, the girl admiringly said that with the arrival of spring, a festival is being held in Lua. While this was all great, Kalia was surprised to realize that she had never been to a festival. In any case, she was thinking about Shyman. She was told that he attends her main school of nights every day. Why did he get on the front page of the newsletter? Our heroine said out loud that she could not understand what was inside him. Humming interpreted these words as if her stomach was empty again and she was already hungry. The girl laughed, saying that she could not digest everything 10 minutes after eating. Humming exhaled with relief, because otherwise she would have decided that Kalia was not a person. Suddenly, the surprised voice of a woman was heard in front of them, who was perplexed that they had gone out into the cold again. Our heroine greeted Mrs., telling her that the weather was wonderful today. She came closer and in bewilderment asked where the weather was wonderful. She asked me not to walk in such cold weather. The guys immediately said that this was true, because they could get blown, and they look so fragile. One of the guys suddenly asked Humming where the chatty family doctor had gone. In any case, they were asked not to wander around for long. It's better to walk a little and return home. Our heroine smiled and said that they would do so. Kalia thanked the woman for being concerned about them when she suddenly choked and started coughing. The woman was terrified. She immediately started talking about how the lady had already started coughing. The girl said that she would bring a hot water bottle, when suddenly the man behind said that he could give him his own. Kalia looked at them in surprise and asked if she really could take it. The man told her that pregnant women should take good care of themselves, so she should take it. Our heroine was incredibly happy that she was being taken care of so closely. Soon after, they moved on, and Humming noticed some delicious fruit, so she decided to buy a couple of them. The woman handed over a plate of fresh apples, saying that they were the best. Kalia accepted this gift, saying that they were very fragrant. With a slight movement of her hand, breaking the apple into 2 parts, our heroine suggested that they were really tasty. The man looked at what was happening in bewilderment. The girl immediately smiled, saying that apparently apples break so easily because they are ripe. Soon after this, the girls quickly bowed and once again thanked those who cared for their help and wished them successful trading, after which they ran away. Moving away, our heroine thought that it was not so easy to pretend to be weak, as she thought. The action is carried over to the 5th month of pregnancy. Alan told the lady that the most important thing in pregnancy is prenatal education. It was necessary to listen only to good things, eat only healthy food, and also look at everything beautiful. The baby in the belly perceives everything along with her. Extending her hand, our heroine asked to give her a book. The doctor told her that he would read for her, and she had better lie down more comfortably. The guy said that there are studies that a man's voice is better perceived in the stomach. Our heroine smiled and said that she knew it. That is why the baby is told to listen to his father's voice. Alan told her that it was true. However, Kalia reminded him that he is not the child's father, so she will read the book herself as a mother. Alan decided not to go against the girl's word, so he agreed that she should read it, but she had to read it loudly so that the baby could hear her well. Leaving the room, the doctor wished the lady good night, and then slammed the door behind him. He had a strange feeling in his chest from Kalia's words. During the time spent with the girls, without realizing it, he again mistakenly felt like a father. Nevertheless, he understood that Mrs. Kalia was right. He is no longer a father, and moreover, he can never become one again. In any case, even so, he was grateful to Nadia. because with her, he knew happiness. Meanwhile, our heroine began to read a fairy tale. Once upon a time there lived a little bear in a village. All his friends were surprised when they saw the rough skin on his paws and the fur scorched by the sun. He didn't have many things like his friends. But nevertheless, one fine day, a huge hurricane hit the bear cub's village. The hurricane carried away all the swords, shoes, and hats of the animals. The animals were disappointed in God. However, God then appeared and said that he had given them everything and was not taking anything back. They just didn't want to see it. The animals tried to understand God's words, and then they saw a bear cub who got food. The bear cub learned to survive using its 4 paws, and then the animals realized that their claws were sharper than a sword, their paws were faster than anything, and their eyes could see far. As soon as the little bear realized that he had so much, although he thought that he had nothing, although he could become anyone. Having strong paws, keen eyes, and painstakingly accumulated wisdom, the bear cub set off on a journey. After that, this bear cub grew large and skillful and became the strongest bear in the world. Kalia put her hand to her belly and asked her baby if he heard his mother's voice well. She assured the baby that he, like the bear cub, could become whoever he wanted, and he would be able to do anything. She would give him all the happiness she could and protect him. In any case, now that the fairy tale was finished, it was time to go to bed. Suddenly, she realized that although she always bothered her before going to bed, today, for some reason, her conscience was gnawing at her. Having opened the box, Kalia understood that although Shimon is a father, he is not one, but she decided to do it for the sake of prenatal education. Looking at the photo of Shimon, our heroine thought that it would be bad if the child was born like him, although if not, it would be a shame. She turned to the baby and said that she would like him to be a little like her and a little like Shimon. Suddenly, the action moves to a place where everything around was empty, and only Shimon stood in front of the girl and hugged her. The girl realized in horror that her stomach was empty, which means there was no child. What's happened? At this point, Shimon turned to her and asked if she wanted to have a child. Looking at her, he continued to talk about everything, but the most important thing was that they try. Placing his hand on her face, he told her that he, too, wanted to see what their child would be like. Our heroine rushed into his arms, and Shimon continued to say that he really wanted this. Only at the moment of their intimacy, when their lips intertwined together, Kalia, unfortunately for herself, realized that this was just a dream in which Shimon wanted a child. Nevertheless, over and over again, the guy turned to her saying how much he missed her and how he was going crazy with longing for her, so he desperately wanted her to come back. He promised her that he would be kind and would not say one bad word to her. Hugging her, he promised not to be capricious like a little one. Pressing himself close to her again, he began to beg her to come back to him and not leave him alone. As soon as their lips were a couple of centimeters from each other, to once again become one, the girl realized that most likely she had dreamed of such a Shimon. Suddenly, fragments from their childhood, where they were inseparable, were remembered before her eyes. Our heroine decided that all this was nonsense. She cannot wish this from him because she cannot think about such a thing about a man who has been like a brother to her since childhood. The girl understood that she did not want this at all, but nevertheless, she seemed to feel the warmth of his skin in reality. Kalia felt his love with every cell of her body. Was it really all just a dream? As soon as they kissed, the girl decided that this was an obvious dream, because it couldn't be that Shimon was really in love with her. Soon after this, morning came. Our heroine jumped up in bewilderment and began to look around. The girl did not understand how it was possible to discredit the sacred body in which a child grows with such a vulgar dream. She woke up at the moment where something great was about to happen. Turning her head, she decided that this was a natural phenomenon. Clicking her finger, the girl said that this was the most common effect of hormones. Also, the fact that Shimon appeared in the dream happened because she looked at his photo before going to bed. In any case, our heroine assumed that the baby must have been surprised too, and therefore apologized to him, saying that she did not do it on purpose. After some time, the girl went down to the first floor, and noticing Mrs. McCanna, she said that she had arrived quite early. The woman greeted Mrs. Leah and said that today the streets were noisy and nomadic, so it was not difficult to wake up. Stirring the porridge, she assumed that it was all because of the upcoming festival. Everyone is bursting with energy. McCanna suddenly asked the lady if she had ever seen nomads. Our heroine said that they met them a couple of times along the way. The woman said that she guessed that there were many more of them in the capital. Either way, they are charming people, even if they are noisy. One way or another, she asked if the lady should be served breakfast. Kalia told her that she would have breakfast with the others. In this case, the woman decided to make juice. Our heroine looked at her in bewilderment because Mrs. McCanna said that she had 5 children. Handing out a tray of food, she said that she had bought bread on the way, so the lady should help herself, because it should be tasty. Smiling, she said that this was just the thing to work up an appetite before breakfast. Kalia thanked the woman, saying that this would be enough for her to have a snack. Spreading jam on bread, the girl suggested that Mrs. McCanna's house must be noisy. The woman laughed and said that it was not only noisy there, because sometimes her eardrums burst. The second and third quarrel all the time. The younger ones act out, as younger ones should, and the first one disappears all the time in the dormitory. The only joy was that at least the fourth one was obedient, although a couple of days ago he had quarreled with his father and was very offended. Kalia looked at the woman anyway, and told her that they seemed like quite a happy family. After this, our heroine, for some unknown reason, blushed and began to drink juice. The woman, looking at the lady, assumed that she wanted to ask something. Kalia jumped up in bewilderment, saying that this was not so. As soon as she calmed down a little, she decided to admit that she didn't know if it was possible to ask about such things. But the missus has 5 children and a lot of experience, and so she decided. McCanna, wiping her hands, laughed and asked the lady to ask a question and not be shy. She assumed that the girl felt discomfort. "Is your stomach cramping?" Our heroine said that this is not entirely true. Blushing even more, she said that she had seen the son with the child's father, and that this was the first time she had dreamed about this, and wondered if this was normal. Looking at McCanna in embarrassment, the girl said that she couldn't imagine why she dreamed about this, but it made her feel very strange and ashamed. The woman was surprised and a little perplexed by all these combinations of words. A dream about a child's father. Such a dream. After a moment, she smiled, saying that she understood what kind of dream she was talking about. Kalia blushed even more. The woman asked her not to worry because everyone sometimes has such dreams. She too, when she was pregnant with her first and second, saw them often. Our heroine decided that these dreams are a fairly common occurrence, which means she has nothing to be ashamed of. But still, today's dream was simply murderous. In any case, she realized that she had spilled more than she had intended, and she had been told that there was no shame in joining bodies with a partner. The girl suddenly began to think about who told her these words. It was difficult for me to guess these were the words of Shyman. Yes, after all, it was all so strange. Even being away from Shyman, she constantly thinks about him. Maybe she was bewitched? At this point, Mrs. McCanna told the lady that when such dreams occur, it means that the uterus is contracting, so you should be careful. Our heroine smiled sweetly and asked herself, would McCanna worry if she knew that she could break bones with her bare hands? Nevertheless, McCanna said that it was time to set the table because the guys would wake up soon. Continuing to eat Kalia, I decided that I would live like this for a while. She thought and decided that it would not be so bad to live under the mask of the fragile and sweet Leah Raymond. Once again, the baby was examined. The doctor asked Mrs. Kalia if she could see how the outlines of the child's head and legs were beginning to appear. Then he pointed to the place between the legs and, speaking about the round thing there, assured her that it was a boy, and everything was visible very clearly. The girl, in bewilderment, began to say that everything was so clearly visible that there was no point in denying it. Her baby is so impressive and cute, so much so that she is going crazy. She started screaming, saying that her baby was incredible. Just look at the pose. Why is he so seasoned and yet he is in her stomach? Suddenly, the girl became so worried that she felt sick. Alan calmed her down and reminded her that that's why she shouldn't worry too much. The guy suddenly began to recite a spell, but Kalia assured him that she was not in pain. The doctor told her that she couldn't be allowed to be in pain. Finishing the examination, he said that fortunately, she just had a muscle cramp, but they must not let their guard down. The development of a 9-month-old baby has exceeded the average. His weight is 3.7 kilograms, but if this continues, then by the day of birth, he can weigh up to 5 kilograms. Alan told the lady that such a big, strong man could endanger the woman in labor. Kalia, in turn, decided to praise the baby for growing so well. Nevertheless, the doctor explained to her that no matter what superhuman strength she possessed, when giving birth to such a large child, one slight mistake would lead to her death. Also looking at her, he told her that not only had the child grown, but she had also managed to gain 14 kilograms, and this was harmful to health. In addition, he told her that in the last month she could gain weight every week. He decided to temporarily limit her access to sweets. He also said that he would pass on this information to Humming so that she would not carry sweets. Exhaling heavily, our heroine thought that she ate it only because the baby was kicking. In any case, she said that she would not eat sweets. Looking at the upset Mrs. Kalia, he still decided to allow her to eat what she wanted, but only for the duration of the festival, and after it, he needed to reduce meals. Our heroine was incredibly happy because of such unprecedented generosity, so she nodded and said that she understood. Actions have been postponed for a couple of days. Our heroes walked through a field of flowers, and Humming admiringly addressed the lady, saying that all these flowers had finally bloomed. Sitting down in front of them, she said that these flowers are called lohaishas, and the festival itself is named after them. The girl suddenly stood up and invited the lady to take a walk around the fairies' forest. The doctor asked in surprise whether it was closed to entry by chance. Humming sighed, saying that Alan must not know. For a time, Lua is given special access to the forest by fairies under the supervision of village guards. Many people come to see him. However, at that moment, the girl's attention was more attracted to the desserts that were being sold a little further away. Of course, our heroine gave her a wallet so she could buy them desserts. Alan was perplexed because they had only just come here and were already getting into the sweets. Humming said that she used to love this very much, but after the death of her family, she never got to go. Looking at Mrs. Kalia, she suggested that she often visited such festivals because she had traveled all over the country more than once. Our heroine admitted that she had never been to such festivals. She always had to fight during her travels. Looking at the girl, she said that she had not been to festivals, but she had seen a lot of funerals. Humming suggested enjoying this festival. See everything, have fun, eat, relax, and then party again. This time she's paying for everything. Pulling her hand into her pocket, the girl also told Alan that she would buy him something tasty, but there was no wallet inside. Where did she leave it? At that moment, the doctor handed her a wallet, saying that today he was paying for the fun, and she would treat them tomorrow. Looking at the girl touched by this act, Alan told her that since she was so touched, she should no longer mention the Allen Suicide Squad, or whatever she called it. Humming was incredibly happy. She immediately screamed, saying that she would not say that again. In return, she decided to do something more, for example, to join its ranks from today. Alan screamed in bewilderment, asking the girl to stop doing this. Our heroine, standing behind, laughed to herself. Looking at the sky, the girl thought that she was really happy, but she could not understand where there was a feeling of emptiness inside, as if she had left something. In any case, she decided that this could not be because she had nothing to leave in those parts. The action moves to Shyman, who could not sleep normally because his thoughts were filled with Kalia. Even in his sleep, he felt the warmth of her body so clearly. He silently asked himself to return her, wherever she was. For himself, he decided that he would have to tie her up the next time they met, or perhaps set up a barrier so that she could not leave the Empire. Suddenly, he jumped out of bed, wondering if he should publish an article about how he was dying. After a moment, he decided that he didn't even know what he would do if Kalia didn't come back even after this. He thought that by remaining friends they could continue to be there for each other, but that didn't work either. The title of Archmage and the nickname Genius were achieved only to be with her. Without her, there is no place for happiness and even pleasure in his life. From the moment she saved his life, he belonged only to her. But he couldn't understand why she didn't notice this. If he hadn't hesitated and plucked up courage, he was able to do what he had in mind. In any case, looking at the ring, he wanted to know if it had changed anything. The action takes place a little in the past. The magicians walked around the city and discussed the percentage of restoration of the magic circle. The service should have been completed in the evening. The guy suddenly asked what else was planned. It was said that the last item on the business trip's agenda was a visit to the academy in the afternoon. Turning to Shyman, he was told that the branch of magic had said that he wanted to see him at dinner. The guy said he would pretend he didn't hear anything. His friends were Theon, a rank 8 archmage, and Henry, who told his friend that he would politely decline the branch's offer. Also, one of the members of the Order of Magicians subordinate to the imperial family was Derek DeCardo. At that moment, ladies met on their way who looked admiringly at Shimon, saying that he was the most handsome of all in the empire. Shimon, in any case, he ignored it, because in his eyes, everyone except Kalia was like cobblestones. His friends thought he was a real devil. Even this business trip was intended to last a month, but he reduced it to 2 weeks. You can die like that. Henry thought that with such requests, he should do everything himself. Derek at this time said in bewilderment that he could not fail. Remembering the Scarlet Scroll, he thought that it was the crown of his creation. He heard that after using it, rope was found in the bedroom. Derek, in horror, imagined a picture in which Mrs. Kalia, being familiar with magical attributes, got angry and tied up Mr. Shimon. In the end, he decided that something was wrong, and he needed to think twice about it. If something serious had happened, Shimon would have eaten him whole. But as you can see, he is alive, and even with his arms and legs intact. He decided that he should finish everything quickly, and when he returned, he would immediately take up the scroll. Having decided that it was worth going home, the guys set off, but at that moment their gaze turned to the side. Looking to the side, they saw a man carrying a sign that said that the pink pearl was for sale. Shimon, in bewilderment, he asked what pink pearl he was talking about. Henry told him that this pearl is only mined in this area and is extremely rare. This jewel is very loved in Tanya, so it rarely leaves the region. Shimon sighed, saying that he understood. He assumed that it was a useless jewel because it would just roll around the house. Theon also said that he had heard about her. This is an extremely beautiful and very expensive pearl. Henry suddenly said that she was not just beautiful and expensive. Shimon heard with his own ear that in Tanya, a pink pearl means eternal love and a happy family. They even say that the one who received it will die on the same day, at the same hour as the one who gave it, so even lovers are careful about giving it. The guys suddenly started turning to Shimon, and to their horror, discovered that he was already running to the man's shop. Henry, like everyone else, was surprised that Shimon took off so quickly. After some time, the sale of the pink pearl was completed, and our hero approached the guys saying that it was time for them to go. While Theon and Henry looked at the guy in bewilderment, Derek understood that the Duke would 100% give this pearl to Mrs. Kalia. He was attracted by words about eternal love, a happy family, and the possibility of dying on the same day. He immediately began to think about how best to present it when he returned. Meanwhile, our heroine sat and almost fell asleep opposite the artist. The man laughed, saying that the picture wouldn't work if she dozed. Kalia asked how long she needed to sit, and the artist told her that he was almost finished. He also told her that the color of her eyes was incredibly beautiful, but it was quite difficult to convey. At that moment, the girl next to her heard snoring. Turning her head, she noticed Humming, who was just sitting and sleeping. It was funny that the girl herself offered to draw a portrait, but she slept like the dead and didn't even react to her touch. Looking at the girl who painted all this, it seemed to our heroine that Humming's portrait would be a completely different person, and yet, she needed to get some sleep while she could. And again, our heroine fell into memories. Standing in front of Humming, she asked her to repeat another 100 swings with the same feeling. The girl said that she would do them right away. Kalia asked if it was hard for her, to which Humming replied that everything was fine, and 100 swings was easy. She also said that when a woman gives birth, it will be more difficult for her to devote time to her like now, which means if not now, then when else would she be able to learn from Kalia? Our heroine smiled and said that she did what she could do as her mentor. She suddenly asked again if the girl had ever thought about choosing another mentor. Humming said that she really enjoys being under Mistress Kalia. Since the woman helped her, she firmly decided that she would follow only her. In any case, she smiled shyly and said that she was happy with what she had now, understanding that although the training will take a little time, she will try to teach Humming everything that is necessary. Looking at her, Kalia understood that she had little experience in combat, but had excellent sense of smell, so we could say that a one-handed sword suited her. She immediately remembered that in the storeroom of the capital's estate, there was just a sword suitable for her, so as soon as they returned, she would have to look for it. Suddenly, Kalia was literally pulled out of her thoughts by the screams of a child behind her. Turning around, our heroine noticed a little girl running to her mother and shouting names. She wanted to say something about Shizu and Johan, but the woman, in bewilderment, asked if her daughter Isla had said that they would play at Shizu's house. The girl told her that she only wanted to take a peek, and Johan followed her. The woman was very frightened and perplexed and asked what she was talking about, and it would be better for her to tell everything clearly. Ayla told her mother that Shizu had done something forbidden and went into the fairies' forest. The woman screamed in bewilderment, telling the girl to go to Aunt McCanna and tell her everything, and she would go to the guards. Our heroine, hearing the name Mrs. McCanna, decided to wake up humming, saying that they urgently need to return home. The artist, in bewilderment, asked if they had forgotten something, to which the girl nodded her head and said that this was so and they needed to find it urgently. Meanwhile, Alan came out of one house and told the girl that she should take a good rest and then she would feel better. Turning his head, he was horrified to find Kalia and Humming running and immediately asked what happened. Our heroine told him that they were in trouble. She heard that Mrs. McCanna's daughter entered the fairies' forest, so they need to run away quickly. After some time, the guys finally ran home to Mrs. McCanna, who was very scared. The woman immediately said in her trembling voice that there was trouble at home, and therefore she would have to leave early. Our heroine told her that everything was fine. As soon as the woman left the house, Kalia turned to Humming and Alan and told them to go to security and monitor the situation. The girl said that they must find out when the children entered the forest and how much is unknown about their whereabouts. Humming said they can handle it. Nevertheless, the doctor asked Kalia to humbly wait for them at home. The girl promised and asked to come back soon. After some time, the guys came to report information. It was already 2 hours since the children disappeared. They climbed over the fence in search of a ball stuck in a tree of the fairies' forest, and that's how they got inside. The remaining child immediately ran to his mother. Having heard the information about 2 hours, the girl decided that it was too early to give up the search. However, if during this time the children wandered into the deep forest, then it's even scary to imagine what could have happened. Alan suddenly said that even adults find it difficult to return from this forest. Kalia said that this is true, and therefore if there are children there, then the likelihood of them returning is almost zero. The man shouted, saying that the guards told him about recruiting a group of people who would go into the forest to search for children. Looking out the window, he reminded that it was almost sunset, and after sunset, the fairies' forest becomes much more terrible than the possession of demonic creatures. They will enter the forest only with help, but since there are no volunteers, they will only stall for time, and the next day the parents themselves will go in search. Of course, Mrs. McCanna will be among them. Alan, understanding what Kalia was getting at, asked if she was going to go into the forest herself. He reminded us once again that this is dangerous. Our heroine said that she knows this. The Forest of Fairies is extremely dangerous, but this is only for ordinary people. Looking out the window, the girl knew for sure that once the sun set, it could be assumed that the children would no longer be found. Even she has a hard time coping with the forest at night. However, the only person in the entire village who is able to save the children is she. She has the strength and ability to rush into the search now, so she cannot sit silently and wait. In any case, she understood that if this had happened earlier, she would not have hesitated for a second. But Shasha, even if she had no power, if Shasha were locked in the forest, she would rush to save him. As long as there is hope that the child is alive, she would rush into the forest, and no matter what dangers await her there. She assumed Mrs. McCanna felt the same way. In any case, too much time has already been spent thinking about it. The girl immediately told her friends that she would have a request for them. She asked Alan to wait before entering the forest. The doctor screamed in bewilderment, but the girl assured him that everything would be fine. The children definitely couldn't reach the deep forest, and there are no demonic beasts in the forest. Taking Alan's hand, she said that if you are careful with illusions, then there is no threat. The doctor shouted, saying that these illusions are dangerous. She said that there is no need to worry about this because illusions do not work on her, and she cannot say why because this is a state secret. She also reminded that she was not going to go there alone, and besides, she had scrolls of instant travel. Approaching Humming, the woman apologized for asking her to take this dangerous path with her, but the only one she trusts the most. As soon as the girl asked if Humming would go with her, she screamed without even thinking, saying that she would be happy to go on the road. The action moves to a gap in the wall. The soldiers blocked the passage, saying that it was impossible to approach there. The woman screamed in horror, saying that she should be allowed to enter because there were children inside who were only 10 years old. The guards told the woman that a search party was now being assembled, but the woman continued to scream, saying that the sun would soon set and who would then go on the search. The women shouted, saying that their children were there, so they would go and search themselves. But the soldiers were not going to let them through, saying that they had to wait. Our heroine, looking at all this chaos, told Humming that they need to go quickly. The squire, in bewilderment, asked if it was really impossible to do something with the fairies' forest because it was so dangerous, but they turned a blind eye to this. The girl said that this is only possible with an agreement with the owner of the forest, but they do not want to make contact with him. The king of the fairies race is hostile to humans. She also recalled that this race has a special and frightening power. The forests of fairies extend everywhere, like blood vessels converging towards the center. It was impossible to control so many areas because everything was limited to a fence and a warning sign. But nevertheless, even these walls are monitored only in big cities, when in small villages the fence can be destroyed and the sign can come off. There were also a whole bunch of places like this that were very easy to break. Having crossed the threshold, she decided that she would need to tell the garrison about this. At this moment, Humming asked the lady to wait while she did something. She began to run diligently and collect all sorts of stones. Within a moment, the wall was built up with stones, and visually it seemed that they were covered with moss. No one will know about this for sure. After a while, they were ready to move on, looking around Humming, asking if they had wandered too far. Our heroine said that everything is fine, but the main thing for them will be not to get lost in the illusion, and otherwise it's not that dangerous here. Of course, at least they are only safe until sunset. Although Kalia said that everything was fine, she was worried about the footprints found near the entrance. If her memory did not fail her, then the owners of these tracks were lichen wolves. Judging by the fact that they entered the forest, they were expelled from the pack. There could be 1 or 2 individuals and a maximum of 3. In her current state, it will be difficult to cope with an entire stage, but 2 or 3 should be enough. Nevertheless, our heroine felt that something was wrong here. She was interested in how demonic beasts could enter the fairies' forest. She heard that fairies hate demonic creatures even more than humans, so they do not allow them into their territory. At this moment, Humming called the lady and asked who the source of the traces was. Were they demonic creatures? Kalia assured her that everything was fine because she was nearby. The girl immediately clutched her sword tightly and said that now she was not in a position to protect anyone, so she herself would protect the lady. Her abilities are useless, but she could be a human shield. Kalia laughed, telling her that she was very reliable. At that moment, behind them came the crunching of branches from the forest. Kalia, remaining cautious, turned back. A huge creature appeared before the girls, baring its teeth and about to tear apart the girls they met. In any case, this lichen wolf was nothing in comparison with our heroine, who got rid of the giant with one swing of her sword. Having examined the wolf, she noticed that his eyes were rolled up and his whole body was cut up. Something was wrong with his condition. The girl felt that something was wrong and even suggested that he was crazy. One way or another, the wolf came to his senses and headed deeper into the forest with his severed hand. Shaking her sword, Kalia said that with such a wound, the wolf would not go far. Anyway, with the body of a demonic beast, he would not be able to go deep, so he had nowhere to run. Humming, meanwhile, was literally on her knees at the sight of Mrs. Kalia, who was incredibly cool. She was confident that she had done the right thing by choosing to follow her. In this regard, she considered herself a genius. After some time, the girls went further and encountered strange mushrooms on their way. These were the mushrooms of illusion. Because of its spores, people see hallucinations. Humming was surprised that they encountered the same flue of illusion that only grows in this forest, and also it is much larger than she imagined. Looking at these mushrooms, our heroine said, since mushroom spores cause hallucinations, if you cut down the mushroom, the effect of illusions in this place will be greatly weakened. In any case, it was better not to approach the mushroom at all. If the illusion lures you closer, then the person will be overwhelmed by spores, and if you get dirty in them, you will lose your mind. Especially for Humming, our heroine explained that the person will die right on the spot, and the flue uses his corpse as fertilizer. These mushrooms are pretty creepy. At the moment when Kalia wanted to once again ask her assistant to be careful, she noticed a blonde girl in front of her. She, in turn, literally immediately waved her hand to our heroine and smiled. Seeing this, our heroine suddenly felt strange sensations in her chest and could not understand what was wrong with her heart. Humming asked the lady in surprise what happened. Kalia told about a woman standing behind the tree, but Humming replied that she didn't see anyone there. The girl assumed that the lady saw an illusion. Kalia told her that the illusions of this place show what you most desire or miss. In this case, this means that the fairies she saw seemed familiar to her. But why was an adult fairies wandering alone in the forest? The fairies race have a strong sense of cohesion and are rarely seen wandering alone. Then Kalia decided that there was someone else nearby. At that moment, looking behind the tree, she once again saw fairies who were closer. Our heroine thought that she had disappeared, but as a result, fairies only got closer and, moreover, rather clumsily. Humming again suggested that someone was here. Kalia pointed her hand at the tree and pointed at the girl and said that there are fairies there. Can't she really see them? As soon as the girl said that she didn't see anyone with the tree, our heroine suggested that she was seeing an illusion right now. In any case, she could not understand what was wrong with this fairy because she could have tried to hide somehow. If it were up to her, she would have dealt with it instantly or forced herself to reveal it. But now the first thing she needs to do is find the children. Thus, the girls continued further and reached the end of the cliff of tracks. Looking into the distance, Kalia said that she heard a voice and the smell of blood from there. Need to check this place out. Suddenly, someone grabbed our heroine by the hand and began to hold her tightly. The girl did not understand what this meant. At the same moment, she began to feel strange sensations in her stomach. Is it really because of Shasha? As it turned out, our heroine's hand was held by the same fairies who followed them. Nevertheless, my stomach still reacted strangely. Looking at the girl, she tried to understand why even Shasha reacted this way. In addition, the fairy was so weak that her presence was not even felt. Humming looked at the lady and asked in surprise why she stopped. Is this really the same fairy that Kalia was talking about? At this time, Kalia silently watched as the fairy tried to drag her somewhere. Looking at her, she asked the girl if she really couldn't speak, to which the fairy answered her that she couldn't for a long time. Our heroine explained to her that she doesn't have time for games now. They need to find the lost children. Continuing to look at the girl, who seemed to have no intention of letting her go, Kalia assumed that she wanted to take them somewhere. The girl sighed and agreed to follow her. But if there were no children there, or she played a prank on her, then she promised to destroy her. The fairy immediately began to lead them, saying that they needed to go there. Kalia understood that following an unknown fairy was a risk in itself, but for some reason she believed her. After some time, the action moves to a huge flower field, in the middle of which there was a whole bunch of spirits. Humming looked at all this in bewilderment and assumed that she was seeing a hallucination. At that moment, she was attacked by spirits who began to circle around her. The girl laughed, saying that she was ticklish. Kalia was surprised that she saw spirits. In this case, it was strange that she could not see the fairies, since the fairies were clearly superior to the spirits in power. One way or another, looking at their new acquaintance, our heroine asked where the children were. She began to smile joyfully and jump as if waiting for the moment to tell, when suddenly a spirit flew to her. This spirit began to report some information to Fairy, which shocked her. The girl immediately ran up to our heroine and grabbed her hand, indicating that it was time for them to run. Kalia suggested that she wanted them to come back again, but she insisted that they didn't have time, so she wanted to know where the children were. Fairies continued to shake her head nervously, making it clear that this was a bad idea. In any case, our heroine was worried about the children and she was not going to waste time, but she saw strange footprints on the ground, so she immediately changed her mind and told Humming that it was time for them to go. As a result, they wandered deeper than they had planned. It should probably be around 5 p.m. already. Despite the delay, fortunately, our heroine did not feel heavy yet. On the contrary, since they entered the forest, the body seemed to become lighter. She also remembered about the instant teleportation scroll, so if she moved as soon as they found the children, then they would have time to leave the forest before 6 o'clock. The girl immediately remembered the words of Shyman, who said that in the fairy forest the magical power is more capricious. You should be careful when using magic. He explained to her that if an ordinary person who does not know how to control magical power uses the scroll, it can bend space and provoke an explosion. Nevertheless, he smiled, saying that if she was always with him, he wouldn't even have to worry about it. Our heroine suddenly shook her head, thinking that remembering Shyman in such a situation was not a particularly good idea. Noticing the Kalia cave, she suggested going inside. The girl came in without any problems, but Humming was thrown back by something. Apparently this was the very place, the border of the deep forest. This is something like a magical barrier created by fairies. Kalia then asked the lady how she managed to get through. The girl raised her head and said that she was surprised by this. Nevertheless, she decided that if this territory belonged to fairies, then there could be no animals here. In any case, our heroine decided that there was no need to hesitate, so she took Humming by the hand and led her inside. The girl was incredibly happy about this and immediately realized that it was because the mistress had helped her. Our heroine said that this is true, but they will think about how they got here later. First of all, it was necessary to move on. The action at this moment shifts to an unknown man sitting in a tree. At that moment, a falcon flew to him. The bird began to rub against the man's face, who, due to this, decided that he had found Kaya. Was she really coming here? Looking at the sky, he said that he promised to go after her and returned so late, and yet they can only see each other once a year. At that moment, the same fair-haired fairy came out from behind the tree. Seeing the man, she rushed into his arms. Judging by her eyes and smile, she was incredibly happy to see him. The man smiled and hugged Kaya back, as he was finally reunited with his precious daughter. Looking at Kaya, he apologized for the fact that her old man came to her so late. In return, he told her that he had prepared a gift for her birthday that would definitely surprise her. He suggested looking at the Oscar stars together and opening a gift, but Kaya began to twist her head and pull her father somewhere. Realizing that his daughter wanted to go somewhere, he told her that he would be happy to accompany her wherever she wanted to go. Meanwhile, the action moves to our heroines. Humming, in horror, asked the lady to wait because it was too dark inside and it was too dangerous to go in there. Looking at her, our heroine thought that she would better take care of herself now, or that she doubts her abilities. Humming seemed to hear this question in the head of the mistress and asked her not to think that she was questioning her abilities. Holding back her sword, she reminded her that there was a child with them now, which means she was an expectant mother who needed protection. Standing in front of Kalia, she said that if someone jumps out, she will at least be her shield. Our heroine smiled and said that she didn't have to do this. Humming still stood her ground, saying that even though she lacked skills, she was ready to sacrifice her life for her sake. Kalia suddenly asked her to close her eyes, because otherwise she would damage her vision. A moment later, an unknown sphere exploded and illuminated the entire cave. Humming was surprised. Our heroine said that she took the pearl of light with her just in case. She asked the girl to look around here for now, and she would go there and back. After hearing Humming's positive reaction, Kalia decided to get it over with completely before Alan devoured them. The moment our heroine swung her sword, her assistant quickly ran away as she was asked. Within a moment, 2 wolves appeared in front of Kalia, holding a child in their hands. Apparently, they only took one with them, but in any case, they seemed smart enough for animals to decide to escape with the help of a child. In any case, she couldn't let these creatures. To stay alive, she immediately snatched the child from the clutches of the monsters. The wolves hoped that they would be able to escape, but obviously no one could escape from Kalia. The girl swung her blade and finished them off. At that moment, she noticed one of the wolves who was about to quietly escape. But it was clearly shown by his relatives what happens when you try to escape from Kalia, so the girl threw her sword and plunged it into the beast. A moment later, he fell to the ground with a roar, which only meant the successful clearing of this group of animals. Taking out her sword, the girl realized that if not for Shasha, she would have destroyed these creatures right on the spot without a trace, tearing them to shreds. Although even this was not a scenario that would be translated into reality, in reality, everything would be much more cruel and painful. Our heroine looked at the bloody dress and assumed that she had scared her baby, so she apologized for it, because she had run around thinking only about good things. Unexpectedly, there was another wolf who was hoping to get rid of the damn girl who killed his pack. Apparently, this was definitely the last one, so our heroine decided that he could be caught alive. If Shyman had been here, she was sure that he would have been able to get at least some information. But since she was here alone, she didn't think about it. She thought that if you cut off a limb, it would be easy to catch the wolf alive. However, her hopes were dashed when, in the moment of her thoughts, a huge sword flew at the wolf. Our heroine raised her head in bewilderment to look at the one who interrupted her plans. As you might guess, this man was the father of Kaya, who brought him here. As it was not difficult to guess, a moment later, Kaya herself appeared on the horizon, ran up to the girl and asked who she was. Our heroine said that if they are interested in her name, then her name is Kalia. Kaya was glad to hear this. The man said that he was pleased to meet you, after which he walked up to his spear. Using magic, he pulled out a spear, and soon unknown particles, which he began to dispel. Kalia asked what it was. The man explained that it was a contaminated fairy stone, or an unfortunate soul, fairies who cannot find peace even after death. Looking at the wolf, our heroine immediately realized that these demonic beasts were actually fairies. The man said that someone forcibly cut out the hearts of fae while they were still alive and transplanted them into demonic beasts. Soon after, he added that such creatures are called chimeras. For Kalia, this was simply unthinkable. Some called it dark magic, and others called it divine medicine that prolongs life. An attractive but at the same time forbidden activity, pushing magicians and scientists who studied chimeras to dangerous actions. One way or another, madness overtook them, and they lost all awe of their lives. This is the fruit of human sin and cruelty, an interest in which only a person could show. The closest place to this forest was Lua's place. There is a high probability that they came from there, but in such a tiny village there would not be a person who would do something like that. Moreover, it is impossible for our heroine not to notice the blast wave from the magical force released when creating the chimera. At that moment, Kaya approached Kalia and with a sad face asked the man if everything was okay. Our heroine, looking at this fairy, asked why she showed such care to her. Looking at the man, she asked if he knew this. After all, this spear could only belong to a single creature. This is the spear of the father of all things, guardian and judge, king of the fairies, Kalexaisa. The fairy race takes a very long time to conceive a descendant. Over the course of 5 years, it develops in the stomach and can be born after the creation of the fairy's stone. The fairy stone that all fairies have is a fusion of pure power. It usually develops with growth. Only in rare cases can a fairy stone fail to keep up with the wearer's physical development. Kalexaisa, he said that his youngest was just like that. She was born after 8 long years. However, she was the smartest, gentlest, and sweetest child of all. Placing a wreath on his head, Kaya thanked her father for being there. The daughter loved her father very much, and in turn, he loved his daughter very much. He was always worried about his youngest. Although he, as a father, obliged to patronize everyone equally, should not have done this, he loved and took care of her more than anyone else. However, there was one thing. Their one conversation became a turning point. Kaya said that she fell in love with the man, Kalexaisa. In bewilderment, he asked why she was deliberately choosing a thorny path. Human life is ridiculously short and weak, so this will only bring her suffering. Looking at his daughter, he asked her to listen to him and not resist his words, but Kaya still said she loved him. Even if life is short, she wanted to live it with him, because this is their destiny. She wanted to tell her father that even if he was against it, then... Kalexaisa suddenly interrupted his daughter and told her to leave. Before he left, he told her not to even think about returning to the forest until she realized how stupid she had been. Kaya was not particularly upset by this event, and silently turned around and headed towards the exit. He shouldn't have let her go then. After some time, Kalexaisa sat under a tree and prayed to Kaya to return. Looking at the wreath she made, he asked her forgiveness for allowing her to go alone, to a completely unfamiliar place. With tears in his eyes, he realized that if he had not banished her on last year's birthday, it might have made a difference. Returning to reality, Kalexaisa summed up his story by saying that it was not she who was the fool, but he. Looking at Kaya, he said that this child standing near Kalia was just a fragment of his dead daughter. Our heroine looked at her in bewilderment and asked again. Kalexaisa corrected himself by clarifying that this is a fragment of Kaya's soul. Showing everything around, he said that these are the domains of fairies, which are overflowing with the power that gives birth to spirits. They are able to maintain their form with the help of a soul shard. Looking at Kalia, he told her that the fairies born and for how many souls could only be seen by those who were connected with her. That's why Kalexaisa raised his spear and pointed it at the girl, saying that that's why it was her turn to answer questions. Our heroine was confused and didn't even know what to do at that moment, but Kaya pushed the spear to the side. Having hugged Kalia, the girl angrily shouted at her father, saying that he was bad because it was dangerous to swing his spear like that. Kalexaisa wanted to apologize to his daughter, but she started pushing him, telling him to go away. Kalia did not understand what was happening here, and most importantly why she felt warmth from Kaya's touches. who is she to protect her? Kalexaisa, meanwhile, he stroked his daughter on the head, saying that he was too hasty, and therefore asked Kaya to forgive his old man. Our heroine still did not understand what was happening here, but at that moment, she heard the cry of Humming, who was calling Mrs. Kalia. Humming, meanwhile, asked the children to hold out at least a little longer. Although the girl stopped the bleeding quickly, she needs to save them until she returns to the village. She was also interested in this huge egg. What to do with him? Then, looking at the cave, she was upset that the lady was still there. Although at that moment, she decided that she couldn't rely on Mrs. Kalia all the time. She told herself to pull herself together. Turning to the children, she asked if everything hurt them badly. But without hearing an answer, she asked them to be patient a little longer, and soon they would be reunited with their families. This was the right decision. Now the girl had to protect these children herself. Hearing the crunch of branches behind her, the girl assumed that it was Mrs. Kalia, but a huge wolf appeared in front of them. Humming realized in horror that things were bad because the beast was too close to use his sword. It's too late to do anything. She wanted to at least protect these children, but her words were suddenly interrupted by a bright light that emitted directly from the red egg. What is this? At that moment, the animal fell to the ground for an unknown reason. Apparently, the egg had just protected them. Immediately after this, Kalia appeared in front of them and swung her blade and killed the monster. As soon as she dealt with the monster, our heroine turned to her assistant and asked if she was okay. With tears in her eyes, Humming said she was okay because of her, but the children still suffered much more. What to do? Having started to examine the children, Kalia said that everything would be fine. The wounds were shallow, but they absorbed the demonic energy of these creatures. She understood that if she didn't get rid of this energy now, then her life would be in jeopardy. At this moment, Kalexaisa also came closer and said that things were bad because the children's wounds were covered with dense demonic energy. The man asked if these were the children Kalia was looking for. The girl told him that these children entered the forest by mistake. Kalexaisa told the girl that fairies from the forest, who show dreams, like to charm small children. Suddenly, the same falcon that previously notified Kalexaisa about the arrival of the guests appeared. A moment later, thanks to his unknown magic, the children were completely healed and looked healthy. Seeing that the demonic energy had dissipated, our heroine wanted to thank their savior, but pointing his spear at the red egg, Kalexaisa interrupted the girl by saying that the children had found a much worse thing. The girl, looking at it in horror, realized that it was a dragon egg. Abandoned dragon eggs are a fairly common occurrence. However, she understood that this egg was found in the forest of fairies. Dragons don't make friends with them and would hardly throw an egg here. Kalexaisa asked to give him this egg. He explained this by saying that without a mother it would die, and it would only be a matter of time. The man said that he would finish it off himself. The moment he lifted him into the air with his magic, our heroine thought about his words. Humming at that moment said that this egg protected them. You can't just kill an egg that wants to live so badly. If you persevere and flounder as hard as you can, Kalia was confident that you could survive, because she herself was proof of it. In this case, our heroine stood in front of the egg and said that they would take it away. Kalexaisa said in surprise that this is far from being a creature that they, people, can control. Sighing heavily, the man said that this egg was destined for death anyway, and Kalia should understand that it would be more humane to rest it in peace now. The girl said she knew this, but she couldn't let him just die like that. Both she and this dragon egg were not thrown at will. They had no choice. She wanted to sow simply because she was born and floundered with all her might because she wanted to live. The girl did this to fulfill her obligations to the life in her hands. So after saying that this egg wants to live, Kalia said that she would never give up. Kalexaisa, anyway. He told her to get out of the way because without magical power, this creature is doomed to death. Continuing her protest, the girl said that they themselves would provide him with magical power. Kalexaisa laughed and asked who would do this. Is it really some kind of king or one of the techniques of dark magicians? All this will only add to their hassle. Our heroine was so angry that she was even ready to start a clash. But during the quarrel, Kaya intervened, who shielded Kalia. Soon after this, she began to use force, literally not sparing herself. But why such extremes for her sake? Exhaling heavily, the man, of course, could not do anything. After some time, Kalixisa touched Kalia and said that there was something in her, as well as in the color of her child's soul. As soon as he picked up her dust, in the blink of an eye he waved his hand and dismantled it into small particles. After that, he waved his hand again and, activating the shield in front of the people, told them that they could do whatever they wanted with this egg. Immediately after these words, he summoned the spirit Liela. This is a mid-level fairy of the night and starlight. Kalixisa told them that the time of the fairies of darkness was about to come, so it was time for them to return. Looking at Liela, the man asked the fairy to lead these children out of the forest safely. The fairy immediately, at the behest of the owner, went forward, thereby showing the way. Our heroine was about to follow her, but at that moment she was grabbed by Kaya. Looking at Kalia, she asked to go with them. She was sure that she should go with her. Meanwhile, the action moves to Shimon. The huge amount of documentation made his head spin. Once he started using magic, he began to absorb information. Sales of fairies could bring in huge amounts of money, and crazy aristocrats paid large sums for them. This was a dialogue between bandits who were confident that they could secretly catch the fairies, and the crown prince would not do anything to them. The only problem for them could be the cursed Archmage Duke, and according to rumors, General Kalia was also absent. The words ended after that. Marquis Auntie. Lately, his actions have looked suspicious. As expected, he was doing strange things. A year ago, a disease consumed his limbs, causing even his bones to rot, but recently he, surprisingly, has started to recover. The guy knew for sure that this was not a disease that could be cured so easily. Everything was very strange, so Shimon used a spell and summoned Aes and Tierra. A cat and a mole appeared from the portals. The guy was glad to see them, so he immediately began to smell them with joy. These were his favorite pets. Anyway, I won't deviate from the plan. He gave them the pills and asked them to spray it in the cities he pointed to. As soon as they received the task, they jumped back into the portals and disappeared. All this time he, without sparing, fed them magical power. This time they will be able to climb further than last time. Nevertheless, I'm a guy once again thinking about Kalia. He wanted to know how far she had run. Every memory of her brings him agony. Shimon, I missed her very much and was so angry that I was ready to destroy everything around. He knew that if he went any further, he would actually go crazy. But in any case, he knew that he could not afford it yet. No way, until he finds her and binds her to him. Fortunately, his efforts were not in vain, because he was finally able to find a clue about her. Sometime later, a stranger talked about a noble lady who had light yellow hair. He also mentioned that the girl was always accompanied by a cute girl with a bob. Scratching his beard, the man remembered another companion. He saw a very tall and noble-looking handsome man. Looking at Shimon, the guy said that he remembered that stranger because he was struck by how carefully he treated Mrs. For him, this was the end. He didn't understand what the hell was going on, and why Kalia was accompanied by some guy unknown to him. If he couldn't track her with magic, he decided to find her himself, even if he had to search all the cities. He promised that as soon as they met again, he would bind her so tightly that she would no longer be able to leave him. Shimon was ready for any relationship as long as he could stay close to her. Although at that moment, he remembered that this was not so, because Kalia always loved to look after someone. He decided that if he provoked an explosion of magical power and became crippled, then perhaps she would only have eyes for him. What he wanted most was for their feelings to be mutual, but even if it wasn't, he wasn't going to lose her again. The action moves to an unknown place, from which the singing of fairies could be heard. As soon as someone entered the room, the girls with tears in their eyes began to ask to be saved, because they wanted to live. They wanted to spread their wings. Borf smiled and told them not to be idle and to continue singing. If he likes them, then perhaps he will let them live a little longer. And still they screamed in bewilderment, asking why they were captured. They just wanted to come back. He told them to shut up, when suddenly there was a devastation in his head. Looking out the window, he felt that contact with the tame dogs had been lost. This only meant that they were dead, but how were they killed? The guy suggested that the children disappeared in the thicket of the fairies' forest, which means it could have been done by the garrison who went in search of them. One way or another, weak spirit stones were placed in them, and their death was a matter of time, but we'll have to clean up after them so as not to leave a mark. Looking at Luin standing in the corner, Borf told him that they should go for a walk together. He ordered someone else to look after it. Also, turning around, he asked to cut off his arms and legs if they started doing something weird. The action shifts again to our heroine. Kaya at this time was trying to convey something to Kalia. "Baby, coming soon! She's together! She must protect!" Our heroine, of course, did not understand anything, so she said this, looking into Kaya's eyes. Kalexaisa, looking at her daughter in bewilderment, asked why she was so fixated on this child. The girl said that she simply knew that she would be needed when the child was born. The man asked her if she knew that she would be in danger if she left the forest. Looking at his daughter's reaction, even now he understood that he could not keep her locked up. Sighing heavily, he handed our heroine some strange bracelet. He asked to take it. He said that the soul of the ancient spirit Amuntia was dissolved in this bracelet. If the fairies leave an imprint on him, she can summon her at any time. Kalexaisa added that it was a birthday present for Kaya, but he knew it would be better to give it to Kalia. As Kaya said, if the moment comes when she is needed, she can call upon them. The man promised that he would come for it when there was no longer any need to use it, but now the man had to accept it. Our heroine couldn't understand whether she should say thank you for this, because it's not like she asked for it. In any case, she decided not to resist and accepted this gift, immediately putting it on her hand. After that, Kaya approached the girl and, touching the bracelet, said her name. Looking at Kalia, Fairy asked her to say her name and then the ritual would be completed. She immediately called her name. Suddenly, Kalexaisa sensed a strange energy and assumed that someone had the courage to invade the fairies' forest in the middle of the night. Looking at his daughter, he told her to see the children off and not to come out from behind the trees until he told Maya. Liella at this moment called people and asked them to follow her. The guys immediately went after her. Right before leaving, our heroine noticed something strange. It seemed to her that Kalexaisa was smiling. Kalia turned around in bewilderment, asking herself if Kalexaisa really just smiled or if she imagined. One way or another, the guys moved on, and after some time, Kalia noticed her clothes. Realizing that they were approaching the exit, our heroine told Humming that it was time to wake up the children. Thus, the girl began to wake up the children for several minutes. Luckily, they did start to wake up at some point and rubbed their eyes in bewilderment. The girl, as soon as she realized that she had woken up, jumped up in horror, screaming for help. Kalia reassured her by saying that everything was fine and the nightmare was over. The girl, perplexed, said that she was in the forest. Our heroine convinced her that they were outside it, and the child who was with her was also here. Kalia said she doesn't really know the details, but it seems the good fairy saved them. Either way, their parents are very worried about them, so it's time to get out. Shizu immediately grabbed Johan's hand and said that they went outside, so it was time to run to Mom. The guy was completely bewildered because he was sleepy. The children, seeing the lights of the torches, began to run there and finally ran out to their mothers. Once the children were safe, Humming asked the lady if they could now return. Kalia told her that since the children were reunited with their family, it was time to return to where they were expected. Approaching the house, the girl tried to guess how many hours they would have to listen to swearing. Humming laughed and said that the main thing is that Alan doesn't burn them, otherwise everything is fine. Having opened the doors, the girls said that they had arrived, but the General Pan was waiting for them on the threshold. Humming asked in bewilderment what was wrong with his appearance, and Kalia apologized for the delay. Within a moment, the guy began to scream, saying that he was waiting for them in front of the forest, but night came, and there was not even a hint from them of returning. Alan threw the pan off his head and hugged them, saying that they were truly two walking disasters. He said that it was already dark, and since they still had not returned, he was going to look for them. They really only made him worry about them, but in any case he was grateful that they returned safe and sound. After some time, a blushing Alan asked the girls to stop laughing, because he was in a hopeless situation. Humming, continuing to laugh, told him that she expected everything, but not a saucepan instead of a helmet. The doctor thoughtfully said that he had nothing to use, but his head needed to be protected. Either way, Humming hugged him and thanked him for his help. Alan smiled at her, but asked her not to linger next time. Looking at Mrs. Kalia, the doctor asked her if she was really okay, if her stomach was cramping. Our heroine told him that he was only pushing. Lately, she has noticed that Shasha has become much more active. Alan explained this by saying that the baby is preparing to be born. In any case, he never tired of being amazed. Pregnancy is always a wonderful sacrament. Kalia smiled and agreed with him. At this time, Humming, looking at the lady, decided that staying here would not be so bad. Kalia looks much more peaceful than when she was in the Empire. During all this time, I only had the chance to experience. Fortunately, now she will rest. But sometimes she looks a little anxious. Humming was wondering why. She's like a person who has lost something valuable without even realizing it. The girl assumed that the mentor wanted to go back. She suddenly began to think who the father of the child was, trying to understand who her lover could be. But she, Humming, simply could not help but know about her love. If we talk about men close to Mrs. Kalia, then the first candidate is Duke Shyman. A less obvious candidate is Crown Prince Roymond. Quite a dubious proposal. The girl realized in horror that one of these two was really the father of the child. This could literally turn the empire upside down. Our heroine looked at the girl in bewilderment and asked what was wrong with her. Waving her hand, Humming said that she was just thinking a little. Humming suddenly turned to Alan and asked if he also happened to look after the animals. Alan asked what animal she was excited about, to which she pointed to the egg and said that she was excited about it. Coming closer to this egg, the guy said in bewilderment that he had never thought that he would have a chance in his life to see a dragon's egg. Kalia asked what he could do with it. Alan told her that he had read briefly about them in books. First, we had to check it. Having activated the magic, the egg began to glow with a bright yellow glow. The analysis came from Alan, who mumbled in bewilderment. Our heroine asked what was the matter. The guy said it was his first time examining a dragon egg, so he couldn't give a definitive diagnosis, but it seemed like the egg was getting weaker little by little. As soon as he said that, he felt as if this egg was exhausted. Humming jumped up in disbelief and remembered the moment when this egg saved her and the children. The girl screamed in disbelief, saying that this egg was using its magical power to protect them. She started tugging at the doctor, telling him that they must save this egg. Alan said that for his part, he could not do anything unless he poured mana into him. Our heroine approached the egg and said that she would try to pour her ball energy into it because this is also a kind of mana. Of course, she couldn't do anything as a magician, but it was better to try to do at least something. The guys, in bewilderment, tried to stop the lady, telling her that it was dangerous. The girl said that she only swayed slightly because the egg was absorbing her mana too quickly. After some time, she said that was enough for today. Turning to the egg, she said that she couldn't do it anymore, but next time she would give more mana. She also decided that it would be nice to visit the Lord's castle later. Only thanks to the magicians will they be able to provide the egg with enough mana. As soon as all the work was completed, Alan invited the girls to finally go and wash themselves off from all this. The girls looked at each other in bewilderment. They didn't look particularly elegant, of course. One is bloody and disheveled. The other has a torn shirt and is covered in dirt. Covering his nose, the guy said that he would look after the egg himself, and they should bathe and go to bed. The action takes place in the fairies' forest. Borf at that moment met Kalexaisa, and in bewilderment asked him who he was. Assuming that he was a fairy, the guy decided that he did not see their special glow. Moreover, he remembered that in such a small forest, there should not be a protector of fairies. Suddenly, a picture of a blonde beauty appeared in front of his face. The guy immediately grabbed his heart in horror, not even understanding why he suddenly felt so weak. Kalexaisa turned to the stranger, saying that forbidden energy flowed within him. He also looked and said that things were the same with the boy behind him. Noticing this terrifying energy, Borf understood that the strength and energy that was so difficult to withstand could only belong to the king of fairies. Luwin at the same moment stood in front of Borf to protect him from Kalexaisa. At this time, the man looked at the guardian, saying that he felt the energy of the demon in him. A moment later, another creature similar to him appeared near Luwin. Kalexaisa, he screamed in horror, saying that these were not demons at all. He asked the guys what they had done, since they crossed a chimera with a demon. Anyway, Borf went on the run while his minions guarded him from the king of fairies. The spirits who met the guy screamed in horror, saying that an enemy was standing in front of them. One of the fairies asked if they could eat him, but the other reminded them that the king told them not to touch this guy. But even this did not stop them. For some reason, they longed for his death. They suddenly became angry, so after a second they headed towards him. However, their plan was ruined because Borf discovered them and did not allow himself to be touched. Within a moment, this fairy was dead, and her sisters looked on in horror. The guy decided that he should not leave them alive, so within a moment, they were on fire. The action moves to Borf's house. Sitting on a chair, the guy was shocked that the king of fairies himself met on his way. Leaning on the back of his chair, he called Diamond. The girl literally immediately came to her lover. The girl, looking at the guy, said that she heard that he left while she was sleeping. In any case, she could not understand how the cut appeared on his beautiful face. Borf ignored her concern and said that he was tired and they would be better off going back to get treatment at Lyric. Diamond asked to forget about this and conclude an agreement with her, the only dark magician in the Empire. She promised that with her he would find love among demons and be able to master a power much greater than he currently possesses, and also that she would become his toy for life. Approaching him, she said that he would definitely like their games, so she asked what he thought about this. Seeing no interest, Diamond decided to say, by the way, that the shadow embedded in the Lord's castle gave her one piece of news. A living dragon egg was brought to the castle. Borf immediately looked at her with great interest. She added that someone picked up this egg in the vicinity of the forest, in which case Diamond wondered if she might steal this egg by chance. Borf. Finally, he smiled, looking into the eyes of his beloved, and said that this is why he likes her. The action moves to the Lord's castle. The butler told the guest that the venerable lord had left the estate for a short time due to a fire and would return very soon. Since the lord asked them to wait a little for him, the butler brought them tea, which our heroes drank in silence. Humming broke the silence at that moment, addressing Alan. She recalled that the lady told them that the magicians would not be able to arrive anytime soon. The man nodded, saying that at best I won't be back in a month, or if I hurry, it will take about 3 weeks. In this case, Humming asked in bewilderment what they should do with this cub. Alan told her that they would need to deliver the egg to the nearest magical branch, because they would be able to replenish the necessary mana for the egg. Humming said she understood him and decided to change the subject. She was interested in the estimated date of birth of Mrs. Kalia. Is it really transferable? The man said that this is so because her child is developing at an incredible speed. The birth will take place within a week. The girl was worried about the lady and asked if everything was okay with her health, to which the doctor confidently said that her health was not in danger. As the lady herself said, her swelling had already subsided and her body felt lighter. He assumed that in any case she would have a hard time, when after giving birth she would not be able to be active. Humming suddenly laughed, deciding to tell Alan that he was overprotective, even though it was too late to say so. Alan looked at the girl in bewilderment, who suddenly turned away as if she had said too much. Humming explained that Mrs. Kalia was amazing yesterday. Although she was in a prenatal state, she moved too easily. She summed it up by saying that she felt as if the lady was a real goddess of the wind. The doctor, in bewilderment, told the girl that after giving birth, she would temporarily have to maintain strict peace because she was contraindicated from being even a semblance of the wind. In any case, Humming promised that if anything happens, she will even lay down her bones to serve the wind goddess. Alan didn't even know how to react to what Humming was saying and doing, when suddenly someone walked into the room. It was the Lord who asked forgiveness for the long wait. He immediately said that he had heard about the dragon egg that they brought. Humming handed over the egg and said that it was about him, but now it was in very bad condition. The man said that this was the first time he had seen a dragon egg in person, so he didn't even know what to do, so he asked him to excuse him and walked away again. Viscount Shelton approached the magic branch, saying that he contacted them because respected citizens brought him a dragon egg. The guy screamed in horror, asking if it was really a dragon egg. He started asking about its size, its temperature, and its shell. Alan intervened in the conversation, saying that the egg had already formed a baby, but its temperature was gradually decreasing. The magician began to say in horror that if they promised explanations, then they did not have time to hesitate, because it would last 3 days. Immediately, the magician walked away and began asking for information. As it turned out, even if they mobilize all the magic, it will take at least 2 weeks. Within a moment, the magician reappeared, saying that they just had free hands, and this man would arrive within 24 hours. Alan immediately decided to say that some trainee or low-level magician would not be suitable. The dragon will appear soon, and therefore he needs a lot of mana. The magician operator asked not to worry about this because high-class magicians were about to arrive. The guy even laughed, saying that it would be nice if the cub drained all the magic of this person, although this will not happen. After a couple of seconds, he again reminded that the person would arrive during the day, and with that, their conversation came to an end, so he immediately disappeared. Viscount turned around saying he was glad because someone would arrive within 2 days. We could only hope that the egg would hold out until that time. Alan suddenly turned to the Lord, saying that they had a conversation with him. She and her younger sister found this egg in the vicinity of the forest a couple of days ago. But most likely, the children got inside through a hole in the fence that they left behind. Although everyone has returned home, he feels partly responsible for what happened. The man suddenly shouted, bringing everything to the very essence of the conversation. He wanted Viscount to say that he was the one who discovered the egg, no matter how brazen it was. The Lord, in bewilderment, said that it was somehow not very nice to see a large reward for finding a dragon egg. Alan still continued to stand his ground. The guy simply understood that in order to save the egg for food, contacting a detachment of magicians, they could only hand over the egg to the Lord. Viscount sighed heavily and agreed, but promised that in return he would spend the reward on the needs of the village. In this case, the guys began to hand the egg to the Lord, but as soon as the man touched it, he was electrocuted. Viscount jumped back in bewilderment, and the butler immediately grabbed the Lord and prevented him from falling. While Alan asked in horror if everything was okay, Humming looked at the egg, not understanding what had just happened. The butler suddenly shouted, accusing the guests of deciding to kill the Lord using the egg as bait. Viscount said that everything is fine, but it looks like the egg doesn't want to stay here voluntarily. Only one strange thing has appeared with Viscount. Humming, who noticed this, the Lord's pupils suddenly became vertical, and his behavior changed slightly. The Lord at that moment suggested that the guys guard the egg until the magicians arrived, so they could temporarily stay in the estate. Humming and Alan were seriously scared, because they realized that they had definitely messed with the wrong people. The action from the Lord's gloomy castle is transferred to a sunny hammock to a guy who was sunbathing in the sun. As it turned out, this guy was Derek, who was only on vacation for the 4th day out of 36, but nevertheless received a call from work. The guy said that if it was something not urgent, he would switch off, but a voice from the other side started shouting, saying that he had stunning news. The guy shouted throughout the entire area that a living dragon egg had been found, which was about to hatch. Derek jumped up in bewilderment, asking why he was told about this only now. Pulling on his robe, the guy said that he would immediately return to the branch, but the operator told him that this egg had not yet been delivered to the magic tower. They knew about the egg, but could not remove it yet. The operator said that he was sorry that he got this chance, but Derek must save the egg. This is their main task. The guy asked what he meant. The operator told him that the egg was not far from his resting place. Derek was surprisingly joyful and said that he would take on this matter. He will be the first to see the egg. The operator suddenly turned to the guy and asked if he knew Amo. This is another branch from which Derek should have taken the magician with him. The guy asked why they needed another magician. The operator asked him not to talk nonsense, reminding him that the egg was about to hatch. You'll have to supply him with a significant amount of mana, and even he won't be able to do it on his own. The guy asked if they really thought that there would be a sufficiently capable magician there. As far as he remembered, they didn't have those. The operator laughed, saying that it just so happened that one magician was there, so the guy should visit this branch and then he himself will understand everything. After some time, the guy walked with a bag. Just think, a dragon egg that is about to hatch. Derek thought what would happen if he received a mark from the cub. It is said that once in a lifetime, a dragon will mark the one it trusts most, although this was usually its mate or mother. He hoped that he would pour a huge amount of his mana into the egg, and then he would consider it his mother. He may have given way to the position of the youngest archmage, but Derek was confident that he was guaranteed the title of the first mage with a dragon. The action moves to the magical branch of Amo. The girl at the entrance asked Deputy Minister Derek if he was looking for the minister. The guy didn't understand how the minister was involved here. The girl still said that the minister lived in a temporary estate and she would take him there. As surprising as it would be for Derek, they came to the temporary estate of Shyman. If the guy only knew that Mr. Shyman would be his companion, he would not have sacrificed his vacation. Exhaling heavily and approaching the door, the guy decided that this was even better, because with Mr. Shyman, he wouldn't have to worry about mana. Unexpectedly, when the guy wanted to open the door, someone beat him to it and opened the door from the other side, thereby hitting him on the forehead. Derek fell to the ground and started scratching his head, asking what just happened. Standing on the threshold was Shyman, who was opposite Derek's question and wanted to know why he was here. Ignoring this question, the guy looked at the spirits in bewilderment and asked where they came from. Shyman smiled and told him that they had entered into a contract with him, nothing more. all the animals rushed toward the stranger. After Shyman shook hands with the guy, he, in turn, asked in bewilderment when Shyman began to control the spirits. The Duke told him that he mastered it about a couple of months ago. Derek did not understand how it was possible to master the skill of controlling spirits in just a couple of months. Suddenly, Shyman headed somewhere. Derek asked where he was going, to which Shyman surprisingly told him that they were going for the egg. Derek was glad that he had already heard about it. But would everything really be fine if they went together? The guy told him it was too stressful. They themselves will be able to pick up the egg today, and tomorrow Derek will return to the tower with it. The guy asked what he would do, to which Shyman told him that he was not finished with his business. Derek understood that this had something to do with Mrs. Kalia. She needed to return earlier, if only for the sake of the magic tower, which had turned into the castle of the Demon King since she disappeared. Previously, Shyman at least showed some human signs, but now there was not a single emotion on his face. One way or another, he decided to change the topic and ask Shyman if he was missing one more spirit, because usually there are 4 elemental spirits. The guy told him he was a little crazy. They are just heading to the area where he disappeared. He'll come back somehow. Soon after this, the guys used an instant teleportation spell and went on a mission. Meanwhile, the same mole spirit that was lost came out in an unfamiliar place, but noticed someone. As it turned out, this stranger whom the mole spirit met was our heroine, Mrs. Kalia. She immediately assumed that, judging by the fact that the spirit came out outside the forest, it was not local. Kalia came here only because she was worried about the news of the forest fire. Looking around, fortunately for herself, she discovered that the fire had not spread too much and was extinguished. She immediately looked at her bracelet, hoping that Kaya was okay. Nevertheless, she decided to return to the spirit of the mole again to learn something from him. But the boy began to gradually descend. The mole spirit soon disappeared, but the spirits of the forest appeared and asked what was happening here. As it turned out, someone was interested in them. Of course, our heroine was interested in them. The spirits recognized her only because she was with the king. Kalia happily greeted the forest spirits fairies. She was extremely glad that everyone was safe. Suddenly, a lost spirit of a mole appeared near our heroine, looking at her with sweet eyes. Crota immediately jumped up and began twitching his tail joyfully. Kalia assumed that it was he who brought the spirits of the forest and was grateful to him. Our heroine turned to the spirits, talking about the fire. She wondered if everything was okay. The fairies told her that everything was fine with them because the king hid them deep in the forest. Smiling, Kalia asked, "What about Kaya? Is she nearby?" The spirits told her that she was now hibernating, but if you call her, she will appear, but she needs to accumulate strength. They also said that the girl had previously appeared only on her birthday. Kalia was incredibly glad that nothing happened to her. The fairies smiled, assuming that the girl wanted to meet her. They told her that she should wait and Kaya would come, because this is her birthplace. Our heroine asked again in bewilderment, to which the spirits answered her that a very ancient tree told them so. During her lifetime, the girl loved this forest very much, one might say most of all. So there are many traces of her left here. Also, for the sake of the king, saddened by the death of his daughter, a very ancient tree created her. But because of this, the tree exhausted its strength and fell asleep. In any case, the fairies were forced to go, because they could not leave the place for a long time. They were pleased that the person was concerned about their safety. Soon they said goodbye and flew away, and so our heroine was left alone with the mole. One way or another, she turned to him and said that it was time for her to go back too, because her friends had to return home. Having lowered him to the ground, she offered to return him back to his owner so that the mole would not wander through the forest on his own. Soon after these words, the girl's stomach began to hurt incredibly, causing Kalia to show her pain. The spirit of the mole was very sad that the girl was in pain, and our heroine did not understand what was wrong, because Alan told her that there was still time before the birth. The girl still told the mole that she had better hurry, so she said goodbye to the mole, saying that they would see each other again. Kalia immediately turned around and headed towards the house, but the saddened mole could not let her leave, and with such pain in her stomach, a good idea immediately came to his mind. So after a moment, the mole began to dig a tunnel after the girl. Returning back to the village, the first thing our heroine noticed was Mrs. McCanna. Kalia came up to her and said hello. The woman greeted him happily and assumed that the girl was going for a walk. At that moment, a voice came from the girl. She also greeted Miss Leah and introduced herself as Shizu. Our heroine was glad to meet Shizu. She told the girl that Mrs. McKenna told them a lot. Nevertheless, the girl looked at the lady in admiration, asking if she really saved them that day. Kalia laughed embarrassedly and said that she didn't even know why she decided that she did it. The girl suddenly grabbed her by the dress and said that she didn't remember everything, but she was sure that Miss Leah had carried them out of the forest. McKenna asked the girl where her manners were, saying that she was putting the mistress in a difficult position. Shizu decided that she was indeed wrong, so she apologized, but soon asked the girl if she wanted to come over. After some time, the girls were sitting in the house and drinking tea. McKenna was talking about Shizu's story. As the girl said, she saw the fairy who saved her, but after listening to her explanation, she only thought about Mrs. Leah. The woman said thank you with difficulty, but still asked not to do that next time. Smiling, the woman said that she believed that Kalia was a strong and great woman before coming here, but it seemed to her that she was not taking care of herself at all. The woman told our heroine that she should take more care of herself. Suddenly, tears began to flow from her eyes. McKenna said she was truly grateful to her for giving the children a chance to return alive. However, she was ashamed that even in this dangerous situation that could harm her and her child, she could not do anything. Hugging her daughter, she said all she could think about was how happy she was that Shizu was back safe and sound. Our heroine told her that it was natural, but the woman replied that there was nothing natural here. She didn't want to think what most would think. Taking her hand, the woman said that what she was about to say would be ridiculous, but she hoped that Miss Leah would not get hurt. She literally hoped that the girl would be able to give birth safely and live happily ever after with the child. Smiling, she added that the main thing she believes in is that she will love herself as much as this child, because she is dear to many people. Kalia smiled and said that she was extremely pleased. Soon she turned to Shasha. She said that although his mommy didn't know, it seemed like a lot of people were worried about them. Many examples can be cited. For example, Humming, who strives to become a human shield for Mrs. Kalia just to protect her, or Alan, who not only takes care of Kalia's baby, but also her and Humming, constantly worrying about them. Even Mrs. McKenna, whom they have known for a short time, says that she owes her life. And of course, Shyman, who told her that he would follow her wherever she wanted, saying that it was always his duty to look after her. Having become a mother, she realized many things that she did not understand before, and she wanted to live even more. Is there anything touching and happier than the imminent birth of a baby? Just before the girls were about to leave, Mrs. McKenna suddenly said that she had almost forgotten the message that had been given to her. As she previously said, her husband guards the Lord's estate. He told her that Humming and Alan had recently visited the estate. Only there was a catch. Apparently some problem arose, and he said that the two of them would only be sent away tomorrow. Our heroine asked again in bewilderment, to which the woman answered her that, according to her husband, as soon as Humming releases it from her hands, it begins to sparkle with magic. In general, that's why the two of them were offered to stay in the estate until tomorrow, until the magicians arrived. Kalia thanked the woman for notifying her of this. Mrs. McKenna smiled and said that it was she who should thank the mistress. However, they were about to leave. Shizu bowed and said goodbye to Miss Leah. As soon as the door slammed, our heroine began to feel anxious. It was strange that Humming and Alan were locked up for a couple of days, and there was no news from the estate. On the other hand, there are no aristocrats there to account for the people every day. Sitting on the bed, the girl decided that first she would wait a little. If she gets too tired by the time she gets to them, Alan will definitely be worried and not happy. Suddenly, her stomach dropped again. Kalia's condition left much to be desired. Nevertheless, looking out the window, she madly hoped that she would not have to give birth today. Taking a deep breath, our heroine decided to calm down, assuring herself that everything would be fine. Meanwhile, the action moves to the estate. Alan was banging on the door asking to let him out of here because he had a pregnant woman at home who was about to give birth. The guy could not find a place for himself, because he began to come up with all sorts of plots that could happen right now with the mistress. Only Humming kept calm, looking out the window and asking Alan to stop rowdying. Although they had to get out, judging by the man's plan, he could only cripple his legs like that. For a huge amount of time, all people pretend not to hear them. Alan, sitting on the floor in this case, decided to ask Humming why she was hesitating, to which the girl told him that she was not hesitating, but rather did not hope for anything. The most important thing they hoped for was a message, which was not clear whether it had arrived. Alan was incredibly worried, hoping that Mrs. Kalia would not barge in here in person. Humming, continuing to hold the egg, said that she was also very worried about this. The guy got up from the ground and said that Kalia warned them a bunch of times that they should be careful. However, Alan had a very bad feeling. The girl asked the doctor to calm down because there was still time before the birth. However, not all pregnant women give birth to children right on time. Alan told her that sometimes babies are not born at all on the appointed day, so it is impossible to say exactly when this will happen. But he was afraid for a reason. Returning home a little late, simply without preparing in advance, turned out to be his worst nightmare. Because of a seemingly stupid mistake, the guy lost not only his child but also the woman in labor. His beloved Nadia and child disappeared in just one day. The second time, he definitely couldn't allow this to happen. So Alan tried with all his might to get free, saying that they would be back here tomorrow morning. Humming at this time decided that it did not need to sit idly by, so it was time to look for other options. Looking at the window, she assumed that she could jump out. Suddenly, behind her, she heard the muffled sound of a fall. As it turned out, Alan fell to the ground for some unknown reason, and the shadow from under the door crawled further. The girl was incredibly scared because she simply didn't understand what was happening, so she decided to gradually approach the window. At that very moment, the keyhole clicked and the door opened. A tired-looking man stood in the middle of the doorway. Humming asked the Lord what was going on, when suddenly the man attacked her without further ado. Unfortunately, the girl understood that because of the egg she could not use force, so all she could do was ask to be let go. Realizing that all these words were meaningless in relation to a person who showed no signs of sanity, Humming swung her leg and kicked straight into the Lord's stomach. As soon as the man stepped back a little, he began to whisper something to himself, and soon a shadow appeared under him. The girl felt bad energy, so she urgently needed to leave. Unfortunately, she was unable to do this, as the shadow began to grow and move towards her. Humming screamed with incredible anger, telling the shadow that if he crawls a little closer to her, then Lady Kalia will destroy her. Having closed her eyes right before the shadow's attack, the girl no longer hoped to survive, but although it was not Mrs. Kalia who came, she was still saved. Two magicians, Derek and Shyman, came to the girl's aid. The guys said in bewilderment that this estate was a complete mess. In any case, the guy immediately began to clean up all this abomination that was left on the floor. Humming was incredibly surprised that Mr. Shyman himself came to her aid and didn't really understand how it happened. Anyway, as soon as the guy started walking towards her, she nervously lowered her head and thanked him for his help. Of course, all these thanks to Shyman were not needed. Sitting down next to the girl, he asked only one question. Where is Kalia? Humming realized that everything was lost. Looking at the girl, he told her that she shouldn't try to play around, unless of course she wants to be fried too. Derek did not understand what the squire forgot here in the village of Lua. At that moment, hearing the noise, the guards and the lady of this estate gathered, who wanted to know what was happening here. As soon as she noticed Mr. Shyman, she realized that the magicians sent for the sake of the dragon egg had arrived. But seeing her husband unconscious, the woman instantly rushed to his aid. Looking at the magicians, she asked to be allowed to postpone the greeting and take care of her husband first. After some time, the action moves to the mansion of the lord of the manor. The atmosphere here was creepy. Anyway, Alan told the woman that her husband had spent a lot of energy, so he lost consciousness. He asked to give the lord medicine twice a day, and then he would quickly get back on his feet. At this time, Shyman literally pierced Humming with his gaze. Unexpectedly, he decided to break the silence and turn to the girl. She, in turn, jumped up. Looking at her, he asked if she had sorted out her feelings, because the time had come to answer his question. The girl, perplexed, said that she did not understand what he was talking about. Didn't the magicians come here to deal with the egg and take it away? Shyman, starting to lose his control, reminded Humming that he had warned her not to bully her. At that moment, Alan approached them, who apologized for interrupting them, but he wanted to know who this stranger was. Shyman, looking at the man, said that he was rather interested in who he was. After a moment, he assumed that he was the same caring dark-haired man. Alan asked in bewilderment what they were talking about, but the only thing Shyman wanted to know was where Kalia was. As a result, the action is again transferred to the hall in which only Shyman and the guys were. Looking at these two, the guy asked if they needed more time to think, but they told him that they had already said earlier that they didn't know anything. Sighing heavily, he suggested that trying to evade when it was clearly written on their faces that they had already been caught was somehow too stupid in his opinion. He immediately warned them that if they were planning to stall for time, he was ready to wait as long as necessary, because he had already spent a lot of time in hell. Looking at them, he told them that there was nothing difficult in being patient for a few days. He thought to himself that if it were up to him, he would even now destroy this dark-haired guy. He remembers that this guy was walking through the streets, carefully holding Kalia's hand. Clenching his fist, he wanted to make Alan disappear without leaving a trace. But if he was connected to Kalia, he couldn't just kill him. One way or another, he decided that if Kalia really fell in love with this guy, then she would not leave him and run away to this outback. He decided that while he did not have a clear idea of what was happening, it was better for him to clarify everything and then take action. There had to be a reason why she was with him. Humming suddenly said that she wanted to ask something. As far as she knew, Miss Kalia had left a letter for Shyman in which she promised to return. Looking at Shyman, the girl asked why he decided to go so far to find her, knowing that she would return soon. She understood that this man could be Shasha's father. Although she was scared to check it, she still had to do it. If she had not had Mrs. Kalia, who became her mentor, then the current Humming would not have existed. Therefore, it will be true to say that the current one lives for her sake, and the current one will do everything for the sake of her happiness and safety. Mrs. Kalia is a person of action. She doesn't need extra arms and legs, but what she lacks is ingenuity. So, since everything has turned out this way, she will clear everything up for her sake. Will Mr. Shyman be able to love Mrs. Kalia no matter what happens? There was silence in the room for a long time. Soon Shyman interrupted the silence by embarrassedly repeating the question, after which he said that without her, he would simply die. The guy admitted that he misses her to death but cannot see her. He knows neither the reason for her departure nor the time when she will return. Shyman, covering his face as if his pain, the guy again asked how he could not rush to look for her. He admitted that he was incredibly hurt that she left without saying a word, but he couldn't hate Kalia, because she was his savior. He summed it all up by saying that he had to find her as soon as possible, since without her he would inevitably go crazy. Humming at that moment realized that he loved Mrs. Kalia quite a lot, and, moreover, she even felt a certain fanaticism. Although there is some threat emanating from him, Mrs. Kalia grew up without knowing love. Thinking about it, she decided that such strong love would just make up for her lack. After listening to the explanation from Shyman, the girl said that she would confess where Miss Kalia was. Alan interrupted her in bewilderment, saying that it was not for them to decide. The girl rejected his words, reminding him that Mr. Shyman would not let them go until they told everything. Looking at Mr. Shyman, she asked if she was right. Turning her gaze back to Alan, Humming reminded them that the situation was urgent, and for that matter, they had better return early and take care of Miss Kalia. After analyzing Humming's words that the situation was urgent, he asked in horror if something had happened to Kalia. Looking at Alan, he was surprised to notice that he looked like a doctor. A moment later, incredible energy began to emanate from his body because he realized that the doctor had been accompanying Kalia all the time. Continuing to stare at them, he warned them that if something suddenly happened to her and they were now stalling for time, then they should be prepared for the consequences. Alan asked the gentleman in a whisper if he could wait a couple more days. Shyman immediately hit the table with his fist. The guy recalled that he was barely holding on so as not to lose the rest of his mind, when suddenly the spirit of a mole appeared in front of him. Shyman in bewilderment, he asked little Tira where he had been and what he was doing, since he had only just returned. The mole began to tell his master something in concentration. Shyman was surprised that the spirit wandered into the fairies' forest. Unexpectedly, the kid said that he met a woman there who smelled of the magical power that he showed. He immediately stroked the spirit and began to use a spell to see where this girl was. A moment later, a hologram appeared in front of them, clearly showing Kalia. Shyman, I was literally speechless because I couldn't believe that he could find her. Meanwhile, the action moves to our heroine who had disturbing feelings. She hoped for Humming and Alan's return soon. In any case, she understood that this would not work. While she could still move, it was better to go down to the first floor and wait for her friends there. As soon as the girl began to descend, to her surprise, she heard a knock on the door. Realizing that Alan and Humming would not knock before entering, especially so late, the girl took the sword hanging on the wall. As soon as our heroine armed herself, she decided that now she could find out who was caught up so late at night. Suddenly, her stomach began to hurt so much that she certainly had no time for guests. Having fallen to the floor, the girl began to scream with all her might. Nevertheless, she understood that if an enemy came to her, she must deal with him with one blow. Raising her head to look at the guest, to her surprise, she smelled a painfully familiar aroma. Of course, this guest turned out to be Shyman, who, only after learning about the girl's whereabouts, ran to her, even despite the thunderstorm and warnings. Before he left, Humming told him that he could go, but he had to promise one thing. He should never have let Mrs. Kalia worry. Even if he was shocked by her appearance, he should have tried not to put too much pressure on her. Obviously, the first thing Shyman asked was what happened to Kalia's belly. The girl laughed and asked him if he really couldn't see. Patting her stomach, she said that he could take another look himself. The guy immediately had an idea, and in bewilderment he asked how long she had been pregnant. He was unable to find out much about this, because the girl again began to feel incredible pain in the abdominal area. Shyman rushed to her aid, but Kalia, through her pain, asked him to wait a little and call Alan. The guy asked in bewilderment why he should call this brat, but Kalia grabbed him by the collar and told him to shut up and just call Alan. Sighing heavily, he himself decided that now was certainly not the time to show time, which is why he took her in his arms, and together they headed towards the portal. Meanwhile, Alan, as before, was running around the room because he could not find a place for himself. He knew that Mrs. Kalia needed peace, and they told Mr. Shyman everything in vain. Humming, who was already tired of listening to all these thoughts out loud, asked Alan to calm down and just wait. She recalled that not even 5 minutes had passed since Mr. Shyman left, when suddenly, after these words, Shyman and Kalia finally appeared. The guy immediately put the girl on the bed, and Alan, in bewilderment, began to ask if contractions had really begun. Kalia assumed it was so. The doctor asked her if she was in pain and what the intervals were between contractions. The girl said she didn't know. She was just in pain. Shyman, as if he had fallen into a stupor. Humming, at this time, decided to go in search of a suitable room. The guy was shocked because it was the first time he had seen Kalia suffer from pain. Literally, no injury had previously forced her to show up. What should he do? Perhaps he could use magic to calm her down. As soon as he began to cast his spell, Alan shouted in bewilderment, asking what he was doing. Looking at the guy, he told him not to use magic recklessly, because the body of a woman in labor might not be able to withstand it. Alan told the gentleman that he could only calm down and wait. Shyman, realizing that he could not do anything, decided to obey, and therefore sat down silently. Holding Kalia's hand, he told her that everything would be okay. The girl just moaned in pain all the time. The doctor was walking around at this time being very anxious. The baby was about to be born, and he needed a delivery bag. Shyman. He immediately said that if you needed something, he would bring it. The guy immediately asked where the bag was. As soon as the doctor said that the bag was in his room on the 2nd floor, in the closet, the guy used an instant teleport and went in search. At that moment, Humming came into the room, saying that she had brought the hostess here. The woman asked in surprise who this lady was. A moment later, Shyman returned, who said that this was a very important person, so she needed help so that she could give birth safely. The hostess immediately led them to a room suitable for childbirth. This was her bedroom, the bed they could throw away, so they could put a woman in labor there. Having placed Kalia on the bed, Alan said that thanks to the efforts of the Lord's wife, maids of the estate with experience in childbirth would soon arrive here. The man immediately said that they would need time for the baby to be born, so all they could do was wait. Alan turned around and asked Humming to call him when his water broke or the reading reached 100. At this moment, Shyman grabbed the doctor, asking where he was going when Kalia was in so much pain. He told him to do something about it. Removing Shyman's hand, the guy reminded that measures from above would endanger both the child and the woman in labor. From now on, Kalia must stand on her own. Looking at her, he said that although it was impossible to share this torment with her, it was the husband's duty to be there and help her survive these contractions. Alan told Shyman that the person who should hold her hand now is not a doctor at all, because he is not Mr. Shasha's father. The guy said that giving birth to a child is very difficult, so he asked Shyman to look after Mrs. Kalia until the end. Thus, evening turned into day. All this time, Shyman sat next to Kalia and held her hand. Looking at the girl with a feeling of hopelessness, he told her that if possible, he would take all her pain for himself. Unexpectedly, the girl's eyes finally opened. The guy immediately asked if she was okay, and Kalia, in bewilderment, asked what he was doing here. Shyman, smiling, told her that he was here only because she needed support here. In any case, the guy said that he wouldn't ask any questions now because the important thing at the moment was to think about how to relieve her pain. Just after these words, Kalia once again felt incredible pain and therefore screamed. Not understanding what to do, the guy again squeezed the girl's hand tighter, letting her know that he was nearby. Nevertheless, he noticed something on her hand. Being out of his mind, he did not immediately notice this bracelet, which in fact was not ordinary. Why did she have something like this? However, his thoughts were interrupted by the agony of Kalia, who was screaming in horror and pain and could not find her place. At that moment, the words of Kaya popped into her head, asking her not to forget that when the baby was ready to be born, she needed to call her. The girl immediately called her name, and soon Kaya finally appeared in front of them. Shyman. I looked at the fairies that had appeared in bewilderment and was a little unable to understand what these fairies were doing here. The guy instantly created a fence separating Kaya from Kalia. The guy wanted to know from Kaya who she was and why she appeared. Shyman assured her that if she didn't answer, he would simply not let her get closer to Kalia, so... At that very moment, Kalexaisa emerged from the portal and told the man that this was his daughter, Kaya. Looking at the silver-haired young man who had reached the level of knowledge, he said that his strength had long surpassed human capabilities. Kaya, meanwhile, continued to try to break through the fence, asking the man to let her in immediately because they did not have time. Kalexaisa approached his daughter and told her that she should calm down a little. Shyman, without taking his eyes off them, asked what brought them here. Or rather, what brought the King of Fairies here. The man said that they were here to help the girl bring a new life into the world. Shyman asked in surprise how they would help a human woman in labor. Kalexaisa answered the young man that in order for the birth to go as expected, she needed the power of nature. Shyman asked why she needs this power. The man said that the reason may be that this child is also part of the natural world. Shyman asked in bewilderment what this meant. Kaya, almost with tears in her eyes, continued to beg to let her in. She wanted him to let her just once. Our heroine suddenly took Shyman by the hand and with the last of her strength asked him to let her in, saying that he should trust her. Everything will be okay. Realizing that he could not go against Kalia's will, Shyman nevertheless lifted the fencing spell. Within a moment, Kaya ran up to Kalia and began the ritual to help her. Kalexaisa immediately stopped the young man, telling him to wait. Shyman said that if they at least explain what is happening here, then he is ready to wait as long as necessary. Looking at his daughter, the man said that she always only shares the natural strength necessary for this child. Kalexaisa, I realized in horror that Kaya was going to give the girl all her power. But then, this will mean that she can simply disappear. Is she really going to make her father cry tears of blood again? The girl turned to her father and smiled at him, showing her warm smile. Realizing that he still could not go against his daughter's wishes, Kalexaisa took out the artifact and inserted it into himself. He wasn't going to let his daughter go, even if it was a part of her. Having uttered the spell Chashram Kumbra, he pulled out part of his blood. As a result, this blood turned into a soul stone, which he asked to share with Kaya. Shyman, looking at all this madness again in bewilderment, asked what they were trying to do now. The man said that even under the threat of soul destruction, Kaya tried to create something for the child in the belly of this woman in labor. The baby has this something in his stomach, but is not fully formed, and Kaya is trying to complete it. But now he didn't have it, and he created it instead of her. It was about the fairy's stone. Shyman was horrified and figured this out himself, and Kalexaisa explained that the baby's fairy stone was in an unfinished state. But what was strange was that this blood magic can only be used on those who have the blood of the King of Fairies. Hearing these words, our heroine could not understand what it meant. Does she really have the blood of fairies in her? But how? One way or another, her thoughts were interrupted and put aside, because once again she began to suffer from pain. Kalexaisa. At that moment, he turned to his assistants and told them that now it was time to call a human doctor. The spirits, as soon as they heard the order from the king, immediately passed through the wall and went in search of Alan. A moment later, Humming and Alan burst into the room, with fairies standing behind them. The man immediately rushed to Mrs. Kalia, and Humming ordered not to stand idly by, but rather to prepare for the adoption of the child. Looking at his daughter, who was very worried, Kalixesa assured her that everything would be okay. Their part was completed, so the territory of people began from here. You had to trust them and wait for what would happen. The action moves forward some time. Meanwhile, Kalixesa held the sleeping Kaya. Shaiman stood waiting, and Humming ran around, unable to find a place for herself, because she was incredibly worried about her mentor. Suddenly, loud children's screams were heard from the room, so Shaiman realized that it was time for him to run. As soon as he entered the room, he saw a terrible picture at first glance. There were rags with blood everywhere, the maids were cleaning up, and the doctor was standing over the woman in labor. Alan held the baby, saying that the boy was born quite healthy, a whopping 4.6 kilograms. Of all the children he had ever held, this was the largest. As he placed the child in his mother's arms, the man told Ms. Kalia that she had had a hard time. Our heroine could not believe that she gave birth to this child, and this was not a dream. Finally, she has a family. Starting to smile, the girl began to welcome Shasha to his new family. Alan was incredibly happy that he went all the way with Mrs. Kalia and helped her. Shaiman and Humming did not lag behind, so they also stood, and looking at all this, they could not hide their smile. Actions are postponed until evening. At that time, Kalia was already resting, but Shaiman still sat next to her and protected her sleep. Looking at her, the guy laughed, thinking that she always knew how to turn his soul inside out. Still, it was incredible to see Kalia again, especially after such a huge amount of time. As soon as I looked at her, my heart was ready to burst. After petting her, he told her that she was a great fellow. Taking her hand, he kissed it. He knew that no matter in what form she appeared before him, no matter what secrets she kept within herself, he will always protect her because she is his whole world. Shaiman asked her to never leave him again. At this very moment of revelation, our heroine's eyes finally opened. Shaiman joyfully told her that he was incredibly glad that she had finally woken up. The girl couldn't even understand what was going on and why Shaiman was holding her hand and stroking her right now. The very next morning, Humming came to look at Shasha, being touched by how cute he was. She immediately greeted him, saying that she was glad to meet him. She also said that he could not imagine how long Mrs. Kalia had been waiting for his birth. I continued to admire him. The girl said that even she was looking forward to him very much. Anyway, from now on, she said that they would try to get along together. Soon after this, she fell asleep. But she fell asleep for a reason. But thanks to Kalixesa, who told her that she shouldn't see what happened next, so it's better for her to just sleep. The man was left alone in the room and looked intently at the child. At this time, Shaiman helped Kalia walk, but still told her that she had not fully recovered, so she should have stayed in the room. Suddenly, he hugged her and asked her to lean on him, but Kalia immediately blushed and began to say that everything was fine. The guy laughed and asked in bewilderment why she swayed with every step. Kalia told him that she was hot. The girl could not understand what this brat was allowing himself to do. But nevertheless, she could not help but admit that during the time they had not seen each other, he had become even more handsome. That's all. Hugging Kalia a little, he told her that even a light touch on her would suit him. From such dazzling beauty, Kalia didn't even know how to stand on the ground. What is this secret weapon? In any case, she had a strange feeling inside. She felt some kind of itching, but not rejection. Sighing heavily, she decided to give in and allow him to hug her. Suddenly, they finally noticed what was happening in front of them and saw Humming and the King of Fairies sleeping in the room. Of course, Kalia immediately had no time for Shaiman, and, pushing him away, she asked Kalixesa what he was doing here if he said that he was returning to the forest. Smiling, the man said that they were worried about the child, but in his presence, it was in vain. The girl immediately remembered his words that blood magic can only be used on those in the room who have the blood of the King of Fairies. She remembers that he said this, but she is definitely a person and there is no fairy's stone in her. So how then could she inherit the blood of these fairies? Perhaps the King of Fairies himself will give her the answer to her question. Just as Kalia wanted to ask something, the man interrupted her and said that a newborn fairies could only receive a blessing from the king once in its life. Looking at the baby, he said that all the children of the fairies race had received his blessing. Then he turned his gaze towards Kalia and Shaiman and said that previously he only thought so. Turning his gaze back to Shasha, he touched him and began to wish him arms and legs that would never get tired on the way to what he wanted. Undoubtedly, he could not help but say about the mind that will not fade even in the fog of ignorance, the eyes of a sage that see to the very root. He wished for his ears that would not be deceived by sweet words, and also a gentle voice like the singing of birds. And the most important thing in the end was a kiss from the King of Fairies, confirming his blessing. Looking at the child, he asked him not to disrespect his parents and not to leave before them. At that very moment, Shasha woke up and began to reach out to the king, smiling at him and showing his joy. Kaleksaisa. I was incredibly touched by how cute this baby was. Feeling a strange desire to take him in his arms, the man picked him up. Only there was one thing, but for some unknown reason, Shasha began to scream, thereby raising even the sleeping Humming to his feet. The girl instinctively ran up to Shasha, but still did not understand when everyone managed to gather here. One way or another, she assumed that Mr. Shasha was hungry. In this case, Kalia approached her child and, taking him in her arms, said that they would go to their room. Humming asked the lady to be careful, and Shaiman hugged her again, saying that he would hold her and help her get there. At that moment, Kaleksaisa turned to them and asked the girl if he could visit them. The girl smiled at him and said that she would be glad to see him at any time. He was very glad to hear this, and nevertheless, while everyone left the room, he remained in it. As soon as all the people finally left, with a wave of his hand, he ordered an unprecedented force to come out of the darkness. A moment later, eyes appeared on the floor. As it turned out, they were watching them all the time. The man waved his hand again and ordered the dark shadows to gather in one place. As soon as the dark entity itself appeared, Kaleksaisa told the monster to absorb it. A moment later, the dark energy was collected, and Kaleksaisa told the monster that he was now his subordinate. He told him to return to the previous owner who sent him and convey everything that he saw, of course, with the exception of this moment and the dialogue. At this time, our heroine had just finished feeding Shasha. Now the boy was happy. Alan told the girl that she had done an excellent job. She did the right thing, because after feeding milk, the baby must be burped. If this is not done correctly, babies may regurgitate everything they eat. Kalia said admiringly that children are amazing creatures. At that moment, the baby began to make faces looking at his mother. Either way, he was incredibly sweet. Kalia screamed in bewilderment and asked for Alan. Look at how Shasha made a strange face. The man laughed, saying that newborns do this when they are in a good mood. Our heroine asked if she understood correctly that this face is a sign that he is happy. After a moment, she laughed too, continuing to talk about how cute Shasha is. Suddenly, someone knocked on the room and asked Kalia for permission to enter. Shaiman entered the room and asked in surprise what the doctor was doing here. The girl said that everything was fine and nothing hurt. She explained that while the guy went out for a while, Alan came to them to tell them something. Shaiman. I understood that he was a doctor. Alan is by Kalia's side as a doctor, but he couldn't understand why he felt strangely irritated every time he saw him. Alan at this point said that Shasha had fallen asleep again, so he would take the baby to the nursery. Shaiman at the same moment realized that he was angry. Initially, according to his assumptions, he should have been in this place. Of course this means taking care of Kalia and the child. Shaiman was confident that this was entirely his role. If it were up to him, he would like not to leave them even a single step. He immediately approached Kalia and asked if she was feeling well. As soon as the girl said that she was completely fine, Shaiman told her that this was the main thing. The main thing for him is that she doesn't get sick. Kalia herself couldn't understand what was happening to this brat because just recently he was very angry. However, looking at the aura of kindness emanating from him, she assumed that he was not angry at all. She thought that he would be beside himself with her sudden disappearance, but most importantly, why didn't he say a word about her pregnancy? Alan at that moment turned to Mr. Shaiman, telling him that if he had nothing urgent, then he should give Mrs. Kalia a rest. The presence of the father during pregnancy is incredibly important, but how unsuitable is he for this role, since Kalia could not tell him about the pregnancy? Shaiman, he asked in bewilderment whether he should really ask the doctor for permission to see Kalia. Our heroine at that moment told the doctor that she didn't mind. He can give Shasha and go. Alan wanted to object, but the lady still assured that everything was fine. Smiling, she said that although Shaiman looks like a monster, he will not eat her. Looking at this terrifying look, the man said to himself that he was more of a psycho than a monster. In any case, the girl asked to give her Shasha because she wanted to officially introduce him to Shimon. Sighing heavily, the man decided not to resist. He understood that he would not do anything against Kalia's word, and be that as it may, most likely this man was the father of Mr. Shasha. As soon as Alan came out saying that he would be outside, Kalia called Shimon and asked him to say hello to Shasha. Looking at Kalia, he asked in surprise the name of the baby that she had given him. The girl said that Shasha is his birth name, so she is still thinking about what to call him. Shimon at that moment, he said that someone called him that when he was little, and it seems that this someone completely forgot about it. Kalia asked in bewilderment if it was her. Sitting down on the bed, Shimon just nodded his head. The girl didn't understand why she didn't remember this. Shimon smiled and looking at Shasha greeted him, saying that he was glad to meet them. Looking at how the baby confidently chewed something, the guy laughed, suggesting that he was dreaming about food. I wonder what he chews so diligently. Looking at the guy, our heroine was very surprised because she remembers that he couldn't stand children. However, the happy life did not last long. Shimon looked sharply at the girl and asked in bewilderment why she left him. He wanted to know why she didn't tell him a word about the baby. Kalia sheepishly said that she wanted to rest, so she decided to resign. She apologized for not saying anything. She just thought that if he found out, he would try to stop her. Shimon, looking intently at her, asked not to lie to him because he assumes that this is his child. Kalia didn't even know what to do, although he treated the child kinder than she expected. But he is not the whole ducal family of Terloen. Now she understands that Shimon's mother's words were a warning not to go beyond friendship. Although from the point of view of feelings, this did not happen, and in the end this is what it resulted in, but in any case, this is her child. In response to Shimon's question, the girl told him that he was not the father of the child. The guy screamed in bewilderment, asking what this meant. Our heroine understood that this child would never be able to receive the surname Terlone, because Shasha would bear the surname Taxicate. That is why the girl looked at Shimon and confidently told him that this was not his child, and he heard everything correctly. In this case, Shimon ordered to tell who the hell is the father of this child. Kalia asked in surprise, what's the difference? The guy said that if this father could not even fulfill the role of a father, then he should not be left alive. Nevertheless, Shimon approached her in surprise and said that no matter what, only he could be the father of the child. In his opinion, she was a stupid and stubborn girl who didn't even know how to lie. This means that she did not want to recognize him as her father. In this case, he realized that she ran away, hiding the pregnancy, because most likely she simply could not trust him. She is not sure that they can be happy. Taking her hand, he asked her, almost with tears in his eyes, not to upset her. Soon he even kissed her hand, just to hear the words that in fact this was her stupid joke, and in fact he was the father of the child. Our heroine looked at him in bewilderment and asked what happened to him, because he didn't look like himself. Continuing to hold her hand, he said that he had decided to change strategy. The girl asked in surprise what he was talking about. The guy understood that he could no longer silently watch, hoping that she would notice his feelings. Instead, on the contrary, he decided to court her with such ardor that she could not turn a blind eye to his love. Realizing that there was nothing more to hide and there was no point in running, Shimon, looking into Kalia's eyes, said that he loved her. He promised from now on to stop hiding his childish jealousy and start begging her to look at him. He warned that he was going to seduce her until she herself believed in his love and, most importantly, until she admitted that this was his child. Finally, Shimon hugged her and told her that he would pursue her until she trusted him. Our heroine wanted to somehow object to him, but not intending to hear any excuses, the guy simply covered her mouth with his hand. He continued to say that all she had to do was give in to him. A moment later, as in the past or in Kalia's dreams, they pressed their lips to each other and began to kiss. Just a couple of seconds later, the guy moved away in bewilderment and apologized for doing it without permission. The girl looked at him with even greater bewilderment and asked why he was apologizing. The guy suddenly laughed and began to apologize again, only this time for the fact that he was apologizing. Kalia was definitely surprised. Shimon, as soon as he stopped laughing, began to move towards her, thinking that even this simplicity of hers seemed very sweet. At this point, the girl moved away, deciding to change the subject. She reminded him that he had just said that he loved her. Without even letting him say a word, the guy smiled and again told her that he loved her with all his heart. From this level of embarrassment, our heroine at that moment began to say in bewilderment that it was time to feed Shasha. Although after a moment, she remembered that he was only eating. Shyman immediately laughed, telling Shasha that their mom got the meal times mixed up. Isn't she cute? The girl, perplexed, told him to stop saying nonsense. One way or another, Shyman was admiring him and Kalia as a child all this time. Looking at the sleeping Shasha, he thought that this was literally the spitting image of Kalia. And what's most important is that Kalia gave him happiness, the person he adores with all his heart. In the past, because he was carefree, he thought that they could always be together. That's why he couldn't give her any guarantees. But now he was going to show her all of himself. He was going to show her how much they thought about her, and how much he thought about her until she finally recognized him as her husband and lover. So, the shadow sent to the Lord's estate brought interesting news. Diamond heard a rumor that a living dragon egg had entered the estate. The monsters were watching this estate and noticed something even more interesting. General Kalia was there, as well as this Duke the Charmer. Borf suddenly realized that these two had a child together. This woman reminded him more of a weapon than a person, and he did not expect her fate to turn out this way. Someone once said that love is an uncontrollable force that can tame even a demon. Diamond at that moment she approached her lover and asked what he was looking at so intently. The guy replied that he thought he had discovered something very interesting. Judging by the information from the monster, the king of the fairies was also there, which means that he also had something to do with the birth of this woman. Licking his lips, he wondered how sweet the blood of the fairies' king, who had been accumulating power for several hundred years, tasted. Of course, things took interesting turns. At that moment, Diamond looked closely at her lover and asked if he remembered that if he betrayed her, he would die instantly. The guy pressed her to him, asking how he could betray her. He assured her that in his eyes there was no one more attractive than her. The action moves to Shyman, who is reunited with his favorites. He asked Tiara in surprise if he had really broken the sphere as soon as he arrived in the village. The spirit of the mole began to squeak positively, saying that this was so. Shyman smiled and told him that he was great, but they had already found Kalia, so they wouldn't need any more spheres. In this case, he decided to break the sphere and at the same time listen to what they could say in it. At this very moment, cries for help began to be heard, as well as cries of agony. Shyman, I gathered my strength, and after waiting a couple of seconds, I was able to catch this dark wave. Using a fragment of scripture, the guy began to translate all the words here. The shadow sent to the Lord's estate brought interesting news. He heard a rumor that a living dragon egg had entered the estate. Shyman, I immediately realized that this was the work of a shadow. Come to think of it, he had seen one shadow when he first arrived at the Lord's estate. Apparently, this is darkness, a type of black magic. It turns out that some crazy magician has mastered forbidden magic and is now conducting research. However, it was sad that not a single name came up that could help him. The chimera from fairies discovered last time must also be their work, because just during the heyday of black magic, research on chimeras was actively carried out. Shyman decided that as soon as he returned home, he would better study divine-type magic. If black magic was connected to fairies, then he knew he couldn't stay away. For some reason, it seemed to him that Kalia had something to do with the fairies. Kalia. As soon as he thought about her once, his mood immediately lifted. Although he knew this, he still fell head over heels in love with her. It wasn't even their first kiss. Nevertheless, why did everything inside tremble at the thought of him? Why is everything so new? At this moment, the spirits began to squeak in surprise, asking what their owner was thinking so intently about. The guy smiled and told them that they certainly didn't need to know this. Only Kalia should know how crazy he is for her and how flexible he can be. Meanwhile, our heroine could not sleep, and so she simply lay and looked at the ceiling. Thus, the day had already come, and she still could not understand why Shyman's face constantly appeared in her thoughts. Half the night she thought about his approaching soft lips, red tongue, which whispered that he loved her. Most importantly, she couldn't get out of her head how mesmerizingly he called her Kalia. At the same moment, the girl slammed herself against the wall with all her might, thinking that at this rate she would simply go crazy. She suddenly assumed that the guy just secretly tore that Derek scroll again, secretly from her. She thought so because she couldn't understand why her heart was beating so hard. Suddenly, a female voice came from behind her. It was the nanny of the lord's estate, Latricia. She was just feeding the baby. Our heroine tried to quietly sneak in and watch the woman, but was discovered. Latricia, in bewilderment, asked her mistress why she was not sleeping. Deciding to go out, Kalia said that for some reason she could not sleep, and she decided that today she would look after Shasha. The nanny, sighing heavily, said that she was putting too much pressure on herself, because after giving birth, the mother must take care of herself. Our heroine still stood her ground and told Latricia that she would entrust Shasha to her tomorrow, but today she wanted to look after him herself. The nanny said that this couldn't be done because Mr. Allen would swear at her again. Kalia asked to keep this a secret. Latricia still agreed with grief, saying that she would come later. Within a moment, the nanny left the room, and the girl was finally left alone with her child. Looking at her sweet baby, she knew that she would never get tired of looking at him. She couldn't even understand how someone could be so cute. At that very moment, all the cuteness disappeared because the boy started screaming. Kalia assumed that there was something wrong with the diaper, but it was dry. Maybe you're hungry? That was also wrong. What happened? The girl was at a loss and did not know how to calm the child. She understood that even on the battlefield, she was not as confused as she was now. Starting to walk around the room and try to calm the baby down, the mother herself almost burst into tears even more, telling Shasha that his mother was incompetent. A moment later, to her surprise, she noticed that he was calm, which means he was crying because he wanted his mother to walk with him in her arms. Hugging him, his girlfriend began to hum something, saying that she would walk with him like this for an eternity. Well, we can say that words cannot be thrown around in vain. After some time, Latricia arrived and was horrified to find Kalia tired. Approaching the woman, she asked to hand over the child to her. Kalia realized that looking after a child is not so easy. The woman immediately set to work changing the diaper. Kalia watched everything and told Latricia that she was very skilled at taking care of children. The girl laughed and said that in 10 years she had fed 20 children and learned everything. The number of as many as 20 children shocked our heroine. Nevertheless, Latricia assured the woman that gradually she too would get used to it. Time will pass and it will become much easier for her. Even if it's hard, you need to hug your child more often and give him your love. This will be enough for his happiness. At that moment, Humming entered the room and immediately, in bewilderment, asked the lady what she was doing here. Kalia said embarrassedly that she couldn't sleep. Humming, realizing that the lady had not slept all night, began to lead her into the room, saying that she needed to wake her up, and now she needed to immediately go to her room. After some time, the girl lay in her bed and thought that although it was not easy for her, she would definitely look after Shasha at night from time to time. This was her maternal duty. She literally couldn't stop looking at her sweet baby. Just think, she became a mother. No matter how you look at it, she still couldn't believe that this was her child. She also realized that no mother was her from the very beginning of her journey. Our heroine was sure that little by little, she would learn everything together with Shasha. At this time, Shaiman stood in front of the entrance to Kalia's chambers with a gift for her and Shasha, hoping that they would both like it. Humming, in bewilderment, said that there was no need to wake up the lady, since she had only recently gone to bed. She immediately began to lead him to another room and quickly led him inside. Humming took him into the room of the nanny, who was surprised that a gentleman had come to them. Latricia said Shasha is in good spirits, so it's okay to hold him. The woman said that Mrs. Leah had just finished babysitting him, although she was pretty exhausted, but Mr. Shasha was pleased. Taking Shasha in his arms, Shaiman understood that in such a state it was not very good for Kalia to look after the child. It would be better if he sat with it himself and did not waste time on an invention. Starting to squeeze the baby, Dad told him that he would soon get recognition from Mom, and until then, Shasha should not torture Mom. Smiling, he asked to direct all your dissatisfaction to him. Latricia laughed, saying that Mr. Shasha understood what he had just been told. Shaiman held out the gift he wanted to give to the baby and asked Humming to hold it. The girl asked in bewilderment what it was. The guy told her that it was a mobile. He heard kids like them. Humming was shocked that he made it himself. In any case, the girls decided to immediately install the toy on the Shasha crib. Shaiman meanwhile looked at Shasha, and noticing his incredible eyes, told him that he has beautiful eyes. Shasha, as before, showed his face. Shaiman laughed and asked what kind of monkey face it was. The girls looked at them in bewilderment, thinking that they looked like something out of a picture. It was a match for the most handsome man in the empire. However, once the mobile was installed, Shimon placed the child in bed and turned on the device. All over the ceiling, different colors and patterns immediately began to play. Latricia and Humming were delighted by this beauty. Humming continued to talk about how cool it was, and Latricia suddenly went silent. Shimon, I asked if she had anything to say. The woman said that she thought Mr. Shasha was too young for such a mobile. The guy asked what she was talking about, to which the woman told him that the light was bright, which meant that because of it, Shasha could not see well. Mostly she saw that they made black and white mobiles for kids. Shimon was shocked by the words, which were softened, but meant that he made nonsense. Latricia immediately said that he was great, because in just one night he made such a beautiful mobile. She assured him that when Shasha grows up, he will like it. Shimon at that moment told the girls that he would return in 2 hours. The girls asked what he meant, to which the guy told them that he would make another one and return to them. Latricia, in bewilderment, began to say that this was not at all necessary, but after a moment Shimon disappeared. Meanwhile, the action shifts to a discussion of the lords of the lands of the fairies. The guys asked why fairies only disappeared from the Roxas forests. It was said that, judging by conversations, one aristocrat, Roxas, trades in fairies. Some shouted in bewilderment, saying that although they should remain silent, such a thing could not be tolerated. This year alone, more than 100 fairies have already disappeared from the Roxas forests. The elder of the most ancient forest, Canel, said that humanity's victory in the war forced the empire to be reborn, or the people's land was no longer enough. The guys asked the elder what he wanted to say by this. Canel directly repeated that people did not have enough of their land and they wanted to seize the fairies' forests. The eldest son of the king of fairies, the owner of the Red Forest, Ganani, asked the elder if he understood correctly that people were going to start an interracial war. Canel said it's never too early to start preparing. Ganini replied that the most important thing now is to find out who their true enemy is, exterminating the fairies. The elder explained that he was saying all this in order to be prepared just in case, and not just to start a war before the people. At that moment, the third daughter of the fairies king and also the guardian of the Hoa forest hit the table. She asked everyone to calm down, and looking at their king, she finally offered to give him the floor. After a moment of silence, Kalexaisa finally said that they were all right. It's time to break the silence of the forest. Ganini asked His Highness if he understood correctly that even the king was ready to start an interracial war. Hoa was quite surprised by her father's answer, and jumped up from her seat and asked if he was serious. Kalexaisa said that the human chimera host he encountered in the Hoa forest had ruby red eyes and fiery red hair. One of the council of elders asked in bewilderment whether red hair was a sign of the demonic race. Kalexaisa answered him that the beast people controlled by that man were just chimeras of the demon race. Having said that using the corpses of demons to create a chimera is too much, Kalexaisa decided to seek the opinion of the most ancient tribesmen. Kainel replied that the king's will is also their will. The king's aspirations mean the aspirations of the forest itself. Everything is subject to the will of the king. After some time, Kalexaisa walked with his children. Hoa asked if she could return to the forest and start preparing for war. Ganini told his sister to calm down because the war had not yet started. The girl reminded that those scoundrels turned their relatives into chimeras and, moreover, they even attracted a demonic race. Hoa asked to remind whose hands this was. Ganini wanted to say something, but the girl asked not to piss her off, because if he has something to say, it's better to say it. The guy asked his sister not to be rude. The girl sighed and said that there was no creature in the world that would not infuriate her more than Ganini. At that moment, they approached a tree on which a blonde girl was lying. Kalexaisa asked the children to be quiet. A moment later, the man approached the woman and took her hand and kissed her. Ganini smiled, saying that despite the long separation, they were still beautiful. Hoa laughed, telling her mother that she had been sleeping for over 25 years. Isn't it time to wake up? At that very moment, Furiosa, the second son of the demon king and guardian of the Tree of Origins, appeared in front of them. The guy asked the guests what brought them here. Hoa ran and hugged the guy. Furiosa said that everyone was so busy that he did not expect to see them at least once a year, but he was glad to see such a meeting. Kalexaisa suddenly said that when Kaya disappeared, Leah used too much force in trying to find her and fell ill. The man wanted to know what trace left by Kaya Leah was then trying to find. Looking at the children, he said that perhaps he had found the trace of Kaya that their mother was looking for. Ganini, he asked again in bewilderment, asking if his father had really found the trail and if she was alive. Kalexaisa. He lowered his gaze downwards, making it clear the girl's fate, but nevertheless he said that he knew a way to find out how she died. He called everyone to him and asked them to follow him. They will definitely understand everything themselves as soon as they see it with their own eyes. Ganini, Hoa, and Furiosa were very serious. They were sure that whoever touched their youngest would simply not live. After some time, they found themselves in the treasury. The guys did not understand what to do, and Kalexaisa told them to rake everything here from here to now. The children wanted to somehow object, but the man smiled and told them to fulfill his request. Meanwhile, Shimon was thinking that he could not even think that Shasha could blind the mobile. Then how can he better remake the device? Come to think of it, he heard that yesterday's creatures came for the dragon egg. In this case, there is a possibility that they will target him again. In this case, the guy decided that he needed to tell Derek about this, and in a moment he was going to come in. As soon as the door was opened, Shimon noticed Derek lying on the floor. So, in bewilderment, he asked him what he was doing on the floor. Looking at the egg, the guy snorted from the fact that the guy fed all his magical power to the dragon. Thinking about what a weakling his comrade was, Shimon waved his finger and replenished his energy. As soon as Derek woke up, he decided that he would need to call him again to talk. Approaching the egg, Shimon, to his surprise, realized that if it were not for this egg, he would not have even met Kalia. Placing his hand, he decided to give him mana, and thereby thank the egg for its help. After a while, he finished, and the egg even began to shine with happiness. Realizing that the work here was finished, Shimon decided to move further along the to-do list, now thinking about how to give a new life to the mobile. Our heroine, meanwhile, finally woke up, even having managed to get some sleep. After such a sound sleep, she was filled with energy. Nevertheless, looking out the window, she thought about what she should do, because it was impossible to continue to stay in this estate. Come to think of it, she promised His Highness that she would return as soon as Shimon found her. Then it turns out that she must return. She initially left only so that no one would stop her from giving birth to a child, but now that Shasha was born and Shimon realized what was happening, the girl suddenly remembered the smile and mood of the guy, who was talking about how he was changing his mood and how much he loved her. In fact, it was risky to say such a thing out of the blue, although it wasn't that she was unpleasant. To tell the truth, she liked that kiss too. In that case, she knew that she liked Shimon too. But remembering his mother, she wondered if she could love Shimon. Still, Shimon said he was going to seduce her, so it was only a matter of time before she succumbed to his charms. One way or another, she decided that come what may, first she would return to the capital, give Shasha her surname, and talk with His Highness. At that moment, behind her, or rather in the next room, our heroine heard a strange noise, so she immediately turned around to find out what it was. Meanwhile, there was a whole astronomy display in the baby's room. Humming said admiringly that she had never seen such mobiles before. Latricia, looking at Shasha, said that he liked it. Kalia, looking inside, tried to understand what Shimon was doing there. At that moment, the guy heard a rustling behind him, and fortunately he saw Kalia, who had finally woken up. Walking up to her, he took her hand to show her what he had done for Shasha. The girl asked in bewilderment what it was. Humming said it was a mobile phone. Usually it just hangs over the crib, but this one sings and projects an image, which is simply amazing. So far, the baby can only distinguish between black and white. So he made it black and white, but nevertheless, he could switch the mode and everything would become multicolored. The guy said he even added lullabies. If they want to add their own melodies, you can change them. It also contained magic, but the effect was not so strong. Shimon smiled, looking at the girl, and asked how she liked his creation. Kalia, looking at all this beauty, could not take her eyes off, so it is obvious that she appreciated it. The guy asked in bewilderment if this was all her reaction. Kalia asked in surprise what he was talking about. Shimon literally instantly changed before our eyes, saying to forget about what he said. Humming whispered to her that she needed to praise him more because he was trying really hard. The girl stroked Shimon on the head. The guy asked what she was doing, to which Kalia told him that she was praising him. Looking at him, she said that she was incredibly grateful that he had made such a magical mobile. Taking her hand, the guy thanked her for praising him. Now he is happy. Kalia, to her surprise, noticed that under normal circumstances she would have withdrawn her hand as if nothing had happened, but now she could not. She didn't understand what was happening to her. At this moment, something strange began to happen. In the middle of the room, the space began to distort, and birds chirping could be heard from there. A moment later, the portal opened completely, and, as it was not difficult to guess, the forest guardians of the fairies came out from there. Shimon immediately blocked the passage to Kalia, saying that although he trusted the king, he still wanted to know who was standing behind him. Kaleksaisa, realizing that this young man's anxiety would never disappear, said that these are the elders and guardians who protect the forest. Also, part-time, these were children who inherited his blood. Our heroine asked in surprise why Kaya didn't come with them. The man said that she had now fallen into suspended animation. That day, she gave too much of her strength to Kalia and her child. Feeling guilty, the girl suggested that Kaya was very unwell right now. Kaleksaisa. He answered her that since the soul of this child is not initially whole, if you overexert yourself a little and the collected fragments will scatter. Looking at her bracelet, he said that even now he had difficulty moving her there. Kaleksaisa told the girl that when Kaya was restored, for some time she would become a spirit obeying the bracelet. But there was a good side to this. She will be able to walk freely where this bracelet is and be at least partially happy. As long as the bracelet is not destroyed, she will receive, albeit limited, freedom. At this point, Kaleksaisa decided to change the subject, saying that first of all it was time to give them gifts. As soon as he clapped his hands, several portals appeared from which several carts with treasures fell out. Our heroine, holding Shasha in her hands, screamed in bewilderment, asking what it was. The man laughed, saying that he had already said that these were gifts. Kalia asked a question, asking, "What do you mean all these are gifts for them?" Looking at the girl, he said that this was all for her and her child. Our heroine could not understand why they were giving them all this. Approaching them, Kaleksaisa asked this child in surprise if she still didn't understand how her child inherited her blood. And more importantly, why Kaya, who had lost most of her memories, was so desperate to protect her. Smiling, he said that he was very surprised when he first met her. Her stubbornly pursed lips and the way she confidently rushed, looking only forward. For some reason, it seemed to him that she was incredibly similar to his lost youngest daughter. Our heroine answered him that he could say that they were similar, but she did not see the similarity between her and Kaya. Kaleksaisa said that this may be so, but in any case, he is sure that she is a trace left by Kaya. The child is her only legacy, and to be more precise, the child is a treasure that she protected at the cost of her own life. Kaleksaisa. I apologized to Kalia for the fact that I told her about this only now, but in any case, she has grown up to be a great fellow. Her daughter's child. Wiping away her tears that were running from the girl's eyes, the man said that she was his granddaughter Kalia. The girl's tears flowed without stopping, and she did not understand what was happening to her. Her grandfather somehow apologized for finding her too late. Shimon immediately supported Kalia, telling her that she shouldn't be shy and just cry. After all, these are tears of happiness. When she feels that she can't do it anymore, he will be there to support her. Our heroine always thought that she was not lonely. I thought that she didn't care even if no one was around, but the truth is that she was incredibly lonely. Thus, the day turned to evening. By then, Kalia had finally calmed down, finally saying she was fine. At this moment, Hoa approached our heroine and decided to meet Kalia, telling me that she was her aunt. The girl immediately hugged our heroine, saying that she was incredibly happy to see her niece. She promised her from now on, no matter what happens, she will always protect her and the child. Furiosa then appeared behind her and said that from now on, all Furiosa trees would be her friends. Wherever she is, if there are trees in that place, she just needs to call her uncle. Then she can chat with him at any time. Furiosa. After that, she looked at her older brother and told him that he could also say hello. The guy was not particularly happy to see his niece, but nevertheless he still said his name. Soon after this, he looked at Kalia and said that Kaya was the same age when she gave birth to her. They understood that they should have taken care of her and therefore asked for forgiveness for not doing so. Hugging her, he said that they were really to blame, and although it was late, they wanted to know if she could accept them as her family. With tears in her eyes, Kalia said that she would gladly accept them because she herself was madly waiting for her to have a family. Shimon and Kaleksaisa watched them and were no less happy. However, the guy approached the King of Fairies and asked if they could discuss something. The action moves to the next morning. Kalia, who definitely didn't sleep at night, fed Shasha again. Looking at him, she couldn't understand what the problem was when he just opened his eyes and immediately refused breast milk. Sighing heavily and starting to hug the baby, she said that this was not particularly important because in any case, she was interested in him eating well and being healthy. Latricia suddenly noticed that the girl was in a nice mood. She assumed that the recent visitors brought her good news. It wasn't just a nice mood. Her heart was beating faster than usual, and she felt strange. Now she knew that she was part of the fairies' people, and Kaya was now her mother, who should rather be called that. Although she was told that this is not a complete image of her mother, would it be more accurate to call her Kaya? Until now, she thought that her parents abandoned her, but Kaya definitely did not abandon her. Still, she wanted to know how she ended up in that alley alone. Also, if she is a fairies, then she was wondering why there was no fairy stone in her, and more interestingly, the father. Where is he? Who is he? Continuing to feed the baby, the girl assumed that the grandfather, the King of Fairies, would tell her about everything. Just think, grandfather, how unusual and unconventional it is to now realize that her grandfather is the King of the Fairies. But now, having learned about their connection, she can no longer call him the King of the Fairies, so she will have to get used to calling him grandfather. In any case, grandfather said that he would visit them again soon, and then she would try to ask him about his father and everyone else. Just at that moment, Alan knocked on the door and came in asking Mrs. Kalia how she was doing and how she was feeling. The girl sighed and said that she was fine, but for some reason, Shasha refused to take the breast. The guy said that sometimes there are kids like this. Breastfeeding takes more effort than it seems, but bottles are more convenient for them. The girl suddenly said that there are those who take the breast without problems, and besides, as she knew, breast milk is much healthier for the baby. Alan smiled and asked her not to worry. Of course, there is nothing better than breast milk, but this does not mean that other milk is harmful. In addition, he said that he tests the milk for Mr. Shasha by adding personally prepared healthy additives to it. By the way, the man asked to be allowed to examine Miss Kalia despite the fact that she said that she was normal. The pulse was normal, but there was no temperature. Alan smiled and said that he did not see any complications, so he would rest for a while until the healing herb was delivered. However, Kalia had no intention of letting the doctor go. The girl said something strange was happening to her. The man immediately screamed, asking what happened. The girl admitted that after the birth of her baby, she began to experience strange things with her heart, and not only with it. Sometimes her pulse jumped. She also said that she may break into a cold sweat, and sometimes she feels dry mouth and tightness in her throat. Alan was surprised because his examination did not reveal any complications. He asked the lady to tell us about everything in a little more detail and whether it started only after childbirth. The girl said that this was so, but then admitted that, to be honest, she was very embarrassed. Alan said that everything was fine and asked her to tell it like it is, because this is the only way he can understand what the reason is and help her. Deciding that the doctor was telling the truth, she decided to be frank and speak straightforwardly. She often has vulgar thoughts. The man looked at her in bewilderment and suggested that he didn't seem to hear her, so he wanted her to repeat. Kalia again said that she often thinks about vulgarities, or more precisely, she seems to be in a depraved mood. Mrs. McCanna had previously told her that this happened because of the surge in hormones during pregnancy. But could it also happen after childbirth? The man asked again if he understood correctly that her heartbeat had recently increased. Dizziness began, and she was thinking about vulgar things. The girl said that everything was correct. Alan then asked if there were any conditions for this condition. He suggested that this happens to her when there is someone next to her. The girl's reaction was incredible. In this case, he decided that he was right. Although Kalia knew that she had a talented doctor, she did not know that she was that talented. Looking at how deeply Alan was thinking, the girl began to sort through his thoughts in bewilderment, trying to understand if everything was really that bad. Suddenly, the man turned to her. Our heroine, expecting to hear something bad, said that she was ready to hear his verdict. Alan suddenly laughed and asked what she was ready for. He wanted to tell her that this is a completely normal occurrence because it is a signal that she wants someone's love. The girl asked again in surprise, and the doctor confirmed his statement, saying that her heart probably responds to only one person. Seeing Mrs. Kalia's face, he knew that she didn't understand anything, so he decided to give an example. He asked her to imagine if he took her hand, hugged her, looked into her eyes. How will she feel? The girl replied that she would feel absolutely nothing. The doctor said that this was good, and in that case, they should imagine this person she was thinking about in his place. Of course, the girl thought about Shyman. Alan immediately laughed, saying that just the thought made her heart pound. How did she not notice this? Now he wanted to know if she understood what he wanted to say. Her heart trembles only from one person, and this trembling is a signal that she wants love, or rather, that this is love. After some time, the girl walked through the corridors in bewilderment, not understanding or refusing to understand what she had just discussed with the doctor. Of course, our heroine understood that she liked Shyman's handsome face and felt calm when he was around. She found herself so attached to him that she didn't even mind being close to him. Although they had not seen each other for 6 months, she did not feel any awkwardness from the meeting, and after that he confessed his love to her, and they kissed. The girl suddenly decided to stop and recover a little from such a stormy flow of thoughts. She knew that the best way to cool her head was to look at something cute, so she decided to visit Shasha. Suddenly, walking along the corridor, Kalia saw Shyman, who was standing at the window and looking in her direction. The girl immediately turned around and ran away, not even intending to say anything. She didn't understand what Shyman was doing here. She felt that she was not yet mentally ready to see him. Meanwhile, Derek was walking around thinking about his own things, when suddenly something hung over his head. A moment later, the girl landed next to him and apologized, saying that she was in a hurry. While she was running away, the girl suddenly wondered why she was running at all, if she had not done anything wrong. Then she decided that she should think about how their eyes would intersect. And after a moment, she decided that it would be better for her to think about it later. At that moment, she suddenly became thoughtful and said that she had not jumped like that for a long time. Ever since she became pregnant, she always had to take care of her body. After a while, she remembered the magician with whom they almost collided. Had he really come to find out why she jumped on his head? Turning around, she noticed that Derek was standing in front of her, which she was quite surprised by. The guy suddenly admitted that he didn't even know that the Lord had such a beautiful daughter. Kalia didn't understand a little what he meant when he said about the Lord's daughter, and the guy thought that perhaps this is what they call fate. When that creepy general's wife disappeared, the head went into all sorts of troubles. He looked at him and thought that he had gone completely crazy. Looking at this girl, he assumed that the head felt the same way when he fell in love, and that is why he went crazy. Derek suddenly shouted, saying that he was a magician and a very promising magician. Kalia didn't understand what he was saying. At that moment, the guy pulled out a rose and, holding it out to the girl, asked her to tell him her name. Our heroine was shocked. Did Derek really not recognize her? Once he finds out, it will be very awkward. Just at that very moment, the rose was split, and Shyman appeared on the horizon, who said that he was most likely a promising magician. After that, he approached Kalia and asked her if she liked promising magicians. As soon as Derek heard the girl's name, he fell into a stupor and couldn't believe his ears. The guy couldn't understand how he didn't immediately recognize General Kalia, and also thought that this was the Lord's daughter. At that moment, Shyman hugged Shyman, telling her that if she wanted, he could turn this entire sea into flowers. The girl looked at him in surprise and said that this was too much. The guy smiled and said that he was curious to see how the sea turns into flowers. Nevertheless, he assured her that there was hardly anything that he could not do if she wanted it. Kalia smiled and asked where she learned such phrases. The guy smiled and told her that he was absolutely sincere with her. Kalia assumed that something had changed. Shyman told her that nothing could not change because he severely tortured his body with sleepless nights. The guy said he trained because someone thought he was so weak that he couldn't get out of bed after spending the night with her. At that moment, he told her in her ear that if the day came again when he had to test her monstrous endurance, then this time he would never fall asleep first. Derek, who was still standing near the guys, only watched them in bewilderment, feeling like a third wheel. The action moves once again to Borf, who was riding in a carriage with his beloved. Suddenly, something began to address the guy, saying that his beloved child should not forget his mother, because his mother did it for his sake. At that moment, Diamond put her finger to her lover's forehead, asking him if he was tormented by auditory hallucinations. After the guy said that he was unbearably pestered, the girl told him that even healing magic could not rid him of hallucinations. Like his, but at the same time alien, Lyric said that this is due to the clash of two conflicting forces. Nevertheless, the entity still called Borf to itself, telling him to go hug his mother. But that didn't end there either. Demonic hallucinations filled Borf's brain, asking him to hug them. Demon. She looked at her lover with bitterness, upset that he was suffering so much. Who would have imagined that behind the appearance of a wonderful guy lies a terrible tragedy? Nevertheless, the girl said that they were lucky because there was very little left to the castle, and it would save them from suffering. The action moves to the Akan kingdom. Lyric, being Borf's attending physician, met His Highness. Hugging the Lyric guy, he told him that he had overcome a lot of work, and he was very proud of him. The man wanted to know how his patient was feeling, but he, in turn, asked to immediately give him medicine. Lyric, having opened his bag, assumed that the hallucinations had intensified, so it was not in vain that he took the medicine with him just in case. The man, using a spell, injected an antidote and introduced the medicine into Borf's bodies. The shadows asked the guy to go with him, and at the moment when they began to disappear, they asked in bewilderment if he really thought that this would make them disappear. One way or another, albeit temporarily, they still disappeared. Lyric asked His Highness if everything was okay. The guy smiled and said that he was much better, and first of all he decided to visit his father. The action moves to Father Borf's room. A huge dark aura emanated from the man. The man, being connected to a huge amount of drugs, said that no matter how much he returned, his body was still unbearable. Borf, I told my father that most likely they would need more materials for experiments. The man said that he had already sent him 30 demons. The guy sat down on the chair and said that this was not enough because there was an obstacle. Lyric was with them all this time. Looking at the head of the family, the man began to say to himself that the demon of the highest level is Velgen, and the king, whose body is on the verge of death, is called Power. The more you want, the more you will have to give, and the prince he saved, who was pulled out of the other world by research sponsored by the Empire. Lyric, I really like this kingdom, because where else in the world could one find such a fallen country? The action moves forward 25 years ago. A ritual was being held in one of the temples. The woman screamed about the damned king, saying that because of him, she had to become a queen, but in this case, it would be better for her to ascend the throne herself. The woman called on the demon to turn the Akan kingdom into the strongest empire in the world and make her not a queen but an empress. The shadow said that this is simply impossible because the gods of this world will not stand by. The woman screamed in bewilderment, saying that he was a useless and incapable second-rate race. The demon, looking at her, asked how she tried to pay for his useless abilities. By the way, does she know that she needs to pay to summon a demon into this world? Looking around, the woman said that she would give all these slaves as payment for the conscription. The demon smiled and said that she had called him without his consent. Then he would take her away without permission. He asked to give him the heart of her young son. The woman was terrified because she couldn't let him do something to Borf. After some time, the woman ran to her already dead son and held him in her arms. Unexpectedly, the scientist Lyric, who was holding a flask with a heart in his hands, approached her and said that he should be able to save the prince. How ironic! Summon the demon who tried to kill you to send him on errands. Borf suddenly said that the king of the fairies had intervened in the matter, and he definitely wouldn't just leave them alone. He asked if there was a way to solve this issue. A demon appeared, showed a picture of a woman and a child, and asked Borf if he could bring this child and woman. The guy, in bewilderment, said that this was impossible and even he couldn't do it. The man resigned himself, but still really wanted to feast on them. Sighing heavily, the man said that he understood, and by the way, since we were talking about the king of fairies, it would be better for him to keep his head down. This king's spear has the power to destroy a demon, and all his descendants also have powers that purify demonic energy. He told the prince that literally all these scoundrels have divine power. The guy at that time was looking at the picture of Kalia and Shasha, and felt that just looking at the picture his heart was squeezing in pain, but why? He couldn't understand where such melancholy could come from, when suddenly the demon looked at one of the shadows and said that something was wrong with it. Coming closer to her, he waved his finger so that she would show him what she saw. Although he felt some kind of unpleasant force, he nevertheless could not detect anything. The prince, in bewilderment, asked the demon what he was doing. He told him that he only felt a strange and vile energy and thought that something was wrong. Changing the topic, the demon said that since the prince needed more demons, he would give him 10 of them, but more would be expensive. Borf accepted this and asked Lyric how things were going with the army. The man told him that they barely managed to get 500. In addition, he asked how he liked the samples that the prince took with him. The guy said that all of them were weaklings and were scattered with just one swing of the king's spear. Lyric in this case, he said that they need to make someone stronger. King Angelo was just waiting in the meeting room, so it was worth asking for help. After some time, Lyric said that he would accompany His Majesty and go down to the dungeon. The man asked if he should call an assistant, to which Borf told him that there was no need for this because Diamond was next to him. After some time, the guy finally came to the dungeon. The people sitting there greeted His Majesty. Borf, I immediately asked them if they were coping with their responsibilities. He remembered that in 3 months there was to be a meeting on Imperial Trade Agreement. The man suddenly corrected it and said that in 2 months and 21 days. In any case, the prince said that their kingdom would take part, whether any problems were foreseen by chance. And in general, he needs to go to the small hall, and he leaves the rest to them. Meanwhile, the action moves to our heroine and Shasha, who happily looked at his father's creation. Kalia, in bewilderment, realized that she had been running for the 2nd day, but she herself could not understand why she was avoiding Shyman. Na suggested that she might not like Shyman, but that was not the case. Then how could one describe this feeling? The girl suddenly jumped up saying that she just needed to go through this a few times. By facing it personally, she will be able to find the answers. At that moment, Humming knocked on the room and asked if she could come in. Miss Kalia asked her to come in. The girl came into the room saying that she had brought washed onesies and a snack. She also asked the lady if she needed anything. The girl said that this was her place, one from the nanny, Humming and Alan. Tonight she was going to look after Shasha and handle everything herself. Then, by the way, she asked why Humming didn't really sleep yesterday to look after the baby, but the girl said that it was her personal choice. She wanted to know better whether Kalia would be able to sleep with the baby, because Alan asked to avoid all kinds of stress. Our heroine said that because of the medications, she feels even healthier than before giving birth. It has such a taste that it will raise the dead from the grave. Also placing her hand on her stomach, she said that with such an attitude, it was only a matter of time before she regained her usual weight, although she admitted that she prefers to be rounder than before, so it will even be a pity to leave. Humming said she was right because she didn't have a new charm. In any case, the girl decided that it was time to start getting in shape. She must have time to do this before returning to the capital. Kalia at that moment hugged Humming and thanked her for being with her all these 10 months, believing in her and helping her. Humming, realizing that she was at her best again, smiled and asked to say what she did. Our heroine did not know when and where the end would overtake them, so it was worth living every day as if it were the last. Only this way, when death knocks on the door, she will have no regrets left. Looking at Humming, our heroine told her that she just wanted to share her feelings. Kalia suddenly apologized for not teaching Humming fencing, but if not for her, our heroine would not have been able to survive this year. The girl smiled and told the lady that she was proud and happy simply because she could help, and moreover, she didn't mind staying around longer. Humming laughed and asked if Kalia would leave her after everything she had done. This was part of her cunning plan, so she has nothing to apologize for. Esquire duties or fencing will be possible later, but the birth of a baby is a unique moment in life. The girl approached Mrs. Kalia, saying that she only needed to worry about Shasha. Still, family is the most valuable thing. She may think that they will always be together, but circumstances may turn out differently, so she wanted to save this moment for Kalia. The action takes place in Humming's childhood. At that moment, a male voice began calling her. As it turned out, it was her brother. The girl asked if he had sold all the skins, to which he replied that he and his father processed them, so the skins went to different hands. One way or another, he took the girl by the hand and said that they needed to go home quickly, because Mom and Dad were already tired of waiting. They were not aristocrats, but they lived well and were always well fed. They did not have everything in abundance, but their family was happy. At this moment, screams of people began to be heard from the side, saying that they needed help with treatment because their family was dying. As it turned out, at that time, a contagious disease was rampant in the city, and all doctors, by order of the tyrant lord, were herded into the castle. If a person did not have money, he could not get treatment or a prescription for medicine. He could only wait for death. And of course, their family also could not avoid the disease. They emptied all their savings to buy medicine. However, her family still left Humming, and she was left all alone. At that moment, she didn't understand whether she should call it luck that she was the only one who was taken away by illness, or, on the contrary, we could say that she was unlucky. Because of the purchased medicine, she was left completely without money, and ultimately she had to get a job as a servant in the castle of the hated lord. She thought that there was no more light left in her life, and only misfortunes awaited her, but at that moment, screams began to be heard from a man in front, who pointed his finger at Kalia and asked how a commoner with a sword was called a heroine. He continued to shout, saying that she could not dispose of the property of aristocrats, and he would report her to the emperor, asking him to impose a severe punishment on her. Humming thought she had nothing more to hope for because she was not born an aristocrat. But right before her eyes, a knight from the people saved their village, and this really became a great hope for someone. She understood that most likely Mrs. Kalia did not remember, but if not for her, she would not be standing next to her now. She wanted to do at least something for Mrs. Kalia, who saved her from misfortune and for her family. At this moment, our heroine approached Humming and told her that she should thank her too, because she was also her family. Hearing these words, the girl couldn't even find words to describe her emotions. She immediately turned around and suggested that it was time for her to go. Soon after that, she ran out of the room telling the lady that she could call her if anything happened. Kalia smiled, telling her that she was still too young, and there was nothing wrong with just crying. After that, the woman approached Shasha and said that his mother hoped that he would not grow up ahead of time. When you are a child, you need to behave like a child, and when you grow up, you need to act like an adult. The baby had just woken up at that moment, and the girl felt a surge of cuteness from how cute Shasha was when he just woke up. Our heroine turned to him, asking him if he knew what occupation would suit him best. She kissed him and told him that she didn't want him to have difficulty and get sick. Suddenly, a voice told his mother that he wanted to study magic. Our heroine began to look around in bewilderment, not understanding who had just told her this. At that moment, she noticed that the voice was coming from behind the door. Like Shasha said, that he would learn magic from his dad, because Dad is a great magician. Kalia laughed to herself, thinking that it was a good try. The child continued to say that he and his dad needed to live together, because it was good for the child. Our heroine suddenly told Shasha that he doesn't even know who his father is, and his mommy doesn't understand what he's talking about. She suggested that he was already happy and well-fed with his mother, when suddenly the source of Shasha's voice burst into the room, telling Kalia that it was too much to say that. Kalia looked at Shyman in bewilderment and asked where his manners were. What if she was breastfeeding the baby now? The guy silently turned around and headed towards the exit, since Mrs. Kalia wanted it. As soon as the door slammed shut, Shyman knocked on the door saying it was him and asking if he could come in. Our heroine, of course, allowed him to enter, and a moment later Shyman entered the room with a pouty look. The girl thought to herself that Shyman should be kind and observe etiquette, when suddenly he sat down on the edge of the bed and told her that he certainly would not be able to listen to her again. Kalia immediately blushed and told him to remove that creepy smile from his face. The guy asked in bewilderment why he should do this, to which the girl told him that this smile gave her goosebumps. Approaching Kalia, the guy asked to look at him and answer questions. Was he guilty of something, or did she not like his behavior on the cliff? The girl told him that this was not the case at all, and in that case, Shyman asked what was wrong. Kalia suddenly decided to ask, since when did he start liking her? The guy took her hand and said that it was so long ago that she would simply be surprised. Anyway, he asked her again what her answer was. Why can't he smile? Hanging her head down, the girl said that she felt uneasy. When he smiles, she becomes strange. With her hand on her heart, she told him that when he smiles, she begins to itch in this place. Shyman I was in incredible shock, but the romantic was spoiled because Alan knocked on the room asking to be allowed to disturb them. As soon as the man entered the room, he noticed a slightly terrifying picture in the form of the intent and nervous gaze of Mr. Shyman. The guy smiled sweetly, surprised that Mr. Shyman was also here. To himself, he understood that he had interfered with something. In any case, he said that it was time for Mr. Shasha to eat, so he brought the diluted dry mixture. Kalia said that it was already late, but still thanked Alan for her help. She wanted to take formula to feed the baby. Nevertheless, the man said that if he was here, he would do it himself. The woman refused, saying that the more often she does this, the faster she will get used to it, so she will feed. At this moment, something even more unexpected and shocking happened. Shyman asked if he could feed the child. Kalia was very surprised. She still agreed, saying that he should be careful because he could break something for the child. Shimon reached out to the child, saying that he was not strong enough to break chairs with one hand. Within a moment, he began to feed the baby. Looking at Shasha, who was eating so diligently, Shimon smiled and said that this was undoubtedly his son because he had a good appetite. Our heroine was surprised that the guy was feeding for the first time, and he was not at all confused. Shimon. He proudly raised his head and said that, to tell the truth, yesterday he learned from Nanny and humming in advance. The very next day they walked along the corridor, and Shimon asked if there was a communication device in the living room. The girl nodded. In this case, the guy said that if he found her, and Shasha's health was no longer in danger, then he should hurry to contact His Highness. Shimon suddenly he smiled and asked his beloved if it seemed to her that Shasha was becoming more and more cute every day, and in this way he looked like Kalia. The girl remembered that Shimon couldn't stand children at all, but the fact that for the sake of the child he tried to learn how to feed him. The more she got to know him, the more surprised she was. Noticing Kalia's gaze, the guy asked in surprise what happened. Once again, tenderness and beauty began to emanate from him. She didn't even think that he was one of those men who speak sweet words as if he were breathing. The girl suddenly said that as far as she remembers, he did not like children. He twisted his face as soon as he heard their voice and could not get within a kilometer of them. The guy said that she looked at each child with a lost look. How could he look at this? Our heroine looked at him in bewilderment and asked what he was talking about. The guy smiled and said that from that time on he was incredibly in love with her. But if Kalia really wanted children, then how could he silently endure it when the woman he loved looked with longing at what she could not have? Our heroine suddenly remembered that most nights are infertile, and she herself thought that she would not be able to give birth. Shimon smiled, looking at her, and said that this is why the birth of Shasha is akin to a miracle. She and Shasha are a light and a blessing to him. From these words, our heroine fell into a stupor. She couldn't explain the feeling that came over her now. Kalia didn't even notice since when he started looking at her with those eyes. Why is she only now noticing that his soul is much wider and deeper than she thought? Despite the fact that the girl was upset at the moment, Shimon raised her head and said that it was time for them to go, because the respected crown prince was already tired of waiting. The guy immediately turned around and headed into the living room, and our heroine remained standing in place, thinking that things couldn't be like this. Shimon turned around again and asked Kalia why she was standing. Has something really happened? The girl understood to herself that if she did not accept these feelings, she would definitely soon go crazy. Having finally come to her senses, the girl headed to Shimon to go together to the crown prince. After some time, they stood in front of the prince. Shimon said that this was their first meeting in 10 months, and therefore he was wondering how he was doing. Roymond. I was incredibly glad to see them together, because it means that Shimon finally succeeded. The guy suddenly said that Kalia was at the very edge of the continent, so her search took a little longer, but he still found her. Our heroine immediately said that since she had been found, she would return back as she promised. Roymond, I was incredibly happy to hear this, and it was as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. However, Shimon felt something was wrong with the crown prince's behavior, so he asked what was wrong. The man explained that, to put it mildly, their situation was not simple. He will send a report so they can return back as soon as possible. Shimon, I understood that if the prince said so, then something serious had really happened, however. Now they have Shasha, and if they act rashly, it can affect him. The guy already wanted to say goodbye to them forever, apologizing to his cousin and the respected prince, but our heroine told him that everything was fine. The girl said that they agreed, but even if they rushed, the journey back would take at least a month. Roymond immediately said that this was all nothing, but in 2 months there would be a meeting of the Trade Association of the Empire, so he would be glad to see them by then. Our heroine nodded, giving a positive answer, and then asked His Highness not to be surprised when they met. The man said that he was already feeling bad, so he wanted to know what was wrong. Kalia told him that he shouldn't worry because it wasn't that serious. In this way, he said that he was looking forward to it, and then said that he was really happy to see her again. As soon as the call ended, Shimon turned to his beloved and asked if they really needed to return. He was confident that His Highness would give them an assignment. Looking out the window, the girl said that if His Highness was looking for a quick meeting, then this was directly related to the security of the country. She wanted Shasha to be safe, and for this, peace and tranquility should flourish in the empire. Shaiman answered her that they could settle in another country or return to the fairies' forest. The girl smiled and asked in bewilderment if he wanted to return together. As she understood, Shaiman offers to abandon the crown prince, the country, and the soldiers, worrying only about them and the child. She assured him that they would not do that. Exhaling heavily, the guy agreed with her, saying that she was right. It makes no difference where to live. Taking her hands, he assured her that no matter what happened, he would protect her and Shasha. Kissing her hand, he added that he would be where she wanted to be, and she could do what she wanted. The girl said that she was extremely pleased with this, and that she would also protect him. In any case, it was time to go to Shasha. After some time, the action moves to the field, where our heroine finally took up the sword. After such a long break, it was very nice for her to stretch her body. Luckily for her, Shaiman promised to look after Shasha so she could get some training. At that very moment, the training was interrupted by the appearance of a portal in the air. After some time, Ganini came out from there, who came here for an unknown reason. Our heroine immediately asked what he was doing here, and the guy opposite asked why she was sweating so much. Having hugged her, he said that at this rate she might even catch a cold. Kalia told him that she was just training. One way or another, Ganini hugged his niece, but she said that he better not do this, because the smell of sweat is unpleasant. The guy immediately called on the spirit of water and asked to erase traces of the efforts of whoever is now in front of her. Within a moment, our heroine was clean and only said in bewilderment that spirits are jacks of all trades. Ganini told her that this was just a little prank, but they are the embodiment of the most pristine nature, and of course, she is one of them. The guy said that he could teach her the fairies' language if she wanted. Kalia replied that even they knew he would not be able to use it to its fullest, because she was only half fairy. Taking away a strand of her hair, Ganini asked her not to dwell on it, because does it really matter what kind of blood flows through the veins? After thinking a little, the girl decided that this was true. Whether the blood of a person or a fairy flows in her, or even if it is a monster, then what difference does it make? Because she is she. Our heroine suddenly looked at the thing that Ganini had brought with him and asked what it was. Showing the stroller, the uncle told the girl that he had made it himself for her and for the baby. She can put it here and take it with her everywhere. Kalia immediately took the stroller and tested it. As it turned out, it really was convenient. Looking at the bottom shelf, the girl noticed strange boxes and asked what was there. Ganini replied that it was already from Hoa and Furiosa, who asked to convey it. There was a dancing plush toy and mittens with booties that adjust to body temperature. You could also put a picnic basket here, and if you click here, the child will calm down. By sliding this thing in, the visor will either lower or rise. Ganini stood up and looked at his niece and asked how she liked this gift. Looking at my uncle, I immediately remembered that Shaiman asked her exactly the same question. She decided not to repeat the same mistakes as with him, so she walked up to Ganini and hugged him as a sign of gratitude. Meanwhile, the action moves to Derek, who still spent his time near the egg. At that moment, Shaiman burst into his room, not looking particularly cheerful. The guy immediately assumed in horror that the gentleman had come for his head. He should have handed over the will earlier. Shaiman is unlikely to forgive him for not recognizing Mrs. Kalia and trying to get to know her. Shaiman suddenly asked how things were going with the egg. Derek said in a trembling voice that the development process went well and the fruit was formed. All that remains is to feed it with magic one last time. The guy looked at the floor in surprise and said that he understood. Derek did not understand why the gentleman was so calm and simply silent. Is he really wondering right now which method of execution is best to use? The guy decided that he needed to delay his death at least a little, so he decided to say that they had received a message from the magic tower. There was an influx of monsters in several areas and in general. Among the dead monsters, there were corpses with torn chests. Shaiman ordered to continue the story. The guy decided not to argue and continued. Currently, every branch of magic was receiving similar reports. The first report about a monster with a torn chest was received 9 months ago, but at first the branch did not express much interest, since the corpse was discovered during a punitive campaign. However, it was suspected that this had something to do with the influx of the monster, so the branch obtained 1 corpse. According to the research, some believed this could be the one, so they sought Shaiman's opinion. Shaiman, I asked Derek what the same thing means. Is it really about a chimera? The guy replied that it was so. The guy understood that the Empire needed him and Kalia. Chimera corpses have been found here and there, so what happens then? Come to think of it, he heard that 30 years ago, an Imperial doctor who experimented on chimeras was expelled from the Empire. Having stumbled upon him while he was looking for materials, he only thought that he was a complete nutcase. He cut monsters into pieces and put them back together again, as if playing with dolls. Moreover, he even stole corpses and tried to cross them with monsters. He carried out all these crazy experiments without permission in the underground laboratory of the palace, and as soon as the imperial family found out about this, his hand was cut off. Since he saved many people in the field of the imperial physician, the emperor decided to leave him alive, but expel him from the empire. That was the last mention of him, but what if this mad doctor was still alive? Shyman decided that he would need to find out about this, just in case. At that moment, Derek turned to the gentleman, who said in a trembling voice that his eyes had failed him, and having learned the truth, he no longer showed any interest in it. Shyman in bewilderment, he asked what he was talking about, when suddenly the guy shouted saying that if he had known that it was Mrs. Kalia, he would not have approached her. Shyman smiled and said that everything was fine because anything can happen, and what's more, Derek himself said that he didn't know anything. Of course, if the guy had recognized her and done it anyway, the conversation would have been different. But after all, this is the owner of the scroll who marked the beginning of their love, so all this is nothing. The guy suddenly asked Derek if he remembered his scroll from last year. The guy said that he remembered, and in that case, Shyman asked to give him another one. Shyman said that he remembered that in order for it to be activated, at least some feeling was needed on both sides. Derek, not understanding what these questions were about, said that everything was correct because it was impossible to achieve fire where there was no spark. Shyman decided that then Kalia definitely loved him, but suddenly he began to run around the room in thought. Derek didn't understand why they should do this in his room. Suddenly the guy shouted, saying that nothing would work like that, so he had to make sure of everything personally. Derek asked what he was talking about, to which Shyman told him to just keep an eye on the egg. Meanwhile, the action moves to our heroine. Ganini said goodbye to her, saying that it was time for him to go, because he could not be absent for long. He also said that her father would not be able to see her for some time, but not to worry. She and her siblings will take turns looking after her. The guy also said that after learning about her, the other brothers Togen and Nua also decided to join the family gathering. Nua lives farthest away from everyone, so it will take him a while to get there, but he said he has prepared a lot of rare gifts. Our heroine began to say something indistinctly. Ganini asked her what happened. Kalia asked how far grandfather is now. Ganini answered her that he now had urgent matters. Neither he nor the rest of the brothers can understand what is in his soul, but if you just wait, he, as always, will return with a satisfied smile on his face. Kalia said that she understood, and then turned to her uncle again and said that she wanted to tell them something. In a month, she was going to return to the capital because her friend needed help, and besides, she made a promise. Ganini told her that nothing bad would happen because the fairies' forest extends everywhere, so for them, all places are the same if there is a forest there. He also said that he forgot to tell me something. Neither the 12 elders nor the inhabitants of the forest still know who she is. However, my father will soon return and officially declare Kalia part of the forest. Our heroine suddenly said that she was not going to live in the forest. Her uncle told her that she was free to choose where to live, but they hoped that even though it was so late, the forest would still become a home for her. In this case, our heroine smiled and said that she would like to visit the forest more often. Ganini immediately said that they would make every effort to ensure that she never misses their visits with Shasha. Already this evening, Kalia walked thoughtfully around the house, realizing that the situation was a little strange. The strange monster that she saw in the fairy tale forest, and Roymond, who was different from his usual self, and the fact that her grandfather left. At this moment, our heroine's thoughts were interrupted by a cute creature. The spirit of the mole came to Kalia again. The girl was surprised that this spirit came running here. She wondered which magician he came with. Suddenly, he ran up to the door and started squeaking cutely and pointing at it, when suddenly there was a knock on the door. A moment later, Shyman entered the room. The spirit of the mole immediately began to run around the owner, being very joyful. The girl asked in surprise if it was his spirit, to which Shyman answered positively and said that his name was Tira. Kalia asked, since when she started practicing spirit magic. The guy smiled and said that he had just recently started doing this. Our heroine could not understand how it was possible to learn such magic with the help of one practice. Shimon suddenly asked if the baby was already sleeping. Kalia said that he fell asleep recently. The guy laughed, saying that it's very convenient to just eat and sleep and do that every day. Our heroine at that moment was a little stuck on Shimon's smile and, to her surprise, realized that she wanted to kiss him. She couldn't understand why she thinks about this only when she sees Shimon. She must have gone crazy. The guy suddenly said that he had something to talk to her about, and besides, they hadn't had a drink together for a long time, so that's what he suggested doing. After some time, they were sitting on the veranda, and only the moonlight illuminated the table on which there were glasses of wine. The girl suddenly said that a year had passed since she drank with him, and after that, she could not drink because she had a baby. While Shimon was pouring the wine, he said that today it had been exactly 11 months and 9 days since they drank at the party. Kalia asked in surprise if he still remembered that day. Shimon told her that it was impossible to forget. Looking at her, he said that it was his best day, which he remembered for the rest of his life. Kalia, who was drinking wine, did not intentionally leave a trace of wine on her lips, but she had no time for that because she was looking intently at Shimon. The guy at that moment removed the wine from her lips with his finger and, licking his finger, said that from now on, he would actively seduce her. Looking at the girl, he asked if he could do this. Kalia, a little perplexed, asked if this was really what he wanted to tell her. The guy said he didn't think much about it. He just wanted to do this to her again and now. The girl looked away embarrassedly and reminded him that he just wanted to talk to her. Shimon got up from the table and began to approach her and ask if it was as important as she thought. Within a moment, their eyes were in front of each other, and their lips were a couple of centimeters away from finally connecting. Fortunately for Shimon, this still happened, and thanks to his straightforwardness, he was able to achieve what he wanted. Only now their romance was interrupted by children's screams from the room. Looks like Shasha woke up. Kalia immediately pushed Shimon aside and ran to her child, thinking that something terrible had happened. Shimon, falling to the ground, covered his face with his hands. It's crazy to be so close, but it breaks down at the last moment. In the end, he did get up. Kalia at this time examined the baby and realized that Shasha was screaming only because his diaper was dirty, but his mother would change it now. Nevertheless, at that moment, Shimon approached our heroine, who told her that he would do everything. Otherwise, he could not look after him today. There was just a super surprise. Shasha decided not to let Dad relax and instantly made him even wetter. Our heroine almost laughed, but turning around, she tried to restrain herself not to laugh. But instead of Mom, the prankster Shasha laughed, who still smiled sweetly. Kalia was very surprised by this, because the child was still too small and had never laughed before. At this time, Shimon, who did not show any sign of this incident, only told the baby that he was very similar to his mother. Laughing, the guy said that he, just like Kalia, would never be able to defeat Shasha. Anyway, after a couple of seconds, Shimon stood up and called Kalia, who was scared because she was in her own thoughts. Pointing to the restroom, the guy said that he would quickly go wash up. Kalia nodded at him. As soon as Shimon came out, our heroine took the baby in her arms and carried her to bed. Lying next to the baby, she was surprised that Shimon could smile, even while covered in baby urine. She would never have thought that this was possible, which means that all this time she did not know about Shimon. Is it really because of her, who said that she couldn't have children, that Shimon told her that he didn't like them? However, she thought that he didn't have to give up his dream just because she couldn't have it. She immediately wondered how far they could go together. Will they really be able to grow old together? But in that case, she thought that she was unworthy of him. A lover who is like no other in this world, and a man who can be a good father. Thinking about him, our heroine only admitted that he was a cunning one, because he really was constantly seducing her. She suddenly asked Shasha if he would be happier if he was with his dad. And then she decided that she was more interested in whether they would be happier with Shimon. The action moves forward some time. Shasha suddenly started screaming, so Shimon took him in his arms and began to calm him down so that he would not wake up his mother. The guy asked the child if he wanted his dad to sing him a song, or what needed to be done to make him stop crying. At that very moment, our heroine woke up in bewilderment and asked what was happening. Shimon turned to his son, saying that Mom had finally woken up. although he wished they could solve the problem on their own. However, the baby started crying, so the guy turned to Kalia and said that he was trying to put the baby to bed so she could sleep. Our heroine asked him why he came, to which the guy told her that he heard a child crying, and she must have been very tired. The guy suggested that she did not hear the child's cry because of the alcohol they drank. Our heroine suggested that this was so. In any case, Shyman asked her to sleep a little more, and he himself would put the baby to bed. Kalia at that moment said that from the baby's crying, one could understand that he was hungry. The guy asked in bewilderment how this could be so if he had recently eaten. The girl told him that at this time, babies eat every 2-3 hours, plus Shasha has a good appetite. The guy said that he understood, but in any case, he decided that he would do this himself. Kalia told him that everything was fine, and she felt rested. Shyman, coming closer to her, said that this was a lie, because her eyes were still sleepy. There will be more work to do after returning to the capital, so she should rest now. The girl smiled and said that she was idle without it, but the guy told her that this was not enough. He knew that childbirth is a huge burden on the body, but he won't be able to rest much. Our heroine thought that in fact everything was not so bad. She has a nanny who can look after the baby at any time. She also has Humming, who is always ready to help, and Alan, a resident physician. And most importantly, Kalia had Shyman, who was like a stone wall for them. Shasha has fortunately received many blessings. At this time, the girl turned to Shyman and told him that milk must be given at a temperature of 40 degrees, otherwise there will be problems. The guy said that he understood her, and within a moment he was feeding the child with heated milk. Looking at Shyman, our heroine realized in horror that they were comrades in arms, but she never thought that she would see something like that. Our heroine suddenly turned to him, asking if he remembered that he said that he loved her. Shyman laughed and said that if she didn't really trust him, then should he tell her this every time their eyes met. The girl smiled and said that there was no need to do this, because it didn't mean that she didn't believe it, she just didn't feel it. The guy was a little surprised, but nevertheless looked at her and said that he would show her this in action. Our heroine looked at him in surprise and asked what it meant to show in action. He told her that as soon as the baby fell asleep, he would show what it meant, but for now she had to wait. Kalia, meanwhile, was already very interested in what Shyman was going to do. The guy smiled and asked her to be a little quieter. He needs to quickly put the child to bed. Our heroine decided to do as she was asked, and after a moment began to yawn because she wanted to sleep. After some time, she woke up from Shyman's gentle touches. As soon as the girl woke up, he told her that he had cast a spell on the child's crib so that he would not hear any extraneous noise. Our heroine asked in bewilderment what this meant, and Shyman reminded her that they had already started doing this on the terrace, so he wanted to continue. Kalia asked in bewilderment if she understood correctly that he wanted to show her this. Shyman was surprised that she had not realized this yet. Nevertheless, looking at her, he asked if she didn't want to do this. Don't want to? Kalia herself knew that her heart belonged to Shyman and would always belong to him. Saying that he already knew her answer, our heroine pulled herself towards him and they finally kissed again. The lovers enjoyed each other, diluting the complete silence in the room with quiet but accelerated and passionate breathing. Our heroine suddenly realized that she had felt this way before, or rather, she felt it in a dream. Shyman noticed that the girl suddenly stopped being focused on him and therefore asked in surprise what happened. Was she really thinking about something else? The girl began to wave her head, saying that he understood everything wrong and in fact everything is different. However, she didn't know if she should tell him the reason why she was distracted. Looking at him, she said that she had previously met him in a dream where they were together. Shyman's face changed in an instant. At the same moment, the guy moved away and for some unknown reason began to laugh. Our heroine certainly did not expect to see such a reaction, and this is far from what she imagined. In any case, she decided to ask why he started laughing, even though the mood was already ruined. Nevertheless, I, the guy, without further ado, pulled myself to the lips of my beloved and kissed her. Soon the two of them were transported to the bed, where they continued to kiss. At that moment, he moved away from her tender and plump lips and said that he also saw this dream. The guy assumed that he dreamed about it because he wished for it and thought it was true. He immediately began to stroke his beloved's body and leave his hot kiss marks on her neck, telling her that she was only his. Suddenly, the girl turned him over and straddled him. Shyman was certainly not ready for this. The girl approached him and, looking into his confused eyes, asked if he needed to scold him. Report number 1 is about the demon disease that was rapidly spreading in the capital. Currently, a strange skin disease called the demon disease was spreading throughout the empire. The main victims were active and retired soldiers and members of their families. It was assumed that the disease could manifest itself inside the imperial palace. The main symptoms were dark red spots, itching, acute sensitivity to pain, symptoms of mild fever, etc. One way or another, it was found that although it is not contagious, the symptom was mainly found in families living in the same house, so further research is necessary. The reason it was called the demonic disease was because the personality of people with skin diseases became increasingly fierce and their skin turned black. The only treatment that could temporarily alleviate the demonic disease was a Khan ointment. Due to increased demand, its import was impossible. The note was that the exporting country Akon declared its full support and decided to provide an additional 3,000 boxes of ointment. In addition, she expressed her intention to attend this imperial conference along with 2,000 additional boxes of ointment. The action shifts to a little boy who was running with all his might through the forest, hoping not to be caught. All he had to do was run without stopping so as not to be caught, otherwise he would simply die. Some mad doctor was going to cut his body into small pieces and throw him as food for a terrible demon. On the day the child first entered the palace as a servant, his face was filled with envy. Originally, it was a gathering place for noble ladies who drank tea, either with a beautiful fairy tale forest in the distance. However, that was 4 years ago. But now everything was completely different. There were no ladies, and the forest did not look so chic. This guy, for some unknown reason, came here holding some kind of box in his hands. He didn't understand whether this door was here, and therefore, out of curiosity, he decided to look there. Within a moment, he fell to the ground. In the opening, he saw a terrifying picture in the form of 2 hanging corpses, a minotaur hung on one hook and a man on the other. Looking around, the guy was even more frightened by the fact that this was not the edge, because there were much more corpses. At this point, Lyric was talking about how fairies' bodies are not like demons' bodies, so they quickly decompose. They needed a high-grade fairy magic stone. In any case, he said that these magical fairy stones were very difficult to obtain. He also asked why mix demons and fairies. If they were going to punish, then they could have done it in more cruel ways. Lyric ordered to leave the fairies alone, because in any case, as promised, the first thing they must do is overthrow the empire. At this point, Lyric's assistant grabbed one of the children, talking about how people literally sell their souls to summon demons and be greater. After just a moment, he decided not to talk in vain and began to pull the child's corpse into his mouth. The boy at that moment decided to raise his head to the sound of grinding flesh and bones. He didn't know why or why he did it then. However, as soon as he saw the face of the child who had previously worked for the king, the guy understood one thing. He needs to get out of here. He knew he couldn't get any more of Aken's medicine, but luckily he still had a few. When he took the medicine, oddly enough, he felt dizzy, but at the same time his stamina and strength increased. As he continued to run, he felt and knew that thanks to the medicine he could survive, and fortunately, he began to see daylight and the end of the forest. After a moment, the guy was still able to get out, but he was surprised that he managed to do it so easily. He did not meet any of the knights who were inside. One way or another, the guy decided to put it out of his head because the escape was a success, so he didn't need to think about any nonsense. The action moves to our favorite couple in love. Kalia, looking at her lover, suggested that he do it again. The guy himself was not against it, but their passion was dispelled by Shasha's cry. They immediately laughed. Kalia decided that on that note, they would end the vulgarities for today. However, she decided that she would not do that, so she would leave the child in the wet nurse next time. Shimon in bewilderment, he asked if there would really be a next time. Kalia looked at him and asked if he really thought this was the end. The guy immediately hugged his beloved, saying that he loved her, and also said that he would put the child to bed himself. After a while, a guy stood with a bottle of milk and told Shasha something. Our heroine was interested in what the guy was telling the child, but decided not to distract them, although she wanted to ask. One way or another, she could not believe that a man who did not know how to love children showed such care for Shasha. When she thought about it, her heart began to ache, because it was so touching and sad at the same time. After some time, Shimon approached Kalia and said that he had a small problem. As he said, the child had already eaten and even burped, but for a reason unknown to him, he was still not sleeping. In this case, the girl lifted the blanket and asked Shimon to bring the child to bed. At the girl's command, Shimon did as he was asked, and Shasha lay next to his mother. The mother kissed her child, saying how diligent her child was. However, she turned to her lover and said that if the child had not woken up and they had not stopped, then she could have done this all night. The guy smiled and said that since she had not exerted herself for a long time, she should not have worked so hard, and he did not tell her that she had poor stamina. The girl, in bewilderment, said that she was fine, to which Shimon told her that she had given birth for the first time, so caution would not hurt. Their wishes are important, but her condition is more important. Kalia looked at him and asked if it was too late to talk about it. Why not think about what he was like just a few hours ago? Sighing heavily, the guy said that Shasha had finally fallen asleep, so it was time to move him to his crib. As soon as the baby lay with him, Shimon lay down next to Kalia and hugged her, saying that they should lie like that together a little longer. Our heroine told him that the others were coming soon, but Shimon told her that he didn't care. Nevertheless, I, a girl, understood that the guys were supposed to come, but they still weren't there. Also perplexed, she thought that she had once said that she never. She wouldn't get close to Shimon, but now she felt incredibly pleased. Shimon held his head and said that he really seemed to be going crazy about her. Nevertheless, the guy looked at her and said that if after everything that happens she regrets again, then he will not leave her just like that. The girl did not understand why this was said, when suddenly Shimon approached her and bit her on the nose. Our heroine rubbed her nose in bewilderment and told him that he should not apologize or regret anything. The guy asked what if he made a mistake somewhere. The girl suggested that he would not do this, because he simply did not need to do something that he might regret. The guy said that he definitely didn't want to do this. But anyway, he asked her to just stay close to him. Kalia smiled and told him that she understood him. She won't do anything to apologize and won't leave without saying a word to him. She could promise that for sure. Shimon approached her and said that he would become better. He wanted to be the best man he could be and would do whatever it took to be a good father. Because of this alone, he asked her to never think about leaving him alone again. Our heroine suddenly said that if she were dying right now, the person she would miss most would be him. Looking at him, she continued to say that if she had to trust someone with her life right now, it would be him too. Shimon stood up and told her that if he had to talk about his best memories right now, she would be in every one of them. Sitting next to him, Kalia said that she trusted him as a father, as a lover. She was grateful to him for telling her that he loved her, so she is grateful for his courage. The guy told her that it wasn't that he had the courage, but that he couldn't stand it anymore. He felt that he would die if he did not tell her the truth. Taking his hand, our heroine admitted that she wanted him to be not just a friend or a partner in battle, she wanted him to be her lover. The guy immediately clung to her and started talking about how much he loved her. Over and over again, he repeated this to her and assured her that he loved her madly. Pressing close to her, he said that she was finally his, and he was also hers. Kalia asked not to leave her alone, because she must be protected and loved. The girl understood that Shimon was afraid that she would leave again, but this would never happen again. She told him that no matter what happens, she will love him. Meanwhile, the action moves outside. Humming was helping Miss Latricia with her errands, and noticed something surprising. Looking at the sky, she began to say in bewilderment that it was starting to rain flowers. Latricia also wanted to know where this comes from. One way or another, the woman said that she had never seen such beautiful landscapes before. It was a wonderful scene, so everyone who saw that day remembered it for a long time. This wonderful landscape was created by someone's happiness, which was certainly the beginning of something more. Actions are moved forward for some time. Little Shasha, meanwhile, was checking out gifts from his aunts and uncles, while the fairy was watching him. Humming, who was practicing fencing with Miss Kalia, as she had previously wanted, suddenly fell to the ground, saying that she was giving up. Kalia asked in bewilderment if she was really giving up. It's only been 2 hours. The girl, in turn, screamed, saying that not just 2 hours had passed, but 2 whole hours. Our heroine laughed and said that in that case they would take a break. She immediately approached her baby, asking how he could be so sweet and gentle. Latricia, as soon as the girl took the child in her arms, said that he was in a great mood today. He eats well, is not naughty, and sleeps. Our heroine suggested that he liked the baby carriage that his uncle made for him. He stops crying if you just put him there. The nanny said she noticed this too. If you put him there and rock him gently, he will soon fall asleep. This makes watching Shasha much more comfortable. Kalia laughed, saying that the nanny liked the car more than Shasha. Latricia laughed and asked how she knew that. After some time, our heroine sat down to rest and drink tea. The weather today was beautiful. She was incredibly happy to watch her beloved Shasha and her loved ones who were next to her. Suddenly, memories from her childhood surfaced in her head, and the thought arose of what if in fact it was all a dream. Turning her head, she decided that this simply could not be a dream. No one can take her happiness away from her. She has hoped for happiness and family for too long, so she will never miss it now. At that moment, Shimon came up to her and straightened her lock of hair, asked her to relax. Looking at her, he told her that her body was now his too, which means no one would ever touch it. The girl laughed and asked if she should cut off one hand and give it to him. The guy asked in bewilderment what she meant. Kalia replied that her body had been hers for too long for him to lay claim to it. She decided to clarify a couple of details for him. This body is hers, but her heart belongs only to him. Coming closer to her, he assumed that she liked to drive him crazy unless she continued to tease him. The girl hugged him and said that perhaps this was true. So what? Meanwhile, Latricia was surprised by what she saw. Humming asked her to pretend she didn't see anything. At that moment, Shimon said that he needed to go somewhere, so he went out here to talk, and he would return in the late afternoon. Nevertheless, he could not leave without saying goodbye to his beloved son, so the guy approached Shasha and said that he would return soon. Also, just in case, he decided to cast a protective spell on them so that everything would be fine with them, and also he left Tira with them. As soon as he secured his family, he immediately said goodbye to them and instantly teleported away. Our heroine was happy to see the mole spirit, so she started petting him. But she also wondered what Shimon was always so worried about. She also remembered that she had not seen her grandfather for a long time, and a lot of time had passed since she saw Kaya. Her grandfather told her that everything was fine, but recently she had not seen anyone from her family. Ganini, Hoa, and Furiosa had surprisingly not visited her for a long time. Just at this very moment, the spirits of the forest seemed to hear our heroine. One of them flew to the girl and whispered in her ear that she was coming to them. The action moves to the Sun Temple of the Akan Kingdom. Shimon learned that Angelo, Philia, Carazius, and Seyum, one after another, announced their intention to abandon the trade. Everyone unanimously refused to close the economy and establish political and diplomatic relations. They also left the exchange and entered into a closed policy. According to investigators, there is a common feature. The main members of the royal family disappeared for a short period of time and then returned. All 4 countries export wheat and grain to Roxas. It is a country with underdeveloped religious faith. Since religion is weak, there is of course no national religion here. The few existing temples like this one are underdeveloped and have few priests. Looking inside the temple and seeing its energy, Shimon simply could not believe that the temple of the sun god Layla had become like this. Sun goddess Layla, the 4 main gods who support the world and have the most powerful destructive powers. The first king who fled Roxas and founded Akan hated God with all his heart. He ridiculed God, disdained divine power, and believed in magic and military force. This was passed down from generation to generation and spread throughout the country. There were only 3 such temples. Compared to Roxas, where there are over 100 temples, this is a significantly small number, not to mention the divine power. The guy suddenly thought about it. From what he saw, the divine power had completely disappeared from this temple. He didn't understand how dark demonic energy could invade here. Until now, Akan has rarely participated in national events. This state was insignificant and weak that he had not yet paid any attention to it. Nevertheless, an exception was made for him to meet. Seeing all this chaos, Shimon did not understand what the hell was going on here. At that moment, the guy snapped his finger and consecrated the temple with divine power, expelling demonic energy from it. The temple itself seemed to have been empty for a long time. No matter how small the power of the Akan temple was, there would still be exchanges between the temples. The guy immediately thought about it and suggested that there was some kind of rat in the Roxas temple. On the way here, he destroyed 7 barriers, and it seems to him that these barriers are too complex for such a small temple. Summoning his spirits, Shaimin stood in front of the door. Although their powers were different from the divine, he knew that the pets would be useful in the fight against the power of darkness. As soon as they opened the door, they noticed a large ramp down covered in demonic energy. The guy suggested that fuego would be very useful here, so he offered to increase it. Within a moment, the fiery snake became huge. Shaimin praised his pet and said that it was time for them to go down, but they had to be on guard. After some time, they finally went down. The entire floor was covered in dark energy. The spirits began to use their powers, and fortunately, the dark aura was gradually dissipating. One way or another, Shaimin decided to help them, so he cast his spells, and within a moment, everything was visible. The guy immediately noticed a coffin in the center of this hall, which was located under the temple. Without thinking twice, he decided to go up to it and open it to find out what was inside. A moment later, the coffin was opened, and inside it was a skeleton of an unknown person. Meanwhile, the action shifts again to our heroine. At that moment, a portal opened in front of them. Humming and Latricia were perplexed and tried to understand where such a large flow of wind came from. From such a strong wind, everything around began to fly and break. Even the tea set was destroyed. Our heroine immediately decided that she needed to run to the child to protect Shasha from trouble. Only now, looking at the stroller, the girl noticed that the child was securely hidden under several layers of protective barriers. She noticed that not only Shaimin tried with his protective magic, but also Uncle Ganini, who left his power in the form of a red glow. Humming asked what was wrong with the child. Kalia replied that the baby was safe, so they needed to take him and leave with the nanny. At that moment, as soon as everyone had left, a woman in a white suit came out of the portal, who, looking at Kalia, assumed that she was that child. Our heroine didn't understand who she was, so she asked the obvious question. Who is she and where is she from? The woman smiled and said that she was Nua, Lord of the Fifth Forest, and the fourth daughter of the fairy king Kalexaisa, and also the one who was her aunt. At the same moment, the woman swung her ice spear, but she attacked the wrong one, because Kalia managed to react and blocked the attack. Togan said in surprise that the child turns out to be able to use power at least a little. Our heroine looked at her in bewilderment and asked why she was doing this. Nua said that she just wants to get to know each other, and for this, Kalia must defeat her. Our heroine immediately used sword magic, saying that it would not be difficult for her, but Auntie doesn't seem to know how to attract people. The girl swung her sword, and with just one blow she was able to smash Nua's sword into pieces. Kalia said that she was very sorry, but she decided to reject her aunt's affections, so she asked her to return. The spirits were surprised that Nua was fighting, and what's more, Kalia was able to break her ice with one blow. One way or another, Aunt Nua was not going to give up, so after losing her sword, she created blades. Our heroine understood that her aunt used twin swords, which have many attacks, but swinging her sword, she knew for sure that double swords have the disadvantage that each of them is weak without the second. Somehow, the aunt was still able to block her niece's blow, and their eyes met. In the blink of an eye, she jumped up and flew into the air. Nua did not understand where Kalia had disappeared. Our heroine, in turn, was already preparing to attack Nua in the back, but she was still ready for this, and a moment later she released dozens of ice shards, which Kalia successfully broke. By this time, Aunt had lost her ice blades, but getting into the excitement of this battle, she decided to take out her real ones and finally play for real. Kalia laughed, thinking that she most likely provoked her aunt, although she wanted to end everything as quickly as possible. Throwing away her wooden sword and shaking her hand, she knew that if she swung the training sword, it would literally crumble. Fortunately, it was not in vain that she took with her her real sword, which she took into battle. Our heroine thought, asking herself whether she should react seriously to this situation. Deciding to use heavy artillery, the girl whispered the name Kaya, and within a moment, our heroine's mother appeared in the real world. She immediately slapped Sister Nua, asking what she was doing and why she was attacking Kalia. An angry Kaya asked her sister what she was looking at with such a sad look. If she is so dissatisfied, then she could attack her, because she is not afraid. Nua, looking at this piece of Kaya's soul, asked if she was really fake. Since she and the real Kaya were closest to everyone else, Nua got angry when she heard that Kaya was created from a piece of a soul, and she wasn't even looking for her. Nua, scratching her head, admitted that what happened was a stupid accident. Our heroine, meanwhile, looked at Kaya, realizing that something had changed in her. Needless to say, her presence has become stronger. Nua, looking at her younger sister in bewilderment, laughed and asked what was on her forehead. Looking at Kaya in bewilderment, she asked if she had truly become the spirit of Amunya.